Everyone looked on in shock as they had not expected Su Heng to be the one to break through to the virtual realm. Su Heng said, "If you want to rely on Lotus Sovereign, that's your problem. If you dare to attack my brother again, no one will be able to save you. Lotus Sovereign does not have the final say in the Void God spacetime." "You broke through to the virtual realm as well?" Lu Yin smiled as this was interesting. The two of them had broken through to the virtual realm at the same time, so it was no wonder that there had been such a huge commotion. He should have guessed that they were heading in the direction of the Void Yang tribe and the Void Yin tribe. The two Void Transformation Realm cultivators exchanged glances before helplessly bowing to Su Heng and Su Lung before retreating. They both knew each other and had once been on the same level, but now there was a huge gap between them. So what if one of them had broken through to the virtual realm? Su Heng and Su Lung had both broken through to the virtual realm at the same time. Not only that, but they also cultivated from the same source. If they worked together, their strength would be unimaginable. The group from the Heaven's Mirror Manor was stunned, as they had not expected two virtual realm cultivators to support them. The crazy old man bowed to Su Heng and Su Lung. "Greetings, seniors." Guan Lao Da Yu Pai and the rest bowed as well. "Greetings, seniors." Su Heng grunted and looked at Lu Yin with a smile. "Brother, how did you join the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Where's Su Wuji?" Lu Yin shrugged. "It's a long story. Let's go in and talk." "So this is the Red Domain? It's been a long time since we've been here. Let's go." Lu Yin led the way and the group entered the Red Domain. Su Yu felt like she was dreaming. Two virtual realm cultivators calling Xian Qi brother? This was too strange. Who would dare to provoke Xian Qi in the Void God spacetime? These two weren't the only ones supporting him. Su Wuji was one of them, and there was also Senior Su Wuwei. When she thought of this, Su Yu looked at Lu Yin in a different light. She felt like the gap between them had suddenly widened. When had this happened? When they returned to the Heaven's Mirror Manor, Lu Yin handed Qingfen over to Ning Ran while the others dispersed. Only Lu Yin, Su Heng, and Su Lung remained on the clock tower. "Congratulations to brother and sister for breaking through to the virtual realm." Lu Yin smiled and bowed to the two of them. Su Lung rolled his eyes. "You're still in the mood to tease us? You've seriously offended Reverend Lotus Disciple." Su Heng said, "I didn't expect to see you surrounded by two virtual realm cultivators as soon as I came out of seclusion. We were so scared that we didn't even return to our families before coming here. What happened?" Lu Yin slowly recounted the events that had transpired during this period of time, and the two of them were stunned. "Yunwu Yijuan and Qingfen were all spies?" Su Heng gasped. Su Lung said, "No wonder Reverend Lotus Disciple wanted to take Qingfen away. Do you know who Yao Lan is?" Lu Yin's expression turned serious. "Reverend Lotus' eldest disciple Yao Lan. She's known as a half-step saint, and she's an absolute genius who can fight against the 9 sages at the immortal realm. She's recognized by the reincarnation spacetime as the successor to Reverend Lotus' position. Yao Lan's influence is extremely high. If not for the reincarnation spacetime's internal problems, she would have become one of the 9 sages long ago. Even though she's still an immortal realm cultivator, she's still comparable to a saint. She's Reverend Lotus' most valued disciple and can order around Reverend Lotus disciples," Su Heng said solemnly. Su Lung continued, "Not only that, but I met her in the endless battlefield. Her influence isn't limited to just Reverend Lotus disciples, and many people have received her favor. The two who stopped you weren't Reverend Lotus disciples, so they were probably acting out of respect for her. If she's a spy, then things will get serious." Lu Yin said, "She might not be a spy, but she can't escape the crime of indirectly causing Stone Sage's death. Let's see how Reverend Lotus will punish her." He paused. "Let's not talk about me. Are you confident in fighting Senior Xiao Ci?" Lu Yin asked. Su Heng replied, "Senior Xiao Ci has been in the virtual realm for far too long, and he even created his own path to become a legend. How could he be confident? However, if we work together, we should be able to put up a fight." Lu Yin was surprised. "If we work together?" "Of course," Su Ling answered naturally. Lu Yin was speechless. Xiao Ci had already stepped into the virtual realm, but they still needed to work together. Su Heng laughed. "Brother, what's with that look?" Su Lung smiled but didn't say anything. Lu Yin said, "Well, if we work together, it won't make sense." "But one person definitely can't beat him," Su Heng said. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. At that moment, Su Wuji returned. "The two of you have just broken through to the virtual realm, and yet you've already arrived at Heaven's Mirror Manor. It's truly an honor." Su Heng and Su Lung looked at him and said in an unpleasant tone, "Senior Wuji, you've come at the right time. You didn't appear when your subordinates were surrounded, and you only came after the matter was over. Su Wuji smiled bitterly. There's no other way. Heaven's mirror manner involves many parties, and Reverend Lotus disciples have too much influence. You won't understand my difficulties. He then looked at Luyin. Where's Qingfen? In the red domain, Luyin replied. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-23. Don't worry. If you have the ability to capture him, then you don't need to take responsibility for the rest. As long as he's in the red domain, no one can take him away unless they step over my dead body. Only then did Su Heng and the others' expressions become slightly better. Luyin could understand Void Limitless, as there were some things that were difficult to handle in a certain position. Logically speaking, Void Limitless should have been able to let go, but because of his own plans he had intentionally aggravated the conflict. This was something that many people did not understand, and Void Limitless probably did not understand either. Manor Lord, what should we do with Changfeng? Luyin asked. Su Wuji said, interrogate him and force him to reveal the details of the other spies. Also, ask him about the specific circumstances surrounding the death of the Great Stone Saint, especially if it involves Yaolan. You have to get to the bottom of this. Luyin nodded. What if Yaolan is a spy? Su Heng and Su Lung looked at each other. This was a serious problem. If Yaolan was not a spy, it would be fine. How to punish her was up to the reincarnation time and space. After all, she had indirectly caused the death of the Great Stone Saint. Only the reincarnation time and space had the right to punish her. However, if she was a spy, it would involve the Heaven's View Manor and Lord Lotus's reputation. Even the Jingyun family wished to keep the fact that Yunwu was a spy to preserve the family's reputation, let alone Senior Lotus. Even if Lotus Venerable didn't care, Lotus Venerable's disciples wouldn't agree. Yao Lan's influence was great enough. Su Wuji's expression was solemn. My Heaven's Mirror Manor will investigate anyone who is suspected of being a spy. He then looked at Luyin. The Heaven's Mirror Manor has the right to interrogate anyone who is not participating in the tournament at any time, as well as anyone who is not an extreme powerhouse. If we find out from Qingfen's interrogation that Yaolan might be a spy, then I will give you the authority to report this to the Six Directions Society's Heaven's Mirror Manor and use the Heaven's Mirror Manor's name to summon Yaolan for questioning. Luyin raised a brow. In the name of the Six Directions Association's Heaven's Reflection Hall? Su Wuji explained, this interrogation is very formal, and it's not an interrogation. It's only targeted at those who have great influence or have made great contributions to the human race. It's made public to the entire Six-Party Assembly. Not only will the Heaven's Reflection Manor know the answer they want, but it will also allow the entire Six-Party Assembly to verify whether or not the person being interrogated is a spy. This is also a kind of good treatment for the person being interrogated. Su Ling narrowed his eyes. Senior Wuji, you want Brother Xianqi to publicly question Yaolan? Su Wuji shook his head. I only told him that there was a way. You're asking him to die, Su Ling said coldly. Luyin was puzzled. What do you mean? Su Heng took a deep look at Su Wuji and then said to Luyin, a public inquiry might seem like it's meant to protect the person being questioned, but it's also meant to allow everyone to witness that this person has been cleared of any suspicions of being a spy. Or, it might even directly confirm that this person is a spy. If it's the latter, then that's fine, but if it's the former... He looked at Luyin. Since a public inquiry has already been made, then it means that the Heaven's Reflection Hall is unable to find out the information that they need to investigate. Exposing your secret in front of the entire Six Direction sect. If this person is not a spy, do you think he will let this matter go? The public inquiry isn't about respecting that person, it's about respecting that person's influence. That person must be disgusted or even disgusted by the public inquiry. In that case, you can imagine what will happen to the people in the Heaven Mirror Prefecture who publicly inquired about that person. Luyin understood what she meant. If he were to publicly question Yaolan, then there would definitely be some matters that the Horizon Manor would not be able to find out. Yaolan would not hide anything during a public interrogation, so there would definitely be some private matters involved. How would Yaolan be willing to let this matter be made public? And if it was finally confirmed that Yaolan was not a spy, how would she take revenge on Luyin for causing her to be publicly questioned? Su Lung slowly spoke up. From what I know, there have only been 6 public inquiries in the history of the Heaven Mirror Prefecture, and none of them were proven to be spies. All 6 times, the people from the Heaven Mirror Prefecture who were publicly questioned. At this point she looked at Su Wuji. All of them died. Su Wuji looked up. Their deaths were accidental. Is that so? How could Su Lung believe that? Su Wuji seriously explained, since the establishment of the Heaven Mirror Prefecture, countless people have died, and the level of danger is comparable to the endless battlefield. Their deaths were indeed accidental. 6 people are too insignificant compared to the countless deaths that have occurred. The fact that they dared to publicly question people with great influence means that they were brave enough to charge at the very front. People like that die very easily. Su Heng replied, Who knows? Brother, you should learn more about the Heaven Mirror Prefecture. Lu Yin nodded. Got it. Su Heng and Su Lung left, as they had to prepare for their battle with Xiao Ci in 10 days. After the two left, Su Wuji asked, Why did you have to capture Qingfen? Lu Yin replied, A spy should belong to the Heaven Mirror Prefecture. Su Wuji laughed. Don't you think about the gains and losses? If you think too much about gains and losses in this line of work, then you won't be able to continue. Su Wuji adjusted his sunglasses. You're very suited for this path of public inquiry. I'm not lying to you. No matter how we investigate, the deaths of those 6 people were accidental, just like the others who died in the endless battlefield. The people of the Heaven Mirror Prefecture will not die in vain. If someone tried to frame them, then the 6 prefecture masters will not remain indifferent. After all, the Heaven Mirror Prefecture has 6 extremely powerful experts that even Venerable Lotus cannot openly oppose. I know, Lu Yin replied. I didn't think too much about it. Even if it wasn't an accident, I'm not afraid. I've already started down this path, so I'm not afraid to continue down it. Haha, you're very suitable. It's a pity that you're not in the virtual realm yet. Otherwise, the position of Prefecture Master would have been handed to you, Su Wuji laughed. Prefecture Master, will you be going to watch the battle between Su Heng and Senior Xiao Ci? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Su Wuji nodded. Of course. Take me with you, Lu Yin said. I want to cheer for my brothers. Su Wuji raised his brows. Don't spout nonsense. Compared to your brothers, there will be more people cheering for Senior Xiao Ci. Senior Xiao Ci is an elder worthy of respect, and he has participated in the endless battlefield the most times in the entire Void God spacetime. Lu Yin was shocked. Is that so? Su Wuji solemnly explained, the endless battlefield is a place that not even virtual realm experts are willing to go to. Death aside, any virtual realm expert who enters the endless battlefield is dancing on a knife's edge. They will face powerhouses in the same realm as them, including the 7 sky gods. For example, if I were to face one of them alone, I would definitely die. Senior Xiao Ci has participated in the endless battlefield more than I have, and more than Senior Su Wuwei. His legend is not only that he created the path of not using external void gods, but that he also killed his way out of the endless battlefield. You should be aware of Yaolan's influence. Many people have killed their way out of the endless battlefield, but Senior Xiao Ci's influence is far greater than Yaolan's. Countless people have received his favor, and even Senior Su Wuwei has been supported by him. Lu Yin nodded as Xiao Ci was truly worthy of respect. Although there had been many spies and redbacks throughout human history, there had also been people like Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku who had illuminated the darkness. The primordial space was one such example. There were many people in the primordial space, and the Six Direction Society naturally had its members as well. Regardless of how Lu Yin viewed the Six Direction Society or the Grand Empyrean who had exiled the Lu family, there was one thing that he had to admit. Without them, the Eternals would have long since wiped out the entire human race. Wherever there was evil, there would always be good. This was what Mr. Mu wanted Lu Yin to maintain. He had too many people to protect, and those people revered him and wanted to protect him. This was his responsibility. Manor Lord, do you think that the Eternals will save Qingfen? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Su Wuji could not answer, as he had no idea how powerful the Eternals were in the Void God spacetime. The underground of Heaven's Reflection Manor was not as dark as Lu Yin had imagined. Instead, it was a beautiful place with flourishing trees, bright flowers, and all sorts of cute little animals. It formed a garden that was suitable for people to live in. Anyone who saw this place would not be able to associate it with an interrogation, but this was indeed the Heaven's Reflection Manor's interrogation room, and Ning Ran was in charge of it. Yi Jun was here and so was Qingfen. The two were separated by a mountain so they could not see or hear each other. However, they could still see the beautiful scenery. Lu Yin had arrived. Ning Ran hurriedly went over to greet him. She was now completely convinced of Lu Yin's abilities. This Manor Lord had not relied on his strength to suppress others, but rather his ability to capture spies. She had never imagined that the Heaven's Reflection Manor, which had only been able to capture small fries, would be able to capture so many important people, especially Qingfen. 2 Void Transformation Realm cultivators had even blocked the entrance of the Red Domain to capture him. Even Su Wuji had not appeared. Acting Manor Lord, Ning Ran greeted him respectfully. Lu Yin stepped forward and looked at Qingfen, whose back was facing them as he watched the waterfall. How is he? Ning Ran replied, just like Yi Jun. He gave a list of names. There might be spies on the list, but he said that they were all controlled by Qing Kong. Any spies captured by the Heaven's Reflection Manor would use this excuse, which was the biggest headache for the Heaven's Reflection Manor. It was difficult for them to determine whether someone was being controlled or not, and they could not execute all of them. That would be troublesome, as there were too many eyes on the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Those who were qualified to become spies were not ordinary people. Lu Yin quietly looked at Qingfen, whose back was facing them. Anyone would feel relaxed and happy in this beautiful place, but Qingfen, Yi Jun, and the other spies felt different. They all had a poisonous toad on their shoulders, which caused them to suffer unimaginable pain at all times. This beautiful place was exactly what Ning Ran liked. Enduring pain in such a beautiful place could easily destroy a person's willpower. Lu Yin walked over step by step, circling around Qingfen until he was right in front of him. Qingfen's face was pale and his veins were bulging. He was in so much pain that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His originally handsome face had turned sinister, and his fingernails had pierced into his palms because he was exerting too much force. Blood flowed down his clothes and dripped onto the bright red petals. I'm called Xian Qi. You should have known about me ever since Yi Jun was captured. I'm not from the Heaven's Reflection Manor, and I joined not long ago. I'm not even from the Void God universe, so I don't care about you. I can ignore the rules and do things. From my point of view, you aren't being controlled by Qing Kong. Of course, even if you are, it doesn't matter. Qingfen stared at him, and the toad on his shoulder made a sound. Every sound made Qingfen feel more pain, so much so that he wanted to die. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-24. We're not strangers, and we've even gone through life and death situations together. You know me, as long as I don't want to, no one can take you away. Similarly, as long as I want to, no one can stop me from doing anything such as executing you. Qingfen's eyes narrowed. I'm being controlled by Qing Kong. That means that you have no value. I spent so much effort to bring you here not to bring trouble to Yaolan, but rather to gain some value. What value can you provide me that makes me feel that bringing you here is worth it? If I'm in a good mood, I might even be able to help you fulfill your wishes, Lu Yin said slowly. I'm being controlled by Qing Kong. Qingfen didn't say anything else. The interrogation was a long process, and Yi Jun had only revealed the names of the people who had met her. She was still in pain even now. Lu Yin laughed. Others say that being controlled by Qing Kong gives them a chance to live because they have family and friends. They hope that they're controlled so that their crimes can be lessened. What about you? Who can help you? Qingfen's eyelids twitched. Is it Lotus Venerable? Lu Yin asked. Qingfen's eyes widened and narrowed. What's the point of you insisting that you're being controlled by Qing Kong? Who will speak up for you because of this? You said that Yao Lan was the one who leaked the Great Stone Saint's whereabouts. Do you think Lotus Venerable's disciples will still help you? Lu Yin mocked. Qingfen's face paled and he regretted it. The situation had been urgent, and he had only thought that Yao Lan would silence him. He didn't want to fall into her hands, which was why he had mentioned this woman. However, he had forgotten that once he mentioned Yao Lan, no one would help him even if he was being controlled by Qing Kong. His greatest support was Lotus Venerable's disciples, but he had betrayed them. To you, whether or not you're under Qing Kong's control doesn't mean anything. The only thing you need to consider right now is how you can get me to help you survive, or even help you redeem yourself. I'm looking at the big picture, not the contributions of 1 or 2 spies. Otherwise, why would I capture you? As long as you can help me make enough contributions. Lu Yin moved closer and stared at Qingfen. His lips curled up as he softly said, I can let you live a comfortable life. Qingfen's face twitched even more violently, but he still didn't say a word. His thoughts were in a mess, and the pain in his body and Lu Yin's words had thrown him into confusion. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to live, so he didn't want to be taken away by the Lotus Lord's disciples. He was afraid that Yao Lan would kill him. Now that Yao Lan's name had been mentioned, the Lotus Lord's disciples wouldn't help him. What hope did he have to live? I'll give you some hope. Luin stood up and looked around. Only by surviving will you have a chance of being rescued by the Eternals. In the distance, Ning Ran heard this and was astonished. How could he say such things? This person was too unique. Qingfan's eyes widened. Yes, his only hope was the Eternals. It was the Sorcerer Spirit God. He was a spy that the Sorcerer Spirit God had personally nurtured. The Sorcerer Spirit God would not give up on him so easily. What about the Sorcerer Spirit God? Thinking of the Witch Spirit God, he opened his mouth. His voice was actually very hoarse, completely different from his beautiful singing voice. How did you know that you could fool me by pretending to be the Witch Spirit God? Where's Sorcerer Spirit? Ning Ran's expression changed. Witcher Spirit God? One of the 7 heavenly gods? Qingfen wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Guan Laoda, the crazy old man, and the others were also puzzled. Lu Yin's disguise as Tu Shuangshuang had not been able to fool Qingfen, which meant that no other spy could fool him. Qingfen was too cautious, but he had pretended to be the Sorcerer Spirit God. How did he know that the Sorcerer Spirit God could fool Qingfen? How did he know that Qingfen was a spy that the Sorcerer Spirit God had nurtured? Lu Yin sneered. Why should I tell you? This was Lu Yin's answer. There were many things that needed to be explained in the 6 direction training grounds, but that might not be the case now. Why should he explain? Who could force him to explain? Unless Su Wuji asked, and Lu Yin had already thought of an excuse. However, since Su Wuji did not ask, Lu Yin did not say anything either. Getting Qingfen to speak was not an easy task. Lu Yin did not even try to get Yi Jun to speak because he could not find a flaw in her mentality. Yi Jun's contributions in the endless battlefield were enough for her to survive as long as she insisted that she was under Qing Kong's control. Thus, it would be a waste to say anything to her. Qingfen was different. The only thing he could rely on was his identity as a disciple of Venerable Lotus. However, since he had betrayed Yao Lan, this was gone. As long as he could break through Yi Jun's mentality, he would say anything. Over the next few days, Qingfen was continuously tortured, but the physical pain was not enough to break through his psychological defenses. If his willpower was so easily destroyed, the Sorcerer Spirit God would not have chosen him. However, the more determined a person's willpower was, the easier it was for them to have a flaw in their mentality. It was precisely this mentality that made a person so determined, but it was also their only flaw. Lu Yin took Qingfen away, and no one knew that he had brought him out of the Red region. There was no danger at the moment, and Yao Lan had been betrayed. Venerable Lotus disciples only hated Qingfen, but they were not that desperate to capture him. Lu Yin brought Qingfen to the cliff. The cliff was completely different from before. The cliff that Qingfen had protected was gone, and in its place were all sorts of venting marks. The snowy mountain had been cut off, and the sky was covered in thick smoke. Fortunately, the village was unharmed. This was the reason why Lu Yin had ordered the Heaven's Reflection Manor to protect the village. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by outsiders. There were too many people who hated spies. Qingfen had never thought that he would be able to return to the village. He saw his third aunt, his uncle, and many other familiar faces, but none of them could see him. Lu Yin brought him through the void, and as long as he willed it, these ordinary people naturally could not see him. Uncle. Qingfen could not help but call out, but the old man did not respond. He could not hear him at all. Qingfen looked at Lu Yin. Why did you bring me here? I'll show you what these people are really thinking, Lu Yin said. Qingfen did not understand. What were they really thinking? There was a crash as the wall in front of them collapsed. Qingfen subconsciously tried to help it up. Someone shouted from the side, "Well done." Qingfen stopped and looked over in shock. There were a few villagers he was extremely familiar with. It's finally fallen. Let's smash that wall too, someone suggested, causing a round of cheers. Third aunt, burn your tattered clothes. It should have been burned long ago. Little Anzi is sick. The weather has been changing too quickly. That's great. Someone's finally sick. Forget about that. Pack up. We can leave. We can finally leave. That's great. Qingfen stared blankly at all of this. He looked at the things he cared about. The familiar scene had become unfamiliar. The wall, where he used to squat and sing softly when he was young, had just been pushed down. Third aunt's clothes were very tattered, but it was a gift from him. It was a gift from him to third aunt. Even though he had asked third aunt to change it many times, he didn't want third aunt to change it. Third aunt knew that too, so no matter how tattered it was, she had always worn it. Everything in this village was exactly the same as it had been when he was young. Nothing had changed. But in that moment, everything had changed. The villagers had become unfamiliar. Why were they so happy when they were sick? Why did they leave? Why did they destroy the house? Why did they burn the clothes? What? You thought that you gave them a long life, that they would not age or get sick. You thought that you were maintaining their favorite life, but that's just your selfishness. They've always lived in the beautiful environment you created. What's the difference between that and being kept in captivity? Qingfen roared. No, I let them live. I want to repay them. They raised me, so I gave them a long life. I made sure that they would never face any disaster. Isn't that good? But you deprived them of their freedom, Lu Yin said coldly. You deprived them of their most fundamental life. What about you? Didn't you live for a long time too? You'll live even longer. I'm cultivating, and every day is different. But what about them? They do the same thing every day. How many times did they repair that wall? How many years did they wear it for? Can a normal person's clothes be worn for that long? Don't say that you didn't do it. Qingfen stared blankly at the overjoyed villagers. They were very happy. He had been taken away right in front of them. Why were they so happy? Weren't they worried about him? What had happened to his persistence? Had he really done something wrong? No, that's right. I helped them, but they didn't know how to repay me. They were ungrateful. Qingfen's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the villagers. When he saw Qingfen's transformation, Lu Yin understood why the witch spirit god had chosen him. What was the difference between his methods and the eternal kingdoms? Both were rearing people in captivity and depriving them of their life essence. It was too easy for Qingfen to become a corpse king. Kill them all. Kill these ungrateful bastards. Qingfen screamed in his heart as he stared at the overjoyed villagers. They had destroyed everything he cared about the most. This village had been destroyed by them. They were traitors. Lu Yin pressed a hand on Qingfen's shoulder, waking him up. He glared at him, still angry. I told the people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor to protect them and find the other human cities on the cliff to give them a new life. Qingfen's gaze was savage. They don't deserve it. I let them live without disaster, but they betrayed me and never cared about me. They don't deserve it. If you help them, they'll betray you one day. Then what do you want? Lu Yin barked. Qingfen growled. Kill them. You must kill them. You won't have the chance, Lu Yin said. Qingfen clenched his fists, causing fresh blood to flow. Give me a chance to kill them. I'll definitely kill them and make them into specimens in the village. I'll rebuild the village. Lu Yin frowned. This person was no longer human. Although he wasn't a corpse king, he was even more terrifying than one. I can only give you a chance to live and not let you die. As for what you'll do in the future, that's up to you. Qingfen trembled and his eyes flickered. Fine, give me a chance to live. He once again glared at the villagers who had left. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely exterminate them. These ungrateful bastards didn't deserve to live. If you want to live, then tell me what I want to know and buy your own life, Lu Yin said. Qingfen's eyes narrowed and they flickered. Finally he said 3 words, Knowledge Traveler Stream. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-25. The Six Direction Association wasn't just a name, it was a huge combination. It didn't just refer to the 6 parallel universes, but also the known parallel universes that they had conquered or cooperated with. All of these were collectively known as the Six Direction Association. The only place that could truly see the Six Direction Association was the Endless Battlefield. The Endless Battlefield was connected by many parallel universes. It was a huge barrier that formed a huge battlefield. Lu Yin had seen the Endless Battlefield through the memories of some people, so he had a better understanding of it. Since there was a battlefield, there was a commander and a commander. The Six Direction Group was the commander of the Endless Battlefield, and they were responsible for issuing orders to everyone in the Endless Battlefield. Receiving orders was not an easy task, and the everlasting race would not allow the humans to transmit information to each other so easily. Therefore, they had a special way of transmitting information about the battlefield. The Six Direction Association transmitted information to the Endless Battlefield, and the Endless Battlefield could also transmit information to the Six Direction Association through certain methods. The Six Direction Association each had their own place to receive information. In the Void God spacetime, that place was called the Knowledgeable Stream. No one knew where the Knowledgeable Stream was, as it was a secret of the Void God spacetime. Even though Lu Yin had merged with many people's bodies, he still didn't know where it was. He estimated that even Void God might not know. However, today Qingfen actually knew where the Knowledgeable Stream was through him. This was a secret of the Void God spacetime. The sorcerer god had developed Qingfen because he wanted to use him to enter the knowledgeable stream and receive information from the endless battlefield to the void god spacetime. The information that Yi Jun had obtained didn't come from the knowledgeable stream, but from a few families that had been trying to send information from the endless battlefield for many years. This method was easily disrupted and could only be considered a small method. Only the knowledgeable stream was the true source of information. Once one entered the knowledgeable stream, they could easily obtain information from the entire endless battlefield. This was what the sorcerer god wanted. Luin exhaled. Rumor has it that no one in the knowledgeable stream can betray humans. How do you know where it is? And how did you get in? Qingfen was still immersed in his hatred for the villagers. As long as there was a chance to survive, he would give up everything. The sorcerer god told me. He told me to just sing and join the knowledgeable stream one day. Other than that, I don't have to do anything else. But you've developed a spy, Luin said coldly. Qingfen was shocked. How do you know? Luin didn't answer. Qingfen replied hoarsely, I didn't reveal my identity when I planted a spy. How did you know? Luin laughed. Do you really think that your plan was flawless? Qingfen understood. You found out about me through those spies, right? I don't believe that you dare to act recklessly behind the shaman spirit's back. Joining the knowledgeable stream is very important. You've been famous for so many years and you've lived for so long just for the chance to join the knowledgeable stream. Why are you still developing spies under such circumstances? Qingfen's eyes flickered, but he didn't answer immediately. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I'll ask you again. What? Qingfen raised his head and looked at him. Someone told me to do this. Who? I don't know, but he's definitely a high-ranking member of the Eternals. Why did I let you develop a spy? I don't know. However, that person only said that he needed a spy and that it was inconvenient for him to appear, so he asked me to develop and promised me that I wouldn't expose my identity. What did you do after developing those spies? Nothing at all, Qingfen hurriedly replied. Luin retracted his gaze. He had merged with the spy who had discovered Qingfen's identity, and he knew that Qingfen wasn't lying. Although he had developed spies, he had never asked them to do anything. This was strange. What was the point of developing spies without doing anything? Wouldn't it be easier to expose a spy with white hair? No, that couldn't be. Since it was someone from the upper echelons of the Eternals, they couldn't have sabotaged the shaman spirit's plan. What did that Eternals upper echelon look like? Luin asked. Qingfen replied, I really don't know. I didn't admit that I was a spy at first, but that person was certain that I was. He even said that if I didn't want to, I could hide the scarlet eye in the village. Once that eye appeared, it would be useless no matter how I quibbled. Even if he couldn't confirm my identity, the shaman spirit's plan would definitely fail. I didn't dare let the plan fail. If it did, I would lose my value, so I could only do as that person said. Luin frowned. Why was this happening? He hadn't instructed Qingfen to develop anyone as a spy, nor had he asked those spies to do anything. He had spent so much effort to force Qingfen to develop a few spies. It didn't matter who these spies were or what they were used for. The only purpose of doing so was to expose Qingfen. Hold on, Luin suddenly thought of something, and he carefully recalled the memories that he had merged with that spy. He remembered that the spy's discovery of Qingfen's identity was also strange. How had that person discovered Qingfen's identity? He seemed to be very smart and had advanced step by step, but the investigation had gone too smoothly. This shouldn't have happened. Qingfen was very cautious. Luin had disguised himself as Tu Shuang and had been forced to leave. How could a spy have discovered Qingfen's identity? It was as if someone had purposely allowed him to find out. Yes, on purpose. Luin had a guess. Although it was absurd, it was deeply ingrained in his mind. The Eternals might have their own people. It was too dangerous for the shaman spirit god to let Qingfen join knowledgeable stream. If he succeeded, the Eternals would know everything about the Six Direction Association in the endless battlefield. Why had the Great Stone Saint died? Because his location had been leaked. Once the Eternals received information about the endless battlefield, the human race would suffer heavy losses. Under such circumstances, someone couldn't help it. Would that be the case? Luin pondered this. This idea was laughable. He had never heard of a human spy among the Eternals, but it wasn't impossible. Not all of the Eternals were corpse kings. They had subjugated humans, and mutants were typical examples. Luin buried this thought deep in his heart and brought Qingfen back to the Red Domain. Next, he would use the memories that he had merged with to completely dig out those spies. However, before that, he had to watch that duel. The power of the scorching heat and the chill of the heart converged and fused together in outer space to resist the majestic and terrifying void god power. It had been 2 days since Su Heng had joined forces with Su Lung to fight against Xiao Ci. Many people were watching from afar, wanting to know the outcome of this battle. Lu Yin had been watching for 2 days. The duel had begun as soon as he had arrived, and it had been a battle of void god power. Xiao Ci's void god power far surpassed that of Su Heng and Su Lung, and they had only been able to resist until now by working together and using their yin-yang swords. Xiao Ci was an old man with a very long beard that could wrap around his neck 3 times. It seemed strange, but that beard was the void god that he had nurtured. There was no such thing as a void god forsaken, and only I have a long beard. Manor Lord, who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Lu Yin asked. Su Wuji had brought him here, and he was still unfamiliar with the power of a void god's progenitor. Su Wuji adjusted his sunglasses. Senior Xiao Ci. Lu Yin was shocked. That decisive? Su Wuji said, both sides are currently competing in void god power, but do you know why Senior Xiao Ci lost to Master Void Prime? It was void god power. Senior Xiao Ci is a maverick, and he doesn't want to cultivate void god power. He prefers to use void god power as his own to display battle techniques. Master Void Prime is a standard cultivator from the void god civilization. One uses void god power to increase his own void god power by nearly 20 times, while the other follows the norm and only has superior battle techniques at most. Who do you think is stronger? However, the gap is now closed. Ever since Senior Xiao Ci lost to Master Void Prime, he decided to nurture his void god. Although he still doesn't rely on external void god power, he nurtured his beard and turned it into a void god. It can also draw out void god power that is several times greater than his own. The only difference between him and Master Void Prime is that the gap between them has been closed, but he is more proficient in battle techniques than Master Void Prime. If Su Heng and Su Lung had been able to use their void god power to gain the upper hand at the start, then it would have been hard to say who would win this duel. But now, anyone who understands Senior Xiao Ci and Master Void Prime knows the result. Lu Yin nodded. So you're saying that Senior Xiao Ci used his void god power right from the start just to? That's right, it was to save time. He wanted to tell Su Heng and Su Lung that they had no hope of winning this duel, Su Wuji said. Lu Yin looked over. He had thought that the two of them would be able to gain the upper hand if they worked together, but there was still a gap between them. How could the Sixth Mainland's mutants resist a powerhouse like Xia Xinji who could rival the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Even if the two mutants worked together, the result would still be the same. Lu Yin also felt that Xiao Ci's power surpassed Xia Xinji's. Xiao Ci's power was similar to Xia Xinji's, but as long as he used his beard, he would be able to release void god power that was 10 times greater than his own. Even Xia Xinji would be suppressed. This was the strength of a void god civilization. At that moment, Su Wuji's expression changed. He looked behind him and saw Su Wuwei's figure appear. Senior Su Wuwei? Lu Yin turned around and quickly bowed. Greetings, Senior. Su Wuwei ignored the two and continued to watch the duel in the distance. 2 Void Prime Realm cultivators appeared at once. Not bad, not bad. Hehe. Senior, you've returned from the endless battlefield? Su Wuji greeted him. Su Wuwei replied, I almost died. It's best if you don't go to that place as often as possible. He then looked at Lu Yin and sighed in admiration. I heard that you captured quite a few spies, including Lotus Reverend's disciple? Lu Yin quickly recounted what had happened, and Su Wuwei sighed. The Ecstasy Manor hasn't been able to achieve much in so many years, but you've done so the moment you entered. No one would believe that you weren't a spy. Lu Yin was shocked. Senior, you can't joke about this. Su Wuji was shocked as well. Senior, what do you mean? Su Wuwei replied, it's not like the Eternals haven't done something like this before. They intentionally let a spy expose another spy to gain merit. Have you forgotten how the Fifth Mainland started a war with the Sixth Mainland? It's a pity that we didn't have the ability to interfere back then. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2626. Lu Yin bowed deeply, his expression solemn. I'm definitely not a spy for the Eternals. If you don't believe me, you can investigate me. Void Master has seen me before. I know you're not a spy. I was just joking, so why are you taking it so seriously? Su Wuji took out something to eat from his cosmic ring and even a drink from Su Wuji. He then looked into the distance as if he was watching a show. That old bastard Xiuxi's void god's power has increased again. I should advise him not to go to the endless battlefield. It would be bad if he died there. There are so many old fogies in the reincarnation spacetime, so why not just let them fight it out? Our void god spacetime should be the best place to hide. Staying alive is better than anything else, Su Wuwei said as he watched. Su Wuji was speechless. Although this was the truth, there was no need to say it out loud. Su Wuwei's appearance made Lu Yin's heart heavy. No matter what he did, Su Wuwei's impression of him remained the same. What do you plan to do with Lotus Reverend's disciples? Su Wuwei asked. Lu Yin replied, I don't need to explain things to them. What if Lotus Reverend comes looking for you? Su Wuwei asked again. Lu Yin did not answer. What could he do against Lotus Reverend? I'll help you deal with Lotus Reverend's pressure. You can stay in the Heaven's Mirror Manor and work for the humans. There are benefits to being scheming. At least you'll be able to find spies. Lu Yin relaxed. Thank you, Senior. How did you know that you could fool Qingfen by pretending to be the witch spirit god? Su Wuwei did not stop talking and instead continued asking. He had not been joking when he first asked that question. Lu Yin had caught so many spies as soon as he entered the Heaven's Mirror Manor, which was something that no ordinary person could do. However, it would not be good to suspect Lu Yin of being a spy just because of this, as it would chill people's hearts. This was why he had asked this question now. If Lu Yin's answer was not good, both Su Wuwei and Su Wuji would suspect him. Su Wuji had thought about this question before, but he had not had the time to ask. Lu Yin had already thought of an excuse. After I disguised myself as Tu Shuang and was chased away by Qingfen, I was followed by the witch spirit god. Void 5 Tastes and Void Extreme were both shocked. The sorcerer spirit god was following you? Lu Yin nodded. He wanted to capture me. The only reason why Qingfen wasn't tricked by Tu Shuang might be because he was cautious, but it might also be because of the witch spirit god's instructions. Thus, I disguised myself as the witch spirit god and easily tricked Qingfen. In addition, Tu Shuang was indeed captured by me, and I released her in front of Qingfen. Qingfen naturally wouldn't suspect anything. Shaman spirit god, how did you escape? Su Wuwei asked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up. Because of Tai Xian. He knew that Lu Yin had Tai Jade, which was how he had found out that Yunwu was a spy and had accepted his invitation to join the Heaven's Reflection Hall. Although the witch spirit god was powerful, he could only appear in the void god spacetime as a clone, and each clone was at most at the void transformation realm. Tai Jade was more than enough to escape. Su Wuji knew, but Su Wuwei did not. When he heard Lu Yin mention Tai Xian, he was confused. What Tai Xian? The void was extremely strange. Lu Yin replied, Tai Xian was taught by Senior. What does that have to do with Tai Xian? Su Wuwei still did not react, mainly because he did not think that Lu Yin had already mastered Tai Xian. Tai Xian was related to space, and even a virtual realm expert like Xiu Ci would not be able to master it so easily, let alone a junior like Lu Yin. How could Lu Yin have possibly mastered it? Lu Yin replied, Junior was initiated by Tai Xian. I relied on my understanding of space to escape. The witch spirit god searched everywhere for me, and I took advantage of that opportunity to trick Qingfen. If I had been a step later, the witch spirit god might have returned. What did you say? You were initiated by Tai Xian? Su Wuwei exclaimed. Su Wuji was astonished. Senior, you didn't know? Xian Qi joined the Heaven's Reflection Hall because he was initiated by Tai Xian. He could see the traces left behind in space and easily catch spies. Su Wuwei did not hear Su Wuji's words at all, and he stared at Lu Yin. You were initiated by Tai Xian? Lu Yin nodded. Sort of. Su Wuwei had not taught Lu Yin Tai Xian out of the goodness of his heart, but purely out of obligation. He had been certain that Lu Yin would not be able to learn it, which was why he had taught him. He wanted to give others the impression that he was doing his best, and if Su Wuwei asked, he would be able to explain. But how had this kid been initiated? Impossible. Try it. Su Wuwei didn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Lu Yin raised a hand and Void God's power revolved. Lines extended along the lines in space, revealing Tai Xian. Su Wuji was envious as he could not understand. Su Wuwei was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. How was this possible? How could this kid have initiated by Tai Xian? Damn it, this was impossible. As the lines disappeared, Su Wuwei was still unable to react. Su Wuji exclaimed, Congratulations, Senior, for accepting such a talented disciple. Scram. Su Wuwei barked, giving Su Wuji a fright. Why was Su Wuji angry? He looked at Lu Yin only to see the latter's confused gaze. Su Wuwei did not know what to say as he felt as if his family's treasure had been stolen by someone else. However, he was the one who had told this kid the location of the treasure trove. How did you initiate it? Lu Yin blinked. I just started practicing. I'm quite diligent. Was this a matter of diligence? Su Wuwei's face twitched and the delicious food suddenly lost its fragrance. You can't possibly initiate it just by practicing. How did you do it? What's wrong, senior? Lu Yin asked. Su Wuwei took a deep breath and stared at Lu Yin solemnly. Shen-Chi, I'll ask you one more time. How did you initiate it? Lu Yin coughed under Su Wuwei's dangerous gaze. Perhaps it has something to do with my wood innate gift. Su Wuwei did not understand. What would innate gift? Space. Lu Yin's reply almost caused Su Wuwei to vomit blood. You have an innate gift of space? Su Wuwei was stunned. Lu Yin nodded. Su Wuwei was speechless. No wonder Lu Yin could initiate Taishen. Taishen was related to space and this kid had an innate gift of space. Taishen was a battle technique tailor-made for him. He wanted to slap himself to death. Are you unhappy, senior? Lu Yin asked. Su Wuwei looked at Lu Yin. Why didn't you say you had an innate gift of space earlier? You didn't ask, senior, Lu Yin said naturally. Su Wuwei's expression turned ugly. You got it from the wood dimension? Lu Yin nodded. Su Wuwei finally understood. No wonder Su Xiangyin had been so anxious to take this kid as a disciple. No wonder Mu Shikong wanted to steal this kid away. It was all his fault. He should have asked more questions back then, but he had been so preoccupied with hating this kid that he had forgotten to ask. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. If he could, he really wanted to cripple this kid's innate gift of space and see how he could use Taishen. From now on, Taishen would no longer be his symbol. Damn it. Where did the wood dimension get a tree with an innate gift of space? Su Wuwei was curious and decided to get to the bottom of it. Lu Yin said, according to Third Master Mu, that tree has appeared many times, especially in large battles. It's good at taking away some of the powerhouses and escaping. That's it. Su Wuwei exclaimed, you met that despicable tree? Lu Yin nodded, I think so. Su Wuwei looked Lu Yin up and down as if trying to get to know him all over again. Lu Yin said, it was a close call back in the wood spirit region. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I would have been taken away by it. I was so close, so close. Su Wuwei opened his mouth to say something but no words came out. In the end he left without even watching the battle. He had been forced to leave in anger. Su Wuji came over. What happened? Lu Yin shrugged. I don't know. Su Wuji felt strange but he didn't ask any questions. The battle had changed and the Void God's power had weakened. Congratulations on the two of you breaking through to the virtual realm, but there's still a gap between you and me. Perhaps in 10,000 years, you'll be able to catch up, but right now you're not my match, Xiao Ci said in a low and lonely voice. It was obvious that he had thought of Master Void Prime from Su Heng and Su Lung's power. Although he and Master Void Prime had fought many times due to differing beliefs, they were still friends. Xiao Ci had once gone to the endless battlefield to retrieve Master Void Prime's corpse, which had been a huge risk. But I'm curious, where did you find the yin-yang sword? Xiao Ci asked. Su Heng replied, I'll tell you after this battle. You still want to fight? Xiao Ci shook his head. My only advantage against voids was my Void God's power. Now Void God's power is no longer an advantage, so there's no need to fight anymore. My elephant barrier is something that voids can't hope to match, let alone you. Su Lung's expression turned serious. Senior, do you really think that Ancestor Void Prime is stubborn and won't change? Xiao Ci was astonished. Senior, you've opened up a new path for many people who couldn't achieve anything on the path of Void God. Even Ancestor praised this miracle. Senior was able to cultivate the path of Void God again because of Ancestor, so Ancestor will naturally change for you, Su Lung continued. Xiao Ci's eyes burned with passion. Void Prime changed for me? As he studied battle techniques? I really want to experience Senior's elephant wall. This is also what Ancestor Void Prime wanted to see. Even if Senior didn't send us a challenge letter, we'll still challenge Senior once we reach the virtual realm. This was Ancestor Void Prime's order before he went to the endless battlefield, Su Heng said. Xiao Ci laughed. Good. That old geezer Void Prime didn't disappoint me. I took advantage of his strength to cultivate my Void God, and he took advantage of my strength to cultivate battle techniques. Good, let me see what kind of battle technique he created to dare fight me. After he finished speaking, a thick stone wall appeared in front of him. He pushed the stone wall horizontally and charged towards Su Heng and Su Lung. His palm imprints were imprinted on the stone wall, bringing out heavy palm imprints that swept through the void and shattered the stars. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. Every palm imprint that swept through the void was not simple, and it gave him a strong sense of danger. Su Wuji sighed, "The elephant wall is extremely heavy in the universe. Only Senior Xiao Ci can use a unique battle technique to attack through the elephant wall. Every attack contains the elephant wall's extremely heavy force." It said that when he fought with Master Void Prime, even Master Void Prime's yin-yang sword couldn't withstand the palm energy that passed through the elephant wall and was almost shattered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-27. In the face of Xiao Ci's heavy palm, Su Heng and Su Ling used their techniques at the same time. Burning Yang and Heart Yin converged, and through the yin-yang sword, they drew out the power of Yang into Yin and Yin into Yang, returning the heavy palm back to Xiao Ci. Xiao Ci's eyes widened. Good. He then unleashed a barrage of attacks from the elephantine wall, but Su Heng and Su Lung worked together to display the power of Yin and Yang to return the attacks. Void Prime had never thought of taking the elephantine wall's heavy attack head-on. Even if he couldn't take it head-on, he could still neutralize it or even return it. A strange scene appeared in the starry sky. Countless attacks collided with each other. Scorching heat and extreme cold alternated. Terrifying foe god power boiled and swept out in all directions, forcing everyone to retreat until they could no longer see it. Lu Yin saw the wisdom of the Void God Universe's predecessors. Not only was Void Prime gifted in the Void God Dao, but he was also shockingly talented in battle techniques. The Fifth Mainland had given birth to people like Progenitor Qin, Progenitor Ku, and the Symbol Progenitor. Other parallel universes could also give birth to people like them. The Void Prime was still alive, who knew what he would have been like. Perhaps he wouldn't have been any weaker than Su Wuwei. Because the shockwaves from the battle had forced everyone back, no one besides Su Wuji could see the battle clearly. Half a day later, the battle ended. Lu Yin hadn't been able to see the battle clearly either, as he couldn't display the power of a progenitor in front of Su Wuji. Senior, what was the result? Su Wuji was silent for a moment. A draw. Lu Yin was shocked. A draw? Su Wuji sighed. Void Prime made up for the lack of battle techniques, and Senior Xiao Ci also made up for the weakness in Void God power. It's normal for both sides to be tied, and perhaps this is the best result. My Void God universe doesn't have any power that should be cultivated. Lu Yin looked over. Indeed, there was no power that should be cultivated. The primordial space was the same. Astral source power covered the universe, but there were still many other powers that were as dazzling as the stars. Rune lines, death energy, Sirius, lock breaking, and so on. There was no need to only cultivate astral source. Xiao Ci's laughter resounded through space and everyone thought that he had won. Old Void Prime's descendants, you've won, ha. Xiao Ci laughed. Su Heng hurriedly said, Senior, you clearly won. We're ashamed, so we joined forces to fight against you. Ha, how delightful, how delightful. Xiao Ci laughed loudly. His laughter gradually faded away as he left. Not long after, he saw Su Heng and Su Lung. Brother, we'll go back and treat our injuries first. If there's anything, just come to the clan and look for us, Su Heng said. Lu Yin nodded. Understood. A duel that had been going on for a long time had come to an end. It was a good ending. It was just a test of each other's beliefs, not a battle of life and death. However, it still caused an uproar in the virtual god universe. Some people said that Xiao Ci had won, while others said that Su Heng and Su Lung had won. However, most people said that it was a draw. No matter who won this battle, Su Heng and Su Lung had made a name for themselves. There were only a few virtual Tai Realm masters in the Nihility God universe, and Xiao Ci was already considered an extreme master second only to Su Wuwei. Su Heng teamed up with Su Lung to fight to a draw with Xiao Ci, and this caused the reputation of the Void Yang and Void Yin clans in the Nihility God universe to soar. They had just stepped into the virtual Tai Realm, and as time passed, their cultivation would continue to soar. At that time, the situation in the Nihility God universe would change. Most importantly, the two clans had recovered the yin-yang sword. As long as there were no accidents, it was almost certain that there would be a generation of virtual Tai Realm masters. This was the most terrifying thing. Shen Qi, who had helped them recover the yin-yang sword, was naturally mentioned a lot. Many people said that Shen Qi was already a rising star in the Nihility God universe. Not long after, Lu Yin made his move. He continued to capture spies in the Void God spacetime, and no one dared to stop him. With the backs of the Void Yang and Void Yin clans, as well as the support of Su Wuwei and Su Yang from the Heaven's Mirror Manor, the four Voidtai realm powerhouses standing behind Lu Yin, and no one in the Void God spacetime dared to go against him. Lu Yin's capture of spies was also very accurate, and he announced that Yi Jun and Qingfen had told him to do so. For a time, the Nihility God universe was in a state of panic, and no one paid attention to the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Wherever the Heaven's Mirror Manor made a move, there would be an uproar. In just half a year, the Heaven's Mirror Manor had captured more than 100 spies, shocking the Nihility God universe and the Six Directions Association. Not only were they shocked by Lu Yin's methods, but they were also shocked by the number of spies. And this was only through Yi Jun and Qingfen. Who knew how many more were hidden behind the scenes? Lu Yin's reputation in the Nihility God universe continued to rise, and his words were absolute in the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Even Su Wuji would not oppose his decisions. In the Nihility God universe, on a rather bustling planet, a spacecraft constantly ascended and descended as alarms rang throughout the planet. "Young master, let's go. The people from the Heaven's Mirror Manor are coming this way," the old man said anxiously. A golden dagger floated above his shoulder. It was his Nihility God. In front of him, the youth's gaze was gloomy. "So what if they're coming? I'm not a spy. What's there to be afraid of?" "Young master, you're not a spy, but master is," the old man said anxiously. The youth suddenly turned around and glared at the old man. "Why didn't you stop father? He actually betrayed the humans and became a spy. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to kill us? If he didn't do that, the family would have been finished. How do you think we got this planet? This is the price master has to pay for becoming a spy. Let's go, young master." The old man grabbed the youth and was about to take him away, but the youth struggled free. "Where's father?" "Master, master." The old man was speechless. The youth's eyes flickered, and when he saw the old man's hesitant expression, he bitterly said, "He ran away, right?" The old man sighed. "He left me behind and ran away by himself. Had to think that I thought he cared about me." The youth was despondent, and he waved a hand. "You can leave too. Don't worry about me." The old man grabbed the youth again. "If you want to leave, you'll have to leave with young master. Let's go." The youth continued to struggle, but suddenly one spacecraft after another exploded, and Nihility God's power pressed down on him. The old man shuddered. It's still too late. In outer space, Lu Yin walked out with Guan Laoda, Suyu, and a group of cultivators from the Heaven's Mirror Manor behind him. Beams of light shot out. Guan Laoda frowned. "How dare you?" Nihility God's power swept out, causing all of the spacecraft to explode and the planet to tremble. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop him. "There's no mistake about this planet." He then looked in a certain direction and took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the youth. The youth's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. The pressure from the Nihility God's power blurred his vision. The old man hurriedly stood in front of the youth and knelt down to beg. "Mr. Shin 7, this has nothing to do with the young master. The spy was master's and it has nothing to do with the young master. Please let the young master off, I'm guilty as well." Suyu was not surprised. She had captured many spies during this period, and some of them had directly admitted to their crimes. Guan Laoda snorted. "Don't even think about escaping. I'll go capture them, Mr. Xian." Lu Yin nodded and Guan Laoda left. The youth stubbornly looked at Lu Yin. "I'm not a spy." "I know," Lu Yin replied. He then looked at the old man kneeling in front of him. "You're willing to sacrifice yourself for your son." The old man's eyes narrowed and his face paled. The youth frowned and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. "What did you say?" Lu Yin explained, "The one kneeling in front of me is your father, and the one who ran away is a fake. You're just a chess piece left behind by that person. It's an interesting setup, but unfortunately it's useless." The youth couldn't believe it and he looked at the kneeling old man. "Impossible, you're spouting nonsense." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "You want the one who ran away to be your father?" The youth's mind was in a mess and he didn't know what to do. The old man closed his eyes, feeling weak all over. Had he not been able to fool Lu Yin after all? Lu Yin looked outside. The spacecraft had exploded, the flames were burning and a few people were wailing. They didn't deserve any sympathy as they had done anything wrong. They were all the pawns of that spy. The youth's screams and the old man's despairing cries could be heard from behind him. Some people liked to act smart, whether it was the spy or the old man. The old man had hoped that his son would obtain good resources, and he had been willing to let his son become that person's son on the surface. That person had achieved his goal and so had the old man. Only the young man had suffered, but he had also enjoyed a lot over the years. Even though the others had been captured, if this youth hadn't betrayed the humans, then he would still have a chance to escape. With his current level of cultivation, it would be much better than being a wandering cultivator. There were gains and losses. The continuous capture of spies caused Xianqi's name to spread throughout the Six Paths Society. Lu Yin knew that the Eternals would definitely find a way to get rid of him, and he was looking forward to seeing what kind of power the Eternals had left behind in the Void God spacetime. Acting Manor Master, someone requests an audience, the butler reported respectfully. Who is it? Lu Yin looked at the list in his hand. All of the spies that he had infiltrated had been identified, and the next ones he captured would either have to continue infiltrating or be analyzed. Ku Jian from a spacetime continuum, the butler reported. Lu Yin put down the list. Please. Ku Jian quickly entered the red domain and arrived at the clock tower. Lu Yin didn't welcome him, and he simply stood at the top of the tower and looked down. This was the red domain, the heaven's reflection manor. Even though Ku Jian had the strength of a half-ancestor, he could only request an audience here and could not casually tear through the void to enter. This was a rule that even Void God Realm cultivators had to abide by, let alone someone from a spacetime continuum like Ku Jian. Ku Jian looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Ku Jian's expression was calm, but the depths of his eyes changed once more. He realized that every time he met Lu Yin's attitude would change. Initially, Lu Yin had looked down on him, but later on, they had cooperated and treated each other as equals. Now Lu Yin was the acting manor master of the Heaven's Reflection Manor and had Su Wuwei, Su Wuji, Su Heng and Su Lung as his backing. Even he Ran would have to change his attitude when meeting Lu Yin again. This person had single-handedly changed Lu Yin's attitude towards Ku Jian in an extremely short amount of time. Ku Jian took a deep breath and entered the clock tower, where the butler led him to Lu Yin. Senior should be here soon. Lu Yin smiled and invited Ku Jian to take a seat. Ku Jian smiled and politely replied, Sorry to disturb you, acting manor master. Lu Yin laughed. Senior, why are you being so formal? Please take a seat. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-28. Ku Jian nodded and sat down. He smiled. Acting Academy Master's name has spread throughout the Six Direction Society. Lady He Ran sent her regards. Thank you, Lady He Ran, Lu Yin smiled. The two chatted for a while before Ku Jian cut to the chase. Can Acting Academy Master recommend us to purchase resources from the Void God universe? Lu Yin replied, Didn't we agree on this before? Are you worried? Of course not, Ku Jian hurriedly replied. It wasn't that he was worried, but rather that He Ran was worried. Lu Yin's status had changed too quickly, and he had changed the status of the Heaven's Reflection Manor in the Void God universe. No one dared to offend the Heaven's Reflection Manor, and they were worried that Lu Yin would no longer care about them. He Ran was smart and she knew that Xianqi was no longer the same as before. She had once told Zijing that even if Xianqi entered the Void God universe and became a disciple of an extreme powerhouse, she would still have a way to deal with him. However, she didn't dare to say such a thing now, as Lu Yin didn't just have one extreme powerhouse backing him. There were 4 of them. Ku Jian had also come to test Lu Yin's attitude towards the Void God universe. He wanted to know if this person's attitude towards the Void God universe had changed. The result made him heave a sigh of relief, as this person hadn't changed at all. Although Lu Yin had put on airs, it was normal for him to maintain his status. Soon after, Lu Yin and Ku Jian left the Heaven's Reflection Manor and headed towards the Void Yang and Void Yin clans to trade for the two-colored soil. Ku Jian could sense that Lu Yin's cultivation had changed too much. Although he was shocked, he didn't ask any questions. Having an extreme powerhouse as a master was indeed different. Although Su Wuwei was only Lu Yin's guide, Lu Yin could use Tai Xian, so he was definitely Su Wuwei's disciple. Su Wuwei was an existence second only to the Void Master in the Void God universe. Ku Jian looked at Lu Yin with envy. When Lu Yin arrived, the Void Yang and Void Yin clans gave him a grand welcome. Su Heng and Su Lung even personally came out to give Lu Yin face. This allowed Ku Jian to see Lu Yin's status in the two clans. The two-colored soil trade went smoothly. Ever since Su Lung broke through to the Void Tai realm, the entire Void Yin tribe obeyed her every word. The animosity of the past had long disappeared. The Void Yang tribe and Void Yin tribe walked down the path of merging their powers even more easily. Now, they no longer referred to themselves as one tribe to the outside world. Instead they referred to themselves as two tribes. Su Lai had gone to the Six Direction Dojo at her own request. Su Ling did not stop her. She did not blame Su Lai for wanting to replace her. On the contrary, Su Lai was highly valued. Not everyone could go to the Six Direction Dojo as they wished. Su Lai was not at the Void Transformation Realm, but he could go to the Six Direction Dojo. After the two-colored soil transaction, Lu Yin and Ku Jian left the Void Yang and Void Yin tribes. Ku Jian's attitude towards Lu Yin became even more courteous, as this person's influence was simply too great. "Senior," Lu Yin called out. Ku Jian hurriedly replied, "Substitute Academy Master, please don't call me senior anymore. Just call me Ku Jian." "How can that be?" Lu Yin asked. Ku Jian smiled bitterly. "If I call you senior, again, how am I supposed to face Senior Su Heng and the others in the future?" Lu Yin nodded. "All right. Ku Jian, when will the trade in the primordial space take place?" Ku Jian replied, "If you have the time, I can do it now." "What about Zijing? Does she have time?" Lu Yin asked. Ku Jian replied, "Yes, I can go pick her up right now." "Then you can go pick her up. I'll go back to the primordial space myself." Just as Ku Jian was about to leave, Lu Yin suddenly asked, "How many people know that I came from the primordial space?" Ku Jian thought about it. "Not many. Lord He Ran, me, Lord He Shu and Lord Mo. Just the four of us." "Lord Mo? The powerhouse who was protecting Lord He Ran?" Lu Yin was curious. Ku Jian nodded. Lu Yin waved for Ku Jian to head to the transcending space while he himself headed to the Eternal Kingdom. He then used the Eternal Kingdom to return to the Fifth Mainland. When he returned to the Above the Sky sect, Lu Yin met with Lu Bujing and the others. He learned that the Fifth Mainland had not been doing much recently, and that Elder Chan was resisting the Forgotten Ruins deity in the Three Monarchs spacetime. Although it was dangerous, as long as Lord Luo did not want the Three Monarchs spacetime to be destroyed, he would do his best. Lu Yin wondered how Xia Xinji was doing. "There's something you need to take note of." Wang Wen opened his gadget and displayed the images of several people. "These people are from the Six Direction Association." Lu Yin was shocked. "The Six Direction Association?" Wang Wen nodded. "The power they use is completely different from any of the Fifth Mainland's cultivation systems. They're not very powerful, but they've never appeared in the Fifth Mainland before. They're also not from the Six Direction Association's six parallel spacetimes. They should be from another parallel spacetime, but they're working for the Six Direction Association. These people's cultivations aren't very high," Lu Yin commented. Wang Wen said, "That's the problem. It's not easy for the Six Direction Association to come to the Genesis space. According to what you said, the Three Monarch spacetimes did not directly come to our coordinates, and there are only a few people who can come to our Genesis space. With their cultivation, they shouldn't be able to catch the attention of those people, so why did they send them here? We've been watching them for a long time, but they haven't done anything. They're just like normal cultivators. From what I can see, they're just trying to adapt to life in the Genesis space." Lu Yin frowned. The Six Direction Association's attitude towards the Genesis space was not friendly, so these people definitely had a goal in mind. But what was it? "You didn't catch any of them and ask them?" "We did. That person told us everything. Their goal was to adapt to life in the Genesis space and nothing else." "Is that simple? It should be to let them adapt first. If there's any mission, they'll be given it later." Lu Yin said, "Then don't worry about them. I'll ask around about the Six Direction Association." This time, the transaction between transdimensional space and the Home of the Gods had been completed, and the Home of the Gods had obtained even more resources than the previous transaction. However, as the transaction was nearing its end, the Mirror God asked to go to transdimensional space to take a look, which was not an unreasonable request. The sect above heaven has already begun investigating the loss of resources. Although they haven't found any problems yet, something could happen at any time. Lu Yin asked, "Did Lu Yin order the investigation?" Taishan replied, "I specifically looked for Lu Yin some time ago, but he's been in seclusion all this time. It shouldn't be him investigating but either Lu Bujing or Wang Wen." Ku Jian's gaze turned cold. "Should we get rid of them?" Mirror God hurriedly said, "Please don't. These two stay in the sect above heaven all year round. The sect above heaven is not an ordinary place. Even half-ancestors can't return unless a progenitor intervenes." Killing intent flashed through Ku Jian's eyes. Resources were what transdimensional space valued the most, and he was specifically in charge of this area. He had received a death order that if there was a problem with the transaction, he would be in trouble. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Fortunately, the sect above heaven doesn't suspect anything. These resources are too little for the entire fifth mainland, and no matter how much they investigate, they won't be able to trace it back to the home of the gods. However, I believe that transdimensional space wants more than these resources. Kujian replied, of course, if possible, I want all of the primordial space's resources. Mirror God glanced at Lu Yin and whispered, that's why I want to go to transdimensional space to take a look. At the very least, I'll know what my backup plan is. Lu Yin replied, that's a reasonable request. Kujian, can you ask Master Hiran for permission? Kujian replied, there's no need for that. This is our second transaction, so we should naturally take them to take a look. Will acting potentate come with us or? Zijing interjected, let's go together. We haven't seen each other in a long time. There's too much going on at Heaven's Reflection Manor. Lu Yin was troubled. Zijing pursed her lips. Then I won't force you. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Forget it, it's time to rest. I'll go with you. Zijing smiled. All right. Kujian saw everything and then brought Lu Yin, Zijing, Mirror God, and Taishan to transdimensional space. Taishan hadn't spoken much before and after the transaction, but his relationship with Lu Yin was quite good and his status wasn't any lower than Mirror God's. Kujian didn't look down on him either. Lu Yin knew too little about transdimensional space. Even though he and Zijing had been captured and brought here, they had only been to a few places and spent most of their time fighting in the drifting cloud space. They didn't even have a basic understanding of transdimensional space. Under Kujian's guidance, Lu Yin finally experienced the local customs of transdimensional space and saw the prosperity of this cultivation civilization. Mirror God and Taishan also had their horizons broadened, especially when they saw the host of the feed technique. They were stunned speechless for a long time. Kujian was very satisfied with their shock, just like how the Six Directions Society viewed the primordial space. Although they had made a deal with each other and seemed to respect each other, Kujian had never cared about the home of the gods. Even if the home of the gods had a strange method of creating something out of nothing, it couldn't compare to the feed technique and the energy source. Kujian brought them around for a few days, but that wasn't enough time to understand transdimensional space. However, they only needed to understand one thing: transdimensional space's power. They saw the feed technique with their own eyes, displaying the destructive power of a half-ancestor. They also saw the energy source restore all energy to its original state. They also saw the feed technique create something similar to a spatial teleportation source box array. This was something that Lu Yin had never seen before. Transdimensional space's feed technique had displayed too many miraculous and powerful abilities, causing Mirror God and the others' expressions to change again and again. Lu Yin's understanding of transdimensional space had been too superficial, but only now did he understand a little. The power of feed can theoretically erase all living things. As long as enough matter is extracted from the source box, it can even destroy the universe, Kujian explained. He didn't want to show off in front of Mirror God and the others, but he wanted to tell Lu Yin that no matter how high his status was, he couldn't ignore transdimensional space. Transdimensional space was one of the Six Directions Society, and it was an incomparably powerful existence that wasn't any weaker than the Void God's universe. After showing off their power, Kujian wanted to take them to relax. The transdimensional space's favorite place was the Beast Arena. We develop and research cultivation techniques. We aren't good at cultivation, but we like to watch cultivators fight astral beasts. This is the best way for us to relax in transdimensional space. Acting Academy Master, please, Kujian introduced as he led Lu Yin to the largest beast arena. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 26-29. Lu Yin sat down and looked in front of him. This was the place where he had been sent to fight to the death, but at that time he had been fighting inside. Now he was watching from the Beast arena. There was a sea of people all around and cheers could be heard everywhere. The more civilized a person was, the more they needed a barbaric way to vent. Not only could they vent their stress, but they could also show their superiority. This was a barbaric civilization. To cultivators, this sort of beast arena was meaningless. They might fight every day, but in the hyperspace world they could only watch from here. How long has it been since I fought inside? Lu Yin asked as a beautiful woman dressed in revealing clothing served him. When she heard Lu Yin's question, she almost spilled the drink she had just poured. Mirror God and Taishan were shocked. The Tao Lord had fought there before? Kujian answered, more than 3 years. Lu Yin reminisced, 3 years. It doesn't seem like a long time, but it feels like a lifetime has passed. Ku Jian smiled. The acting academy master has reached his current position in just 3 years. Anyone who understands him would find it unbelievable. Lu Yin smiled. Even I find it unreal. On the Beast arena, one man and one beast fought fiercely. Lu Yin could clearly see the fear and despair in that person's eyes. Not too long ago, Lu Yin had also felt the same way, but he had fought his way out. He had started from Driftcharge Planet and started from the bottom, but this person had not been so lucky. The roars of the beasts and the cries of the people were quickly drowned out by the endless cheers. Countless people were clamoring about something, making a ruckus of excitement and excitement. Ku Jian had been observing Lu Yin the entire time, but his calm expression made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Why did that person fight? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Ku Jian replied, there are many reasons, whether it was a punishment or a willingness. If the acting academy master wants to know, I can get someone to ask. Lu Yin waved a hand. No need. He then paused and his lips curled up. Lord Hiran, do you like to watch these kinds of shows? Ku Jian had not expected Lu Yin to ask this, and he didn't know how to answer. Lu Yin smiled. If you don't know, then forget it. The final result was unexpected. That person actually survived. Even though he was in a miserable state and had lost 2 of his limbs, he was still alive. The moment he was carried off, his eyes shone with hope. He had not been punished, but rather had willingly fought. This victory should be able to exchange for something that could change his life. Everyone had their own path, and Lu Yin would not interfere with the choices of others, even if he could change that person's fate with a single sentence. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Was there really someone controlling all of this? Would that person feel pity when he saw this? At this moment, cheers once again erupted as another person entered the arena. That person's opponent was a gigantic bat-like creature that took up 1/3 of the beast arena, making it impossible for that person to escape. Lu Yin looked over and was surprised. Xia Wu. You know him? Zijing asked. Lu Yin nodded. Ku Jian, isn't he Xia Wu? Why would he choose men enter the beast arena? At this moment in the beast field, Xia Wu was trembling. He looked in horror at the giant beast that was struggling madly in front of him. His eyes were filled with despair. Ku Jian explained, the first batch of people to join the Hexagon training grounds has already left, and everyone has a position. Xia Wu and a few others were assigned to guard the research data, which was originally a very relaxed position. However, someone took advantage of the situation and destroyed the data, causing the research progress to slow down and waste at least a few years of their time. Lord Hiran ordered them to be thrown into the beast arena. Once they're released, they won't blame anyone if they die. Lu Yin looked at Zijing. Zijing explained, that data was recorded decades ago and we're going to redo the research. Lu Yin understood. Does the acting potentate know this Xia Wu? Ku Jian asked. Lu Yin replied, we've met once. Then what does the acting potentate mean? Ku Jian asked. Lu Yin replied, this is Lord Hiran's will. What can I mean? Ku Jian replied, if the acting potentate doesn't want Xia Wu to die here, just say the word, and Lord Hiran will give you face. Lu Yin smiled and didn't say anything. Xia Wu was doomed, and that bat beast wasn't something he could deal with. Although this person had a battle technique and might have an innate gift of wood, he relied on energy sources the most. Without that source, his power level would be greatly reduced, and it would be strange if he survived. He Shu hadn't protected him. Xia Wu's battle was much more exciting than the previous person's. He used the Stone Gate's 8 hands and Void God's strength, and even used a sneak attack to break one of the bat beast's teeth. He then used that tooth to use the Stone Jian and Roaming Dragon's flash, but his body was still bitten by the bat beast. It was only a matter of time before he died. There were obviously people outside the arena who didn't want him to die so quickly. Every time the bat beast tried to eat him, he would be dragged away. This kind of struggle between life and death was the most despairing. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Why don't they just let him die? Ku Jian answered, it's a rule of the beast arena. Once the cheers for a battle reach a certain level, the battle will continue until the cheers die down. It's to make the spectators excited and move the mood of the entire beast arena. Lu Yin looked around and saw that there were too many people cheering. The more Xia Wu struggled, the happier they were. Within the beast arena, Xia Wu coughed up blood as he slammed into the ground. A shadow loomed over him as the gigantic bat opened its mouth to bite him. Xia Wu's body was dragged out of the arena. The gigantic bat chomped down on the ground, but it didn't manage to eat him. The same scene played out over and over again, and Xiaowu gradually gave up struggling. He wanted to die, and he would rather die than endure this kind of torture. There was a thump as the ground shook and Xiaowu was dragged away again. He had already given up on struggling and the cheers died down. If he didn't struggle, how could others enjoy this? However, Xiaowu immediately started struggling again and the cheers grew louder. Lu Yin looked outside and saw that someone was threatening Xiaowu that if he gave up struggling, they would throw his sister into the beast arena. This made Xiaowu go crazy, and he vented his anger on the bat beast. The two fought again and the cheers grew louder and louder. How cruel. At that moment, a commotion came from behind. Lu Yin looked over and saw that it was Zuoyu. Zuoyu hadn't expected to see Lu Yin here, but her surprise only lasted for a moment. She was looking for Zijing. Get out! Kujian barked. Zuoyu shouted, please let my grandfather go. I'm willing to fight in the beast arena. It has nothing to do with my grandfather. Kujian's eyes widened and he was about to say something when Lu Yin said, let her do it. Kujian was stunned, but he didn't object and simply waved a hand. Zuoyu rushed in and knelt in front of Zijing. Lady Zijing, it's my fault that the information was damaged. I'm willing to fight in the beast arena, but please don't implicate my grandfather. He can't leave the decision-making team, please. Zijing said. This wasn't my decision. Zuoyu continued to plead, please, we can retest the information. Just say the word and my grandfather won't have to leave the decision-making team. Please. Kujian coldly replied, I've said what I needed to say. Get out and don't disturb the guests. Zuoyu, what's going on? When did you leave Sixth Direction Training Hall? Lu Yin asked. Zuoyu's body trembled, but he didn't look up as he continued to kneel on the ground. I, Xiaowu and a few others from Sixth Direction Training Hall were responsible for guarding the information. We're willing to accept any punishment, but please don't implicate my grandfather. He can't leave the decision-making team, or the family will be finished. I can die but nothing can happen to my grandfather. Please, Lady Zijing, I beg you. Zijing asked Lu Yin, did you get to know each other from Sixth Direction Training Hall? Lu Yin nodded, we're quite close. Zijing looked at Kujian, if I test it myself it won't take up much time. Can I help her? Kujian replied, I can ask Lady He Ran for help. Zuoyu was delighted, thank you Lady Zijing. Thank you Lord Shenqi. Thank you Lord Kujian. Lu Yin looked towards the beast arena, release that one as well. Kujian casually waved his hand and crushed the bat beast into pieces. Its blood splattered across the arena and dyed Xiaowu's entire body red. Xiaowu fell to the ground and looked in Kujian's direction, only to see Lu Yin there. Lu Yin smiled at him and left. This place was detestable. Hurry up and thank Acting Academy Master Shenqi. Without him you would have died today, Kujian berated Xiaowu. As he watched Lu Yin leave, Xiaowu slowly knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground. Thank you. The cheers in the beast arena stopped, and many cursed in dissatisfaction, hoping that Xiaowu would continue fighting. However, when Kujian's white energy soared into the sky, no one dared to say anything else. Lu Yin walked out of the beast arena and took a deep breath. The air outside was much better. Miragat Taishan, you've seen hyperspace. You can go back now, Lu Yin said. The two bid farewell to Kujian, who personally sent them back to the home of the gods. Zuoyu chased after them from the beast arena and thanked Lu Yin once more. Lu Yin was curious as he had learned from Zijing that hyperspace had a thorough analysis of spacetime. The cultivators from the drifting cloud space had hidden themselves to save Lu Yun, but hyperspace had seen everything. How had the information been destroyed? A spy, Zuoyu answered. Lu Yin understood. Every spacetime of the Hexagon Association had spies, and even hyperspace, who thought that it had a thorough analysis of its own spacetime, was no exception. With the everlasting race's methods, no matter how hard hyperspace searched, there would always be many spies. From Lu Yin's point of view, the cosmic tree space had far fewer spies than the Hexagon Association because the humble school was more efficient than the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Since it was done by a spy, it should have been handed over to the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Why should you bear the responsibility? Lu Yin asked. Zuoyu answered, the council can't blame the Heaven's Reflection Manor, so they can only punish us. Grandpa was willing to leave the council so that I wouldn't be punished. What about Xiaowu? Isn't he one of He Shu's people? Why is he so pitiful? Lu Yin asked. Zuoyu glanced at Lu Yin. Other than us, there's also He Shu guarding the information. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he laughed. Xiaowu had taken all the blame for He Shu, so it was no wonder that he was in such a miserable state. However, he definitely hadn't done it willingly. No wonder he was so resentful. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2630. Did you just say that the council can't blame the heaven's reflection manner? Luin suddenly asked. Zuoyu replied, our spacetime is very special because we believe that we can analyze the entire spacetime and detect any external intrusion. Thus, we rely on cultivation techniques for both combat and investigation. The heaven's reflection manner's master is the Yu family's head, Yu Feng. The Yu family directly delegated the task of searching for spies to all bearers of the heaven's reflection manner and the monitoring system. This makes it so that even though the heaven's reflection manner exists, it's practically non-existent. However, due to the monitoring system spread throughout spacetime, it's practically everywhere. Relying on the monitoring system, we've caught many corpse kings, which is worthy of the heaven's reflection manner's name. However, spies are very difficult to catch because they're all our own people. No matter how powerful the monitoring system is, it's impossible to identify them. The Yu family is in charge of the heaven's reflection manner? No wonder the council doesn't dare to blame them. Luin finally understood. The Yu family was a behemoth in spacetime, and the Yu family's ancestor was the one who had developed the heaven's reflection manner. This technique was one of the most powerful cultivation techniques in spacetime, and even now, the Yu family was still the one who understood the technique the most. Even though they only had one seat in the council, they didn't need that seat since the council couldn't control them. Luin had learned a long time ago that although the council seemed to be in charge of spacetime, it was actually just a tool to help determine who would win between He Ran and Bai Qian. Before He Ran and Bai Qian, the council had always been in charge of such matters, but they still had a lot of power on the surface. They wouldn't dare to blame the Yu family even if they had 10 times the courage. Since the heaven's reflection manner's master was Yu Feng, it meant that he could use the black energy source, which meant that he was a progenitor. Such powerhouses were extremely rare in spacetime. Luin hadn't expected the heaven's reflection manner to be like this in spacetime, but what would it be like in the wood spacetime and reincarnation spacetime? Compared to spacetime, the heaven's reflection manner in the void god spacetime was much more normal. Could Jian return not long after? Luin asked him to lead the way as he wanted to see He Ran. It was still the same staircase with blooming flowers that served as a foil for the most beautiful woman. He Ran looked down at Luin from above. Luin respectfully saluted her, Lady He Ran. He Ran smiled, Xianqi, I told you before that you don't need to bow when you see me. You're about the same age as my younger brother, He Shu, so you can just call me Sister Ran. Zi Jing hurriedly stopped him. No, how can you do that? It's too offensive. He Ran replied, if I say it's okay then it's okay. Luin smiled. Since that's the case, I'll call you Sis Ran from now on. I've been wanting to call you that for a while now, but I was afraid that you'd be angry. How could that be? Having a younger brother like you, I feel proud too. He Ran smiled. Luin raised his head and openly looked at He Ran. The first time they had met, his actions had angered He Ran, and she had forced him to kneel. Now, when she met his gaze again, He Ran had a faint smile on her face. Her pure and beautiful face was imprinted in Lu Yin's eyes. Even though Luin had seen many beauties before, He Ran still stunned him. The first time he had looked up, he had seen a pair of perfect legs that were dazzlingly white. What had left the deepest impression on him had been her eyes that sparkled like stars. They were so beautiful and flawless that he had forgotten to look at her face. His entire mind had been filled with those eyes, and he had been at a loss when he had been scolded by her pleasant voice. Now, when he looked at He Ran's face that was hidden in the air, a phrase suddenly appeared in his mind. That face satisfies all human fantasies. He Ran was a perfect woman. She was perfect in every way a woman should be. She was so perfect that it shouldn't exist. It was as if the word woman was created for her. If there was really a creator who created humans, perhaps she would be the creator's most perfect masterpiece. Bai Qian was beautiful, but her beauty was completely different from He Ran's. One was a woman's beauty that could turn everything soft and gentle, while the other was a woman's beauty that could control everything. If the two of them were placed on a battlefield, He Ran would definitely not survive for more than a second, while Bai Qian might even be able to dominate the battlefield. However, if one were to compare her purely as a woman, Bai Qian was far inferior to He Ran. She was a woman, a perfect woman. She did not need to embellish or add anything. She was a woman and she was only a woman. Humans seemed complex and they could cultivate, develop technology, practice techniques, myths and civilizations. However, at the end of the day they could only be divided into two types: men and women. Regardless of whether it was business, cultivation, war or lies, they were all competitions between people. He-Ran was the embodiment of perfection in a woman. Lu Yin's reaction satisfied He-Ran. Very few people could look at her directly, not only because of her status, but also because she hated the way people looked at her. What right did they have to look at her? She was a lowly piece of trash and she felt that looking at her was blasphemy. However, Lu Yin was different. He was extremely talented, had an extremely powerful master, and was in charge of the heaven's reflection manor. His achievements and abilities were enough to make He-Ran look up to him, and this gaze gave him the right to raise his head. Look, if you look at me, any other woman will pale in comparison. He-Ran's lips curled up as she looked at Lu Yin. Her sparkling eyes were abnormally bright. You should be ashamed of yourself. Lu Yin lowered his head. He-Ran was even more satisfied. No one could look at her without bowing their head. She was the future ruler of ultra spacetime. How could Bai Qian compete with her? Lu Yin did indeed lower his head, but it wasn't out of shame. Instead, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist taking this woman away. Such a beautiful woman made him think that if the Above Heaven sect had such a perfect image, how many people would want to join? Looking at such a woman every day was pleasing to the eye. Sister Ran, I'm here to ask for forgiveness, Lu Yin said. He-Ran didn't understand. Ask for forgiveness? Lu Yin explained, I personally interfered and released Zui Yu and Xia Wu so that they wouldn't be punished for having their data destroyed. Ku Jian stepped forward and respectfully said, My lord, this subordinate agreed without permission. Zi Jing said, My lord, this subordinate is willing to redo the experiment and restore the data. He-Ran laughed, I thought it was something big. You don't have to tell me such a small matter, just let Ku Jian do it. Shenqi, you and He Shu are both brothers in my heart. You don't have to be reserved in ultra space-time in the future. You can do whatever you want. Lu Yin smiled, Thank you, Sister Ran. He then asked, Is the two-colored soil and other resources enough? If not, I'll get more. Zi Jing replied, If not, continue the trade. Get as much as you can. Alright, I understand. Lu Yin took it upon himself to take care of everything. He-Ran smiled faintly, satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. She could tell that this person was very excited. Being able to call her sister was something that many people begged for. Even if some of them were older than her, it didn't matter. Once they called her sister, they would be tainted with a trace of perfection. Work hard, and these people would think of ways to obtain her approval and praise. Xianqi was no exception. Lu Yin didn't stay long at He-Ran's place as it wasn't a good place to chat. Ku Jian led him away. Even now, Lu Yin still didn't know where He-Ran's staircase was. Since Uncle Imo was there, he didn't use his domain to investigate, but he would find out one day. Sister Ran? Lu Yin looked back. Interesting, I'll make you call me Seventh Bro one day. Lu Yin originally wanted to head to the Void God Spacetime, but he received an invitation from Zui Yu's family to be their guest. Zui Yu's grandfather, Zui Yu, is a very capable person. Their family isn't a big one, but Zui Yu started out as an ordinary person and eventually joined the decision-making team. He's one of the few people who joined the decision-making team as a commoner, Ku Jian told Lu Yin, implying that it was up to him to accept the invitation since Zui Yu was just an ordinary person. There were nobles and commoners in the hyperspace dimension. Zui Yu was a noble because her grandfather was a member of the decision-making team. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become a noble. It would be impolite if I didn't go. Ku Jian, please take me to their house. Ku Jian nodded and didn't say anything else as he led Lu Yin to Zui Yu's family. Lu Yin didn't know how big the hyperspace dimension was, but he knew that there were teleportations everywhere in the hyperspace dimension. They had really analyzed their own spacetime thoroughly. There weren't that many teleportation devices in the Inception space, and only the Astral Combat Academy had some. Zui Yu's residence wasn't big, and only Zui Yu and her grandfather welcomed Lu Yin. We're the only ones living in our residence. Her parents died on the battlefield and everyone else has been sent out. Please don't blame us, Mr. Shenqi, Zui Yu said politely. Lu Yin replied, You're too polite. I'm very grateful for your invitation. Zui Yu was solemn, I'm the one thanking you, Mr. Shenqi. If it weren't for you, I would have already left the decision-making team. It's not that I'm attached to the decision-making team, but that I've offended too many people. Once I leave, Zui Yu and the others will be in dire straits. Thank you again, Mr. Shenqi. Zuiyu bowed as well. Thank you, Mr. Xianqi. Luyin helped Zuiyu up. I've known Zuiyu for a while, so we're considered friends. Zuiyu sighed. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay your kindness. I'm ashamed. Luyin smiled. It's nothing. If you're still so polite, I'll leave. I'm not used to it. Ah, you're right. Mr. Xianqi, please. Zuiyu beamed as she looked at Luyin. Their first meeting felt like a dream. Who would have thought that the person who had been accepted as a follower by Muto would have reached such heights? If she had known earlier, she would have blushed and hurriedly followed. Zuiyu was a cheerful person who spoke without hesitation. He often lamented about injustice, and it would be strange if he didn't offend someone like that. Luyin had come to understand more about hyperspace through Zuiyu. Zhuagong explained a lot about hyperspace. Perhaps he was drunk, but he said a lot of things that were considered confidential. For example, on the surface there were 30 white energy sources stored in hyperspace, but in fact, there were 70 of them. These white energy sources were equivalent to the strength of a half-ancestor, which meant that hyperspace could create 70 half-ancestor powerhouses in the shortest amount of time. This number shocked Luyin. Thank you for your support, brothers, thank you so much. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2631. How many half-ancestors were there in Heaven's path? Even the Cosmic Tree sect might not reach this number, and the three monarchs might not even have 20 half-ancestors. Even the Void God spacetime and the Wood spacetime might not have this number. Although the white energy source's power should not be a match for a normal half-ancestor, this number was still terrifying. And this is just the white energy source. Do you know how many black energy sources we have? Zhuagong was so drunk that he couldn't even speak properly. Zuiyu hurriedly supported him. Grandfather, you're drunk. Go back and rest. Zuiyu smiled. Grandpa isn't drunk. Zuiyu smiled apologetically at Luyin. Luyin looked at Zuiyu curiously. How many? He did not care if the old man was drunk or not. Everyone was well aware of that. 10, Zuiyu said. Luyin's expression changed. 10 black energy sources represented 10 powers that could rival a progenitor. However, on the surface, Zuiyu only had 5, and Zuiyu had hidden half of them. The power of 10 progenitors surpassed the number of powerhouses in the Void God spacetime. Even if Su Heng and Su Lung broke through to the Void Realm at the same time, the Void God spacetime still did not have 10. This was the power of Zuiyu. Luyin was shocked by Zuiyu's hidden strength, but Zuiyu's explanation was simple. Zuiyu was the best at finding parallel spacetime, and once he found a suitable one he would analyze the energy and create an energy source. After countless years, Zuiyu had used up a lot of black energy sources, but there were still quite a few left. There were even more white energy sources, and there were even more energy sources below that. When the 6 direction training grounds were established, the 3 monarch spacetime seemed to be the most active, but in reality, Zuiyu is the same. We have many energy sources but not many people can use them. As a result, a lot of energy can't be used and can only be used for research. Grandpa, you're really drunk. Zuiyu was worried. Zuiyu had said so much, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Luyin did not continue on this topic as he already knew enough. This was Zuiyu's way of thanking Zuiyu for saving his life, and asking any more questions would be insatiable. They chatted casually for the rest of the time and Zuiyu was sober. Luyin stayed at Zuiyu's residence for a day before leaving. As for the matter of the Heaven's Reflection Manor, the public servant also spoke quite a bit about it. The Heaven's Mirror Prefecture's prefecture master was Yu Feng, not because the Yu family had fought for it. Instead, it was because the decision-making team wanted to divide the Yu family's power. Rather than saying that it was the decision-making team, it was more accurate to say that it was the real ruler of Transdimensional. That ruler was the source of the competition between He Ran and Bai Qian. He was the person who had established the decision-making team and was also the person at the helm of Transdimensional. The hegemon was the creator of the energy source cultivation technique. Hyperspace was supported by 2 major cultivation techniques. One was the energy source and the other was the art of bestowment. The art of bestowment was the Yu clan, and the energy source was the sovereign. Luyin never mentioned that ruler to anyone, as he had long since learned of the ruler's existence from Bai Qian. He raised his head and stared at the starry skies. When would that sovereign appear? Outside the manor, a figure was standing in a corner. When Luyin walked out, the figure hurriedly appeared and knelt in front of him, kowtowing heavily. Thank you. This person was Xie Wu. Lu Yin looked at Xie Wu kneeling in front of him. It was just convenient. Xie Wu kowtowed again. Thank you. He kowtowed one after another, causing the ground to resound with a heavy thud. His words of thanks grew heavier and heavier. If I were you, I would return to He Shu's side. At least that would be a guarantee. Lu Yin looked deeply at Xie Wu and then left. Xie Wu knelt for a long time before getting up, his eyes filled with a bone-deep hatred for He Shu. Lu Yin tore through the void and left hyperspace, but he didn't return to the void god spacetime. Instead, he went to the Eternal Kingdom where he returned to the fifth mainland and returned to Earth. The sea breeze blew past, and seagulls flew under the blue sky, their cries relaxing. A beautiful figure lay calmly under a large parasol, drinking fruit juice. There was no one around. This was actually a deserted island. Lu Yin walked over. How long have you been here? The figure looked up and took off her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face. It was Bai Qian. Just arrived. How long has it been since you last came back? Lu Yin asked with a smile. He lay down on the other side and took a sip of his fruit juice. Many years, Bai Qian replied. Lu Yin looked at the sea and stretched comfortably. You're not someone who misses home, but it must feel different to be back. Bai Qian put down her fruit juice. That's all? How's the situation? Not good, I'm considered eliminated. Iran is very happy. Eliminated, the only way to turn defeat into victory is to cheat. That's why I've been helping you cheat. You're helping yourself. But I'm not confident about that mysterious ruler. I met the Void Master in the Void God spacetime, and he's someone who interacted with Wu Tian. The ruler of hyperspace shouldn't be too far off. Bai Qian looked at Lu Yin. Scared? Lu Yin smiled. I'm also the Tao master of a sect in the primordial space. What's there to be afraid of? I just can't make a mistake, or the entire Six Direction Society will attack me. Bai Qian replied, as long as you control the decision-making team, you can beat He Ran. Lu Yin laughed. Are you really that naive? That ruler's decisions can't be completely controlled by the decision-making team. That's why there's one thing that's very important. Bai Qian looked at Lu Yin seriously. I need you to blaspheme He Ran. Lu Yin was stunned. What did you say? Bai Qian repeated. I can do everything else, but this is the only thing that's very troublesome. Only you can do it. Help me blaspheme He Ran. She then looked at the surface of the sea. That ruler is obsessed with cleanliness just like this calm sea. If a foreign object appears on the surface of the sea, it will be destroyed without hesitation. He Ran is the sea in that person's heart, and I'm just a small river. That's why I never had any hope of winning, and that's why those people only care about He Ran. But if He Ran is blasphemed, then it's the same as a foreign object appearing on the sea. It's not something that person can tolerate. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Then you haven't considered my feelings? Bai Qian was astonished as this expression almost never appeared on her face. Isn't that what you want? Iran is a perfect woman. Lu Yin looked away. He had to admit that this woman was perfect, so perfect that he wanted to capture her and place her in the above heaven sect as a mascot. But how could he blaspheme her? Don't tell me you don't know how to do it. Bai Qian felt strange. Lu Yin replied, of course. Tell me. There's no need. I'll teach you? Lu Yin was speechless. Are you sure? Bai Qian met Lu Yin's gaze, her gaze calm. As long as you wish. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qian's calm gaze and suddenly raised a hand to pull her head closer to him. At this moment, the two were so close that they could feel each other's breathing. Bai Qian's gaze remained calm, without any ripples, and even her breathing did not change. For a full 3 minutes, the two maintained this posture, neither of them moving. Finally, Lu Yin released his hand. I remember what Bai Shui said when she mentioned you. She said that you had a face that could make the rainbow pale in comparison, a military strategist like Zhuge Liang, the heart of an empress, and a genius in the way of the sword. He paused. However, you abandoned her and Earth. I didn't care at the time, but now it seems like you're just as she said. In your eyes there's only your goal and nothing else. Bai Qian put on her sunglasses. Disappointed? Lu Yin smiled. No, I'm just relieved. But I'm worried about you. Bai Qian stood up, her long hair cascading down her back as she gave off a delicate fragrance. If we work together we can obtain everything we want from hyperspace, but we can't change that person's mind. Blaspheming He Ran is necessary and only you can do that. Train hard and it'll be nice to have a relationship when you have time. Lu Yin shook his head as he had actually been underestimated. This woman was too calm like a block of ice. Even in the face of death she would not react much. Such people were the most terrifying. Have a relationship? He rubbed his cosmic ring, wondering when he would be able to save Yen'er. Lu Yin did not stay on Earth for long and returned to the Void God spacetime, returning to the Red Domain. He returned to the Red Domain to capture spies, and he also asked Suyu to introduce him to Lele. Why are you looking for Lele? Suyu stared at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with caution. Lu Yin sat down. I'm not looking for you, Lele. I want to talk to the Yu family through her. Suyu was suspicious. She's a very innocent girl. Don't lie to her. Lu Yin raised a brow. Do I look like someone who would lie to her? What else? Suyu sized Lu Yin up again. The methods that Lu Yin had used to capture Yi Jun and Qingfen were all lies, and in Suyu's heart, he was basically a swindler. Although Lu Yin had forcefully resisted the pressure of Reverend Lotus' disciple and changed her opinion of him, she would still call him a swindler for the rest of his life. All right, hurry up and contact her, Lu Yin said impatiently. Suyu snorted and went to contact Lele. Soon after, she said, Lele should be researching something. Just wait, it'll take a long time. What could she be researching? Lu Yin thought that Suyu was lying to him. Suji's voice rang out. Lele is publicly acknowledged as a genius, and no one in the entire spacetime would dare to claim that they can surpass her in the art of bestowment. The Yu family has never had a female heir since ancient times, but Lele made history and forced the Yu family to make her the heir. She's that powerful? Lu Yin had only wanted to contact the Yu family, and he recalled what he had seen at the pavilion in the Reincarnation Tao Academy. Suyu and Lele had an extremely good relationship, and he had wanted to use her to contact the Yu family. He had not expected Lele to be so powerful. Suji said, Lele is very smart and even he Shu has to admit that. If you really want to trick her, then you should give up. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I just want to talk to the Yu family. They control the heaven's reflection manner, so perhaps we can work together across realms. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2632. Cross Realms? Suji and Suyu did not understand. Lu Yin solemnly said, Spies are the greatest threat to the entire human race. We've already gotten rid of many spies in the Void God spacetime, but it's hard for us to make any breakthroughs. Why don't we think of a way to help other parallel spacetimes get rid of spies? Suji's eyes lit up. Contact Lele as soon as possible. Suyu nodded and glanced at Lu Yin suspiciously. Is this for real? Regardless of whether Lu Yin was telling the truth or not, it would be a good thing for Suji if he could search for spies in the hyperspace. Spies brought too much harm to the human race. However, contacting Lele was not that simple. Suyu kept trying, but they were separated by parallel spacetimes. She needed someone to send a message to the hyperspace before she could contact Lele. Lele was still immersed in his cultivation or something else, so it was not that easy to contact him. Lu Yin waited for several days, but Lele did not contact him. Instead, Su Xiangyin contacted him. The two had not met since Su Xiangyin had returned to the Hexagon training grounds. However, Su Xiangyin was especially concerned about news of Lu Yin, especially when Su Lai and the others from the Void God spacetime had entered the Hexagon training grounds and brought news of Lu Yin. This made Su Xiangyin want to meet Lu Yin even more, but he had to wait for the results of the trial in the origin space. 99th? Lu Yin blinked. There's an order? Su Xiangyin came to Heaven's Mirror Manor to meet Lu Yin and brought him the results of the trial. Lu Yin had officially obtained a seat in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party and was ranked 99th. Of course there's an order. Otherwise, how can the seats of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party be so random? What if you randomly sit in front of an extremely powerful senior? It's easy to offend them, Su Xiangyin explained. Lu Yin smiled. I see. He then thought of the Yuan sage. Back then, the Yuan sage had asked him to fight to the death at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Perhaps he could have obtained a seat, but if that was the case, then he would have one seat in Xianqi, which meant that he would have 2 seats. What should he do? Regardless of how the Grand Empyreans would react, everyone else would probably hate him. With your cultivation and fame during the trial, it's already a blessing for you to obtain a seat. Why do you care about the order? Su Xiangyin. Lu Yin replied, Of course I don't care about the order. I'm just curious. Su Xiangyin looked at the ruined city outside the clock tower. I didn't think that after we parted at the Su Pass, you would actually join the Heaven's Reflection Manor. When Yun told me I couldn't believe it, but fortunately you did well. Lu Yin replied, This junior has offended a disciple of Venerable Lotus. Su Xiangyin waved his hand. We wouldn't dare offend a disciple of Venerable Lotus, but to you being a disciple of Venerable Lotus isn't a big deal. You are Senior Su Wuwei's subordinate, and you also have Senior Su Wuji, Senior Su Heng and Senior Su Lung. Su Xiangyin's expression became somewhat strange. You have 4 virtual Tai realm experts standing behind you. Even if Venerable Lotus personally came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But Xianqi, if you meet the disciples of the Lotus Sage in the outer world, you have to be careful. You have to be respectful. No matter what grudges you have with the disciples of the Lotus Sage, it's best if you can resolve them. After all, you will definitely go to the boundless battlefield in the future. The disciples of the Lotus Sage have a great influence there. Luyin nodded. This junior understands. I don't wish to offend a disciple of Venerable Lotus. Su Xiangyin had come mainly to tell Lu Yin about the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. To them, this was the most important matter, but Lu Yin had already forgotten about it. Wait, what else had he forgotten? Lu Yin. He suddenly thought of something but then forgot about it. It had to be very important. What had happened recently? He thought about it for a long time and finally remembered that he had forgotten to ask Bai Qian for Starsabil's invitation. He sighed as he had missed such a good opportunity on Earth. He would have to wait until the next time they met. 3 days after Su Xiangyin left, Su Yu successfully contacted Yu Lele. Do you want to talk to Lele personally, or do you want to find a middleman? I'll talk to her personally, Lu Yin replied. I guessed it. Su Yu calculated the time. Let's do it tomorrow. The person who's closest to here will arrive tomorrow. You can go to the hyperspace with him. Once you're there, use this cloud connection stone to contact Lele. He accepted the stone. Thank you, little Yu. Su Yu blushed. Who told you to call me little Yu? She then quickly left. Su Ji had been nearby and when he saw this scene, he glanced at Lu Yin. You two are not suitable. Lu Yin was speechless. The next day, a person from a hyperspace arrived and brought Lu Yin to the hyperspace with an energy tear. After arriving, Lu Yin tried to contact Yu Lele with the cloud connection stone. Not long after, Yu Lele's unkempt appearance appeared on the screen. His hair was messy, and it looked like he hadn't been washed for dozens of days. His eyes were unfocused and his pupils were white. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like he was about to die. Lu Yin was stunned. Hello, I'm Xianqi. Yu Lele found a spectacle frame but there were no lenses. He adjusted it. Oh, it's you. Little Yu said that you were looking for me. What's the matter? I want to talk to your father. Yu Lele scratched his hair, causing white bits to fall down. Lu Yin raised his brows. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. You want to talk to my father? Why are you looking for me? I can't contact him directly, Lu Yin said. Yu Lele scratched her hair again and yawned. Wait, I'll wash my face and talk to you. She then ended the call. Lu Yin looked at the cloud connection stone. Was this woman really the smartest genius? It wasn't impossible. The more talented they were, the stranger they were. Just because no one could understand their worldview didn't mean that it was wrong. Not long after, the cloud connection stone's screen opened, and Yu Lele appeared. She was much more spirited this time, and her eyes weren't as white as before. Xianqi, are you there? I'm here. Lu Yin looked at the screen. Yu Lele asked seriously, what identity will you use to meet my father? Will you be Xianqi or the master of the Heaven's Reflection Hall? Is there a difference? Lu Yin asked. Yu Lele answered, the difference is whether or not I'll keep your identity a secret. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Heaven's Reflection Hall Master. Yu Lele nodded. Alright, I'll keep your identity a secret. She then took out another cloud connection stone. Wait, what if I meet your father in my own capacity? Lu Yin asked. Yu Lele answered, you have a good relationship with Iran, so if you meet my father as yourself, I'll make this matter public. You can think about the results yourself. Lu Yin stared at Yu Lele. This woman was interesting. Another screen opened and a stern-looking middle-aged man appeared. His hair was completely white, and he had an aura that didn't match his appearance. Father, this person is looking for you. Yu Lele pointed at the screen. The middle-aged man looked over and met Lu Yin's gaze. Xianqi. Junior Xianqi greets Senior Yu Feng. Lu Yin smiled. The middle-aged man was the head of the Yu family, Yu Feng, and also the master of the Heaven's Reflection Hall. He was in charge of a colossus like the Yu family, and even Iran had to be wary of him. What identity will you use to meet me? Lu Yin was amused. This father and daughter were really close and they even asked the same questions. Father, I've already asked this question, Amusement said. Yu Fang grunted and looked at Lu Yin. What is it? Lu Yin was solemn. I'm sure you've heard about what happened to this junior in the Void God space. May I know if I have the opportunity to go there? To catch spies? Yu Fang asked. Lu Yin replied, I'll try. Spies are the greatest threat to humanity. Not long ago, I heard that some data in the Heavens Reflection Hall was destroyed. This sort of thing should happen quite often in the Heavens Reflection Hall. Although it won't cause too much damage, it could still cause a delay. If possible, this junior would like to help. Have you caught all the spies in the Void God space? Yu Fang asked. Lu Yin replied, Of course not. Why do you want to come to the Heavens Reflection Hall to catch spies? Are you looking down on our efficiency? More or less. Eulele looked up at Lu Yin. You're so honest. Lu Yin smiled. It's just the truth. If the Yu family had tried their best to catch spies, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Since the Yu family isn't willing to do it, this junior is more than willing to do it for you. Yu Fang said, It seems like you know quite a bit about the Heavens Reflection Hall. You must have learned about it through our staff. I can't hide anything from you, senior. Yu Fang sneered. If you enter the Heavens Reflection Hall, then you won't be able to hide anything from me. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This junior doesn't need to monitor the Heavens Reflection Hall. I don't need anything from the Heavens Reflection Hall. I just need the Yu family's support. Yu Fang was confused. Then what are you after? Eulele stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Don't find excuses. A suitable reason can indeed lower our guard, but if it's too suitable, then it won't be suitable. Lu Yin looked at Yu Fang and then at Eulele. Catch spies. Yu Fang and Eulele snickered, clearly not believing him. Lu Yin continued, I don't care if you believe me or not, but I'm planning to catch spies. In any case, the Heavens Reflection Hall has analyzed the Heavens Reflection Hall, so I won't be able to escape your control once I enter. What are you worried about? Yu Fang snorted. I'm worried that you're colluding with that woman he ran to destroy the Yu family. I'm worried that you'll use the Heavens Reflection Hall's name to do something to the Yu family. There are many things that I'm worried about. Xianqi, you have such a good relationship with Iran, so what do you think I'm worried about? Lu Yin sighed. Everyone says that the Yu family is smart, but you're too smart. You're always looking ahead, but you can't see further than that. If I'm really working with Iran to do something to you, then you should welcome me into the Heavens Reflection Hall. Only by making a move can you counter it. If I don't do anything, then are you going to keep on your guard? That's why I'm willing to let you come. The Yu family will officially send an invitation to Xianqi from the Heavens Reflection Hall. We're inviting you to come to the Heavens Reflection Hall and capture spies in the Heavens Reflection Hall. I want to see what you're planning to do, Yu Fang said. Eulele smiled with interest. It's too boring to keep researching cultivation techniques. I hope that you're planning something, or else my father's efforts will go to waste. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2633. Just an invitation is enough? What about the decision-making team? Lu Yin asked. Yu Fang replied, The Heavens Reflection Manor doesn't need the approval of the decision-making team. The Six Directions Guild is actually one entity, so even if we didn't invite you, you still have the right to come and help us investigate the spies. There's no need to say so much to me, it's all nonsense. Lu Yin frowned. There was such a thing? He had been too careless, no wonder Yu Fang had agreed. It was as if he had been provoked, but he couldn't refuse from the start. He had only said so much to test Lu Yin. The father and daughter had tacitly tested each other at the same time. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. These two were difficult to deal with. Right, let Lele follow you. She's too innocent and needs to experience the darkness of human nature, Yu Fang suddenly said. Eulele was shocked. Father, what are you saying? Follow who? Follow Xianqi, of course. He's even tricked spies, there's no one more sinister than him, Yu Fang said naturally. Lu Yin was displeased. Senior, I'm doing this for the sake of humanity. You're going overboard. I'm not going, I want to study cultivation techniques, Eulele objected. Yu Fang tried to tempt her. This Xianqi is definitely plotting something. Find out if you can. You can relax a little while studying cultivation techniques. Eulele was moved. Lu Yin ended the call. This father and daughter were too arrogant. Were they arrogant or conceited? Even Ran couldn't casually provoke them. The Yu family had created the bestowment technique, and their attitude was proof of their foundation. They had the confidence to disregard everything. Lu Yin suddenly developed a strong interest in the Yu family. He couldn't stay in the hyperspace for too long as he would be easily monitored. Lu Yin returned to the Void God spacetime, and when he returned to the Red Domain he suddenly thought of something. Where's the crazy old man? He hadn't seen the old man this time, so he immediately tried to contact him, but Yun Tongshi couldn't be reached. Lu Yin looked for the housekeeper and the others, but they couldn't contact the crazy old man either. No one knew where he had gone. The housekeeper thought of Gui-san, who was usually on good terms with the crazy old man in the heavens reflection manner. Gui-san came to Lu Yin not knowing what to say. Lu Yin frowned. You know where the crazy old man went? Master. He said that if he doesn't return in 10 days I'll tell you. I'll tell you now, Lu Yin said. In order to bring Qingfen back, the crazy old man had exposed his void transformation realm cultivation. This was something that Guan Laoda and the others had not known about, and the crazy old man had also said that he would be easily captured if he was exposed. Lu Yin had promised to protect him, and he did not want to go back on his word. He had also been curious as to who had been able to capture the crazy old man and scare him into hiding his cultivation. Now it seemed like something had really happened. Gui-san took Lu Yin to find the crazy old man, and Lu Yin hoped that nothing would happen to him. Normally, a void transformation realm cultivator wouldn't get into trouble so easily, and the crazy old man was currently a member of the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Although the Heaven's Mirror Manor had a bad reputation, it wasn't something that just anyone could deal with. Lu Yin asked, looking at Gui-san. Just now I saw his descendants but Master Hua wasn't there. Who would want to capture him? Lu Yin asked. Gui-san had a bitter expression on his face. Acting Palace Master, I really don't know. Lord Crazy didn't say anything. He just often laments about life and talks about dying at any moment. I've asked him a few times but he never said anything. Lu Yin frowned. Does he have a grudge with a virtual realm powerhouse? Gui-san was shocked. Virtual realm? Did a virtual realm powerhouse act against him? I'm asking you. I don't know. In fact, there are only a few virtual tie layer cultivators in the virtual god universe. If the person who captured Master Crazy is really a virtual tie layer cultivator, you might as well ask the Mansion Master. Maybe the Mansion Master knows that Master Crazy was recruited by the Mansion Master. Lu Yin immediately contacted Su Wuji. A while later, Su Wuji arrived with a gloomy expression. Gui-san, go back first. Gui-san knew that he couldn't listen to what was about to happen, and he didn't want to hear it either. He hurriedly left. Self-preservation was the most important thing. After Gui-san left, Su Wuji sighed. He was still captured. What happened? Which virtual realm powerhouse captured Master Maniac? Do they have a grudge? Lu Yin asked. He knew most of the virtual realm powerhouses in the Void God universe, and he had even met the Void Master before. He didn't think that any virtual realm powerhouse would act against Master Maniac. Su Wuji replied, he's not an enemy, but there are some rules that cannot be broken. He broke them and so did I. It's troublesome. Master, I told him to reveal his cultivation and said that I would protect him. Please tell me what exactly happened, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Su Wuji took out some drinks and handed one to Lu Yin, who accepted it. You should have heard of the new inn, Su Wuji said. Lu Yin was surprised. The one at the front lines? Su Wuji nodded. Master Maniac escaped from the new inn, and the one who captured him was the owner of the new inn. Revenge. Lu Yin understood, so that was the case. The new inn was located at the front lines of the war between the Void God universe and the Eternals. As its name suggested, it was an inn that could accommodate anyone as long as they hadn't betrayed humanity. Once they entered, their past grievances would be cleared, and no one from the Void God universe could enter to seek revenge. Otherwise, they would have to face the owner's revenge. Cho Chio was in the virtual realm, and even though he wasn't as powerful as Su Wuwei, he was still in the virtual realm, and not just anyone could provoke him. Entering the inn was equivalent to being protected by Cho Chio, but the price was that you would never be able to leave the inn and would have to live with the inn. If the inn lived, the people would live. If the inn died, the people would die. The new inn was at the front lines of the war between the Void God universe and the Eternals. It was attacked by the Eternals every day and could be destroyed at any time. This was one of the reasons why countless people no longer sought revenge and entered the inn. It would eventually be destroyed. The existence of the new inn was to allow those who entered to fight to the death for the sake of humanity. If the crazy old man had entered the new inn, he shouldn't have left, but since he had escaped, the new inn naturally wouldn't let him go. Cho Chio Chio had personally come to capture him, and the virtual realm power that had been left behind here was Cho-Cho-Cho's. The crazy old man broke the rules by escaping from the new inn, and I also broke the rules by taking him in even though I knew that he had escaped. Now that he's been taken away by Cho-Cho-Cho, it's impossible to bring him out. He won't have a good ending either, Void said. Why did the crazy old man escape? Who was it that forced him to enter the new inn back then? And why did you take him in even though you knew that it would break the rules? Void drank his drink. I don't know the first two questions, so I didn't ask them. As for the third question. He put down his drink and continued, the crazy old man's nose is very sharp, and only someone like him is suitable to stay in the Heaven's Reflection Manor. That's why I invited him to join us when I first saw him. I only found out that he had escaped from the new inn after he joined the Heaven's Reflection Manor. I was the one who invited him, so if I sent him back to the new inn or told Cho-Cho-Cho that he was here and allowed him to be taken away by Cho-Cho-Cho, wouldn't that be embarrassing? What would outsiders think of me, Void? That I'm afraid of Cho-Cho-Cho? What a joke. Luin pursed his lips. So even you don't know much about the crazy old man? If Cho-Cho-Cho was willing to take him in, then that means that my Heaven's Reflection Manor can take him in as well. Since that's the case, it has nothing to do with me. It's fine as long as he can catch spies. Luin looked into the distance. Then what do we do now? He's already been taken away by Cho-Cho-Cho. What else can we do? Don't tell me that you want to take him out of the new inn. That would be tantamount to falling out with Cho-Cho-Cho. He's still a virtual realm expert. Luin said, Manor Lord, the Heaven's Reflection Manor has caught so many spies that their name has spread throughout the Six Direction Society. Do you know how famous the crazy old man is aside from me? When I went to the hyperspace dimension, someone mentioned that the crazy old man's nose was the reason I was able to catch so many spies. That's the truth. Too many people in the Six Direction Society know that the crazy old man belongs to the Heaven's Reflection Manor in the Void God Spacetime and is under your command. But now he's been captured by the new inn. Void G's expression turned ugly as this was too humiliating. Cho-Cho-Cho had snatched one of his people, and if he didn't do anything about it, Void G wouldn't be able to take it. The only reason he had kept the crazy old man alive was because he was worried that outsiders would say that he was afraid of Cho-Cho-Cho. Now that Cho-Cho-Cho had captured the crazy old man, it was equivalent to slapping Void G in the face. Others didn't care about the reason or the rules. They only knew that someone from the Heaven's Reflection Manor had been captured by the new inn. As the Manor Lord, it would be too humiliating if he didn't do anything about it. Manor Lord, no matter what, should we go to the new inn and take a look? Luin asked. Let's go. Su Wuji then led Luin to the new inn. The crazy old man had broken the rules of the new tavern, but Luin didn't insist on bringing him back. Rules were rules after all. The crazy old man had voluntarily entered the new tavern to avoid revenge, but he had gone back on his word in the end. No one would be able to accept that. Most importantly, Luin had promised the crazy old man that he would protect him. Regardless of whether or not Luin could protect him in the end, he had to at least try. However, they were in the wrong this time. Luin had seen the rainbow wall of the Three Monarchs spacetime and the continent that was swept up by the reincarnation spacetime. Now he saw the front line of the virtual god spacetime. It was a vortex that seemed to have been magnified countless times and enveloped the entire virtual god spacetime. Xiaoqun stared blankly. Initially he thought that the rainbow wall and the continent that it swept up were shocking enough. Now he discovered that the faux god spacetime border was not bad either. The faux god energy whirlpool that surrounded the entire spacetime was boundless. This is your first time seeing it, right? Void Extremity sighed. This is the border of the void god spacetime. People who see it for the first time won't be able to understand how Void Master did it. That's right. How did you do it? Luin asked. Void was extremely solemn. I don't know. Void Master's power isn't something we can pry into. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2634. Luin suddenly realized the biggest weakness of the Six Directions Association's parallel spacetime cultivation. Whether it was the Void God spacetime, the Wood spacetime, or the Three Sovereigns spacetime, everyone cultivated the power of a ruler. No matter how high their cultivation was, they would never be able to surpass the threshold of a ruler. If the Void Master died, what would happen to the Void God spacetime? Although Senior Su Wuwei controlled space and was ancient and powerful, he would never be able to surpass the Void Master. This was because the power that he cultivated came from the Void Master. The Fifth Mainland was different. Although the primogenitor's astral sources were spread throughout space-time, not everyone cultivated them. The Grim Reaper, Fate, and others had created their own powers. Neither progenitor Chin nor the symbol progenitor had completely cultivated the primogenitor's power. Perhaps this was why the Above Heaven sect was so brilliant. The opposite was the reincarnation spacetime. Under Su Wuji's guidance, the two easily entered the Void God Vortex. In the distance, the battlefield was still in full swing. This vortex strengthened the cultivators of the Void God spacetime while weakening the Corpse Kings. Although it looked like a vortex, it only blocked the Corpse Kings. For those who cultivated the Void God spacetime, it was a cultivation holy land. They could use the vortex's characteristics to move quickly, but the Corpse Kings could not. Pairs of scarlet eyes looked over from different directions to reinforce the battlefield. Su Wuji directly attacked and easily erased the scarlet eyes. Lu Yin also attacked, his bone spear piercing through a large group of Corpse Kings and causing blood to spray out of the vortex. We can't kill them all. Let's go. Su Wuji led Lu Yin forward, traversing an unknown distance. When Lu Yin finally stopped, he saw a huge stone city with 3 words written on it: New Inn. Su Wuji and Shen Qi visit the New Inn. Su Wuji shouted. With a bang, a Corpse King appeared out of nowhere and crashed into the stone city wall, turning into a pool of blood. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This New Inn really did exist at the front lines. Everyone thought that it would be destroyed sooner or later. The stone city gates opened and 2 large men gestured for them to enter. Lu Yin looked at the 2 big men. They were at least 3 meters tall, and they were neither giants nor normal humans. They were just a little taller, and their cultivations were at the peak of the Void Realm, which meant that they were at the peak of the Emissary Realm. They were only 1 step away from the Half-Progenitor Realm. Most of the people who came to the New Inn were trying to avoid being hunted down by their enemies in the spacetime. These people were able to escape from the spacetime to the New Inn, which meant that they were not easy to deal with. There was no one with low cultivation here. On the way here, Su Wuji had said that even though there was only 1 virtual Tai Realm expert, Chiu Chiu, there were at least 5 virtual transformation realm experts, which was a terrifying number. Before the crazy old man was exposed, there was not a single virtual transformation realm expert in the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Outsiders thought it was normal. It was obvious that virtual transformation realm experts were not common, but this New Inn had so many of them. Bang! With another loud bang, another Corpse King crashed into the wall and died. This New Inn stone city shouldn't have been this color, but after so many years, it had been dyed a dark red, almost black. It was unknown how many Corpse Kings' blood had dyed it. This was not Su Wuji's first time here. Aside from helping people hide from their enemies, this is also an inn in the outside world. Everything from eating to resting can be done here. It's like an inn on a battlefield, but there's a price to pay. Lu Yin replied, of course there's a price. Otherwise, this place would have been destroyed a long time ago. Su Wuji led Lu Yin into the New Inn. From the outside it looked like a giant stone city, but from the inside it looked like an inn. Tables were arranged in rows and waiters shuttled back and forth. It was very lively. There were more than 1,000 tables and most of them were full. The waiters shuttling back and forth to serve food and wine were all at the Void Realm. This was a scene that would never be seen in the outside world. These people all had hidden pasts, and since the New Inn had accommodated them, they had to adapt to its rules. This place was basically giving these people a chance to extend their lives, but they would eventually die. What would the 2 of you like to eat? A waiter asked enthusiastically as he wiped down a table for the 2. Su Wuji and Lu Yin sat on either side of the table, and Lu Yin looked around curiously. The outside world was the battlefield of the life and death grinders, and once one left, it was hard to predict whether they would survive or not. However, this place was not oppressive at all. In fact, it was very lively. The waiters and managers were all smiling and they all looked very cheerful. Give me some of your specialties, Su Wuji said. At that moment, a rather mature woman walked over. She was dressed in heavy makeup and patted the back of the waiter's head. You're blind. These are the Heaven's Reflection Manor's Manor Head and Acting Manor Head. Go away, I'll do it. The waiter smiled. All right. He then turned around and walked over to another table. What else would you like to order? I'll be right there. The woman pressed her hands on the table and smiled charmingly at Su Wuji before looking at Lu Yin. Why have the 2 lords from the Heaven's Reflection Manor come here? Do you need our help with something? Su Wuji looked at the woman. Bring me Cho Cho. Ah, the boss is very busy. If you have any orders, please feel free to tell me. If I can help, I'll definitely do it. The woman smiled. Although she was dressed in heavy makeup, she did not look disagreeable. Luine smiled. "You're the boss's wife?" The woman gasped and covered her mouth. "Acting mannerhead, don't say such things. If the boss hears you," she giggled. "Haha, I'll be embarrassed." "It'll happen sooner or later," Luine smiled. The woman giggled. "Acting mannerhead, you really know how to talk. No wonder so many people like you. However, the boss is indeed very busy today. How about we come back another day?" Su Wuji sneered and slammed his hand on the table, causing ripples to spread out and shake the entire inn. Instantly, the woman's eyes turned cold, and her killing intent soared to the heavens as she stared at Ji Wuji. She wasn't the only one. Everyone in the tavern looked over with bone-chilling coldness. They were not afraid of Ji Wuji's power. These people had been able to escape all the way to the new inn, and they had all experienced life and death situations. They had lived on the front lines of the battlefield and were not afraid of death. If someone wanted to die, even if it was Su Wuji, they would still dare to bare their teeth. Many of the people who had come to the new inn to eat were here for the first time, and they had never seen these people in such a state before. Many of them were shocked. The new inn was completely silent. "See, this is the new inn," Su Wuji said calmly. A sharp triangular weapon had appeared in the woman's hand at some point, and she stared at Su Wuji. "Rest, mannerhead. We welcome you. If you want to cause trouble, you'll have to step over all of our corpses." The enthusiastic waiter from before seemed to have become a completely different person. There was a faint stench of blood around him, and there was a bone-deep killing intent in his eyes. There were at least 100 gazes all around them, and there were quite a few void transformation realm powerhouses among them. Even Luine felt pressured. "Su Wuji, our grudges have already been settled. What, do you still want to cause trouble?" A voice sounded out from the corner. It was an old man who was pouring tea for a guest. He was a void transformation realm cultivator and looked sinister and terrifying. Su Wuji coldly replied, "This has nothing to do with you. Get lost." "Brother Wuji, the new inn is filled with pitiful people. Why do you have to be like this?" Someone else spoke up. This person was also a void transformation realm cultivator, and his voice was cultured and refined. It was someone who sounded like an accountant from the second floor. Su Wuji looked up. "Why are you pretending to be a good person? That's not what you said when you destroyed the human race." He then looked around. "There are no good people in the new inn. No matter why you fled here, the outside world will not tolerate you, so you should stay here and fight to the death for the human race. Cut the crap." "Ha, what arrogance!" Someone else spoke up, and this one was a void transformation realm cultivator. Luine felt numb. There were too many void transformation realm cultivators here, and each one was more powerful than the last. This person didn't even care about Su Wuji. Boom, 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 thud. Footsteps sounded out, and everyone looked towards the corner where a man was walking down. His face was green and he looked quite strange. His eyes were as calm as still water, and the most eye-catching thing about him was his broken leg, which was replaced by a piece of wood. Every step he took caused the wood to clatter loudly against the ground. He was Cho Shui, the owner of the new inn. At this moment, no one spoke. They all watched as Cho Shui slowly walked towards Su Wuji. It was not a long walk, but it took him quite some time. Su Wuji did not say anything, nor did he rush Cho Shui. He just watched. Cho Shui walked until he was a few meters away from Su Wuji. "Looking for trouble?" Su Wuji coldly replied, "Not interested." Cho Shui's gaze landed on the table. "It's broken. Compensation." He then walked past Su Wuji, clearly not interested in receiving him. "Where's old crazy?" Su Wuji asked. Cho Shui stopped, and he happened to be level with Luine. His back was facing Su Wuji. "He broke my new inn's rules, so he should be punished. Are you going to interfere?" Su Wuji solemnly replied, "No matter what, he's still a member of my Horizon Manor. He's done a great service in capturing the spy. Here he has done nothing wrong. He just wants to live," Cho Shui said coldly. Su Wuji said, "Give me some face and let me take him away." Cho Shui turned around and met Su Wuji's eyes. "No." Su Wuji's eyes narrowed, but Cho Shui did not mind. The atmosphere was solemn. Around them, a thick killing intent filled the air. With a clang, a guest left. Soon after, a large group of guests left as well. None of them dared to stay behind when facing a virtual realm expert. If they did not die at the hands of the Eternals, then they would be killed by the shockwaves. There were also some guests who didn't want to leave, but the people at the new inn didn't care. They all gathered around Luine and Su Wuji. They showed no respect for Luine, who was a virtual realm powerhouse, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just as the woman had said, if anyone wanted to cause trouble, they would have to step over her dead body. No one in the New Inn was afraid of death. Luin coughed and stood up. Senior Cho Shui, can you let us see old crazy? Everyone's eyes focused on Luin, and the pressure on him instantly increased. Cho Shui's gaze seemed calm, but this person had established the New Inn, and his experiences were unimaginable. His calm gaze brought with it a mountainous pressure. Xianqi? Cho Shui asked. Luin bowed. That's me. Cho Shui stared at Luin. You're very good. As soon as he said those words, all of the pressure disappeared. Regardless of whether it was Cho Shui or the people of the New Inn, their gazes towards Luin suddenly became gentle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2635. Luin wasn't used to this. One person and 3 words were enough to change the attitudes of so many powerhouses. Just how much prestige did this person have? Junior doesn't understand. Luin was puzzled. Cho Hua looked at Su Wuji. Xianqi joining the Horizon Manor was the best decision you've ever made in your life. Su Wuji sneered. Do I need you to tell me that? Cho Hua looked at Luin again. I didn't do anything wrong here, so there's no need to mention this. He joined the New Inn, and the inn helped him block his enemies, so he should have stayed behind like these people. However, he broke the rules, and the New Inn cannot tolerate someone like him. Everyone here has their own story and they have their own reasons for leaving, but they all stayed behind. The rules were set for them, and once they break the rules, the New Inn will lose all meaning. Do you understand? Luin nodded. I understand. I'm very grateful that Senior is willing to tell me so much. However, I was forced to expose the old lunatic. He's a hateful person who broke the rules of the New Inn, but to me he's just a subordinate. I don't know what I can do to appease the New Inn's resentment and fix the rules. Cho Hua looked away. Rules are rules and no one is allowed to break them. The people here don't care about their lives, but they care about the rules. The rules are their lives. Can't we even meet? Su Wuji barked. The atmosphere in the inn grew tense again, and everyone glared at Su Wuji. It was as if they would attack as soon as Cho Hua gave the order. There was a moment of silence. Cho Hua said, out of respect for Senior Su Wuwei, we can allow Xianqi and the old man to meet. He then waved a hand and a man walked out and said to Luin, come with me. Luin looked at Su Wuji. Su Wuji nodded. Luin followed the man out of the main hall and towards the top of the inn. They soon reached the top, which was outside the stone city of the New Inn. Void God's power whirlpool swept past like a gale. Off in the distance, the old man was sitting cross-legged. When Luin arrived, he opened his eyes and was shocked to see Luin. Acting Manor Lord? Why are you here? Luin walked up. I didn't expect you to have such experience. You actually escaped from the New Inn. The old lunatic said bitterly, I knew I had my reasons, so I didn't want to reveal my cultivation base. I was afraid I'd be captured. The man who had brought Luin up was disgusted. The New Inn saved your life, but you broke the rules. You deserve to die. Luin asked, is the New Inn's punishment for you to stay here? The crazy man replied, until death do us part. Lu Yin's expression changed. This punishment was severe enough. This was the front line of the battlefield. A powerful undead king could appear at any time. This meant that the insane old man would have to face the constant attacks of undead kings until he died. Acting Lord, you said you would protect me, the old lunatic begged. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the boy away, but how was he supposed to do that? Looking at Cho Hua's attitude, meeting him once was the limit. The man sneered, you don't know how to repent when things have come to a head. You're a coward. The old man roared, I'm not afraid of death. I have unfinished business. Who here doesn't have unfinished business? The man barked. He was also a void transformation realm expert. The old lunatic's entire body trembled. I didn't kill Master's family. After escaping from the New Inn, I spent decades searching and finally found their bloodline. I've been waiting for the murderer to come out. I want to avenge Master, and I don't care what others think of me. I don't care if I die at the hands of others as long as I can avenge Master. He then looked at Luin with hope. Acting Lord, please save me. I can die, but I have to avenge Master's family before dying. I can't die here, Acting Lord, you promised to protect me. Shut up, the man barked. Luin asked, can you let me talk to the old lunatic alone? The man was troubled. Senior Cho Hua agreed to let me see him, but he didn't say he could monitor me. The man looked at Luin. You can't take him away from the new inn. Don't do anything unnecessary. Don't worry. The man left, leaving only Lu Yin and the old lunatic. The old lunatic looked at Lu Yin expectantly, acting, Lord, I know it'll be difficult to take me away from the new inn, but I beg you, please try. Lu Yin muttered, I'll try. You wouldn't have been exposed if not for me. Since I promised you, I'll do my best to protect you, but if I can't, I'll do my best to fulfill your wish. The old lunatic's eyes lit up. Master should have died at the hands of a half-terrant from the Three Monarchs spacetime. Lu Yin was surprised. A half-terrant from the Three Monarchs spacetime? They're like the Void Transformation Stage cultivators of the Void Transformation Stage, and they're absolute experts. My respected teacher was unable to escape with his cultivation at the Void Transformation Stage. When I reached my respected teacher, all traces of him had been erased, and many of my respected teacher's friends had arrived too quickly. That was a trap set up for me. But before I escaped, I saw traces of a spacetime battle technique that belonged to the three sovereigns. It should be the Sovereign King Arrow, a battle technique that uses the Sovereign King's chi to create extremely powerful arrows. With my teacher's cultivation for the Sovereign King Arrow to be effective, the person who used it must have an extremely powerful Sovereign King chi, but I am not sure if my teacher died from the Sovereign King Arrow or not. Lu Yin was puzzled. If you can see the traces of the arrow, why can't others? The old lunatic gritted his teeth. That's where the problem lies. Master didn't die from the arrow, but there were traces of the arrow at the scene. I said it, but when they searched again, the traces were gone. Someone in the group who was chasing me must have erased the traces. As long as we find that person, we'll be able to find Master's killer. I'm a wandering cultivator, and if it wasn't for Master, I wouldn't have had the chance to reach the Void Change realm. Master's wife and his family treated me very well, so I can't let his death be in vain. I'll find the killer even if it means risking my life. Lu Yin asked, so you're saying that if we can find the person who killed your master with the Sovereign Arrow, that person could very well be the killer? The old lunatic bitterly replied, it's possible, but it's also possible that it's just a cover. The person who did it might have learned the Sovereign Arrow but not from the Three Monarchs spacetime. That's difficult to find. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Before the Hexagon training grounds appeared, the civilizations of the Hexagon Society had merged before. No one knew who had learned which civilization's power, just like how people from the reincarnation spacetime could challenge the Void Gate or how people from the Void God spacetime could buy energy sources. The Sovereign Aura wasn't that difficult to learn. I've been searching for decades, and it wasn't easy to find a descendant of my master's bloodline. If the killer finds out, he might make a move, the old lunatic said. Lu Yin raised a brow. Who told Senior Cho Kong about your whereabouts? The old lunatic froze, his eyes narrowing. You mean? I'm not sure, but it looks like I'll have to go back as soon as possible. He then turned to leave. Acting Academy Master, my life is fine, please avenge my master. The old lunatic shouted. Lu Yin turned his back to the lunatic and left, but before he left he said, who doesn't have unfinished business in the new inn? Even Senior Cho Kong is the same. I'll do my best to fulfill my promise to you. If you can survive, then do your best to live. He then left. The old lunatic stared at the empty rooftop with a complicated expression. How could he not want to live? But his master's death had to be avenged. Lu Yin returned to the main hall. Su Wuji looked at him. The old lunatic's punishment on Tiantai is to wait until he dies, Lu Yin said softly. Su Wuji frowned and looked at Cho Kong. That's too cruel. What's the point of capturing him? You might as well have killed him. Cho Kong was cold. Those who break the rules won't die so easily. You're not targeting me, are you? Su Wuji was unhappy. Cho Kong replied, you're not worthy. Su Wuji was furious. Lu Yin asked, Senior, is there really no way for us to take him away? Cho Kong looked at Lu Yin. Senior Su Wuwei enlightened me, which is why I have the new inn. I'll let you see him out of respect for you, but that ends here. Please leave. A life for a life, Lu Yin said loudly. Everyone looked at him in shock. The woman with heavy makeup cried out, you want to trade his life? Of course not. Lu Yin looked at Cho Hua. The purpose of the new inn's existence is to die a worthy death for humanity. Since that's the case, I'll use the life of an everlasting's Void Realm powerhouse in exchange for the crazy old man's life. Cho Kong looked at Lu Yin strangely. You have the confidence to say such words. You're worthy of Taishian. It seems like you're very confident in dealing with the everlasting. Su Wuji was pleased. Xian Qi has eliminated almost all of the Void God spacetime spies. Cho Kong didn't mind, but with me you can't break the Nuin's rules no matter how many spies you kill, not even a Void Transformation Realm Corpse King. 2. Luin said. Little brother, you're too arrogant. You're only at the Void Realm, someone reminded him. Luin saw that Cho Kong was still unmoved. 3. Su Wuji raised his brows. Xianqi. Luin acted as if he hadn't heard and continued. 4. Cho Kong looked deeply at Luin. You want to trade the lives of 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings for the old lunatic's life? Luin raised his head. That's right. 4 half-ancestor Corpse Kings wasn't a lot. He had killed the 12 Marquises on the back of the battlefield, and he had also destroyed God Witchcraft Spirit's avatar in the Void God spacetime. That was an avatar that could challenge a progenitor, but it had still died at Lu Yin's hands. As long as no progenitor intervened, Lu Yin would be able to dominate the battlefield. He could kill any Corpse King he saw and they wouldn't be able to escape. Cho Kong nodded. 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings can trade for the old lunatic's life. According to the Nuin's rules, you have the right to make it up to him once. Luin sighed. But you can't take him away, Cho Kong continued, his gaze cold. Cho Kong, 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings can't even take the old lunatic away? You're too evil. Su Wuji shouted in dissatisfaction. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2636. Cho Ho replied coldly, the crazy old man broke the rules, so he's willing to pay with his life. 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings can buy his life, but they can't buy back the rules. These are the rules of my Nuin. Look at these people who doesn't want to leave. Many of their enemies died long ago, and they can live freely in the Void God spacetime for the rest of their lives. However, because of the rules, they can't leave and can only stay with the Nuin until they die. Their lives are also lives. 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpses can eliminate their hatred for the crazy old man for breaking the rules, but they can't continue to break the rules. Luin looked around. When the crazy old man was mentioned, everyone's eyes were filled with disgust and dissatisfaction. Who here didn't want to leave? Were they really willing to wait for death here? Waiting for death was more painful than dying, but they followed the rules and stayed here. This made them even more resentful of the crazy old man who didn't follow the rules. 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpses was a huge price to pay. No matter how dissatisfied these people were, they could only endure it unless they could also say such arrogant words. However, this was already the limit. If they broke the rules again, the Nuin's morale would drop. Before coming here, Luin had known that it would be difficult to take the crazy old man away, but now that he knew it was impossible. Even Su Wuwei wouldn't be able to take the crazy old man away. This was the meaning of the Nuin's existence, unless they destroyed it. Cho Ho looked at Luin. Now, are you still willing to exchange 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings for the crazy old man's life? Su Wuji pressed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder. Don't be rash. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Of course. Dealing with the Eternals is a matter of course. Even without the crazy old man, if possible, I would kill 40 or even 400 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings. Cho Ho's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Send my regards to Senior Su Wuwei. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, the two left the new inn. Shinshi, you're still too impulsive. How can the Eternals Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings be so easy to kill? They fled as soon as we arrived. Corpse Kings have an advantage in a battle of the same realm, especially those who have learned the Corpse King transformation. They're almost impossible to kill. If we run into the clones of those old monsters from the 7 Sky Gods, even we would have a headache, Su Wuji reproached. Lu Yin was helpless. Senior, I had no choice. Su Wuji was stunned. I thought you were really that righteous. I want to eradicate the Eternals and I'll do everything in my power to do so, but I also want to live. Nothingness laughed heartily and tossed a bottle to Lu Yin. That's more like it. I knew it wasn't like you to be so impulsive. You'll have to kill 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings in the end. That's not going to be easy. Lu Yin sipped his drink. I'll take it slow. Senior Cho Chio didn't set a time limit, so maybe one day I'll get lucky and run into a few half-dead Corpse Kings. I might even be able to kill them all. In your dreams. Emptiness laughed. Even though he hadn't been able to bring back the crazy old man, he had tried his best. After leaving the new inn, Lu Yin hurriedly went to the place where Cho Chio had taken the crazy old man away. There was a family there that was a descendant of the 100 family, a descendant of the crazy old man's master. The crazy old man had been keeping an eye on them for decades, all for the sake of Chochio. Lu Yin had suspected that Chochio had spread the news that the crazy old man was in the Heaven's Reflection Manor to the new inn. He had wanted to lure the crazy old man away before making a move on this family. However, after thinking about it, Lu Yin realized that the possibility wasn't high. This family was just an ordinary person, so even if Chochio had found out, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Chochio wasn't stupid, so he wouldn't be used. No matter what, Lu Yin had to keep an eye on this family. He hadn't been able to bring the crazy old man back, so he could only do his best to fulfill his promise. The problem was that Lu Yin had wanted to bring the crazy old man with him to the hyperspace dimension to face the spies. Bringing a half-ancestor with him would be a good way to fool the spies and prevent any unexplainable incidents. But now that the crazy old man wasn't around, where would he find a void transformation realm powerhouse? A half-ancestor would be considered an expert in any parallel spacetime. After all, there were far too few progenitors, and even if there were more half-ancestors than progenitors, there was a limit to how many of them there were. It should be known that even the Heaven's Mirror Manor, which had Su Wuji overseeing it, only had the crazy old man hiding his half-ancestor cultivation. Of course, there was another half-ancestor underground that no one knew about, not even the crazy old man. That person should be the guardian of the Red Domain, and Su Wuji hadn't even told Lu Yin about him. Sometimes, a half-ancestor was even more difficult to find than a progenitor. This was because a progenitor had already reached the peak of the progenitor realm, while a half-ancestor was still cultivating with the progenitor realm as their goal. They simply didn't have enough time. It would be very difficult for Lu Yin to find a half-ancestor to follow him by himself. Fortunately, the Yu family had timely invited Xianqi to the hyperspace dimension to assist in the search for the spies. Su Wuji returned to the Heaven's Mirror Manor and summoned everyone from the Heaven's Mirror Manor. This was the first time he had asked about the interrogation of the Void God's Mirror Manor's spies. Ningyu reported, "We didn't bring Yunwu back, and Yi Jun, the spy above her, only gave us a list of contacts. He didn't say anything else, and the same goes for Qingfen. The other spies did tell us about the situation, and we followed their instructions and continued to capture spies. However, we didn't gain much, and many of them escaped." All of the spies claimed to be under Chen Kong's control. Su Wuji snorted. Chen Kong doesn't have the time to control so many people. At most, one or two of them are under Chen Kong's control. Yi Jun and Qingfen are definitely hiding something. Continue the interrogation and we have to pry open their mouths. Lu Yin didn't know what Yi Jun was hiding, but he assumed that it wasn't anything too important. At most, it would implicate the spies in the endless battlefield. What Qingfen was hiding was the information that he had given Lu Yin about the location of Knowledgeable Stream, as well as the possibility that Lu Yin could enter it. Lu Yin had told Qingfen not to tell anyone about this, as Knowledgeable Stream was extremely important. It was related to the exchange of information between the Sixth Direction Association and the parallel spacetime continuum. If possible, Lu Yin would look for that place in the future. Of course, it wouldn't matter even if Qingfen told Lu Yin about it. Lu Yin was the acting manor head of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, and he had the authority to carry out his own plans. "Suji, how do you feel in the Heaven's Mirror Manor?" Su Wuji asked. Suji respectfully replied, "The acting manor master is insightful. This junior has learned a lot from him." Su Wuji nodded. Suji was a rare genius in the Void God spacetime, and he had even met the Void Master before. No one could underestimate him. Su Wuji looked around before his gaze landed on Lu Yin. "I'm here today to tell you that the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor has invited Xianqi to assist in capturing spies. What do you think, Xianqi?" Lu Yin calmly replied, "The Sixth Direction Association is part of the Heaven's Mirror Manor. If the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor needs it, this subordinate will not refuse." Su Wuji continued, "The transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor situation is different from the Void God spacetime. The Heaven's Mirror Manor only exists in name, and the Yu family is also just a figurehead. I don't know why Yu Feng has invited you, but if you don't want to go, I'll help you turn him down." Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "Capturing spies is what this junior wants to do the most. Many of the spies in the Void God spacetime have already been eliminated, and the next task is to interrogate them. Even those who are suspected spies should be released so that the spies who escaped can return without worry. While I'm free, I'll go to the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor to see if I can capture some spies to serve the humans." Su Wuji thought about it. "All right, as long as you're willing to go. You can choose who you want to bring with you." Lu Yin said, Guan Lao Da Yu Pai and Su Ji. What about me? Su Yu cried out. Su Ji scolded, little you, the manor head is here. Don't be impudent. Su Yu stuck out her tongue and quickly lowered her head, but she still glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin recalled her relationship with Yu Lele. I'll bring you along as well. Su Yu was satisfied. Manor head, we're lacking a void transformation realm powerhouse. The trans-dimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor isn't safe, and this junior doesn't want to lose his life there, Lu Yin said. Su Wuji's brows rose. You want a void transformation realm to follow you? Lu Yin nodded. He wasn't worried that Su Wuji would suspect him of the reason why he had gone to the New Inn to look for the crazy old man. After all, who wouldn't want a void transformation realm powerhouse? Su Wuji rubbed his head. A void transformation realm? That's a little troublesome. I'll go ask around and see who's willing to go with you, but don't get your hopes up. Most void transformation realm powerhouses want to break through. Lu Yin replied, there's nothing I can do if there's no one. Su Wuji left to find a void transformation realm powerhouse for Lu Yin to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor, even if it was only temporary. However, the results were just as he had expected. Not a single void transformation realm powerhouse was willing to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor. They were either busy cultivating or overseeing their own territories. No one had the time to accompany Lu Yin to the trans-dimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor. In the end, Su Wuji could only console Lu Yin and give him some resources. Lu Yin shamelessly asked for the white energy source, but Su Wuji immediately refused. The white energy source was equivalent to a half-ancestor's power level, and it was quite expensive. Even if he was an extremely powerful powerhouse and had the face to buy it from the trans-dimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor, he still had to pay a hefty price. If you're really worried, then don't go. Su Wuji rolled his eyes. Lu Yin was helpless. Then forget it. Let me give you an idea. Since Yu Feng invited you to the trans-dimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor, ask him for the white energy source. The Yu family should have some of that stuff, Su Wuji said. He was just trying to trick Lu Yin. On the surface, there were only 30 white energy sources in the entire trans-dimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor. Lu Yin couldn't take advantage of Su Wuji, so he could only take Guan Lao Da Yu Pai Su Ji, and Su Yu with him to the trans-dimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor. At the same time, the Yu family formally submitted a proposal to invite Xian Qi to assist the Heaven's Mirror Manor in capturing a spy. The committee didn't dare delay and quickly reported it to He Ran. He Ran quickly agreed. Do you agree that Xian Qi should get close to the Yu family? Uncle Amo asked. He Ran's eyes were deep. The Yu family's proposal is just a formality. Even if the committee rejects it, they'll still invite Xian Qi. Will the Yu family openly oppose the committee? I don't know. No one knows what the Yu family's background is. I just want to know Xian Qi's stance. I'll bring him here. No need. Let's wait and see. Although the Yu family doesn't care about the committee, they've been quite courteous to me. I've schemed against them a few times, but they haven't retaliated. Perhaps they really did invite Xian Qi because they're a spy. What about Bai Qian? Has she been in contact with anyone from the Yu family recently? No, I've been keeping an eye on her. I haven't had any contact with the Yu family at all. The Yu family has never interfered with this kind of competition. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2637. At this moment, Kujian arrived. Sir, the Heaven's Reflection Manor has officially accepted the Yu family's invitation. They've sent Xian Qi, Guan Lao Da Yu Pai Su Ji, and Su Yu to hyperspace to assist the Yu family in capturing the spy. So soon? Uncle Amo walked out. Kujian hurriedly bowed to him. He Ran smiled. It seems like my little brother Xian Qi is anxious to get closer to the Yu family. Could it be because of Su Yu? Kujian asked. He Ran was startled. Su Yu? Kujian explained, the others on the list are normal. Even Su Ji might be here to train, but Su Yu is different. She has no cultivation and isn't very talented. She can only be considered an ordinary genius, but she followed Xian Qi to hyperspace. The only reason I can think of is that she has a good relationship with the Yu family's Yu Lele. This Su Yu has a good relationship with Yu Lele? Uncle Amo was shocked. Kujian explained the relationship between Su Yu and Yu Lele. He had been paying attention to the Sixth Direction training grounds. Uncle Amo asked, could it be because of Su Yu and Yu Lele that the Yu family invited Xian Qi? He Ran's eyes flashed. I hope so. There's no need to do anything for now. So this is hyperspace? It's my first time here, Yu Pai sighed. They appeared in the Yu family's territory, and as they looked around, they saw countless tiny objects that resembled the carriers of bestowal stretching into the distance. Luin didn't know what they were. He knew that many people were watching them, including the Yu family he ran and the other powers of hyperspace. There was even a possibility that the ruler was watching. Lele is coming, Suyu said happily after contacting Yu Lele. Everyone waited patiently. Guan Lao suddenly released his Void God's force, triggering an alarm. The tiny objects that resembled the carriers of bestowal began to move as if they were targeting them. Guan Lao immediately felt a sense of danger. How could these small objects make him feel threatened? The others looked around cautiously. The objects only moved for a short while, and when Yu Lele arrived they all returned to normal. When you come to hyperspace, don't release any power that doesn't belong to this dimension. Otherwise you'll get beaten up, Yu Lele said. Yu Lele's appearance was still the same. His fluffy hair had not been washed in days. Suyu complained, Lele, you're dirty? Yu Lele glared at her. You dare call me dirty? Come here. I'm not going. You're so dirty. Stay away from me. Come here. No, I won't go. As he watched the two girls chase each other, Luin was not in a hurry. Bringing Suyu along had been the right decision. At least the atmosphere would be less tense. Soon after, under the lead of Yu Lele, everyone headed toward the area where the Yu family was located, Ziyu boundary. The Ziyu realm was not called this before the Yu family created the gift technique, but with the appearance of the gift technique, the Yu family quickly became a super spacetime behemoth. With their home planet as the center, the Ziyu realm spread to the surroundings. Nearly 1/5 of the super spacetime area was designated as the Ziyu realm, which belonged to the Yu family. Even the ruler of hyperspace didn't refuse. Luin and the others had been at the edge of the celestial traversing realm. Now they had officially entered the celestial traversing realm. Are those all carriers of the art of feeding? Suyu exclaimed. Yulu said proudly, that's an experimental carrier. My Yu family created it as a gift. The art of feeding has countless ingenious ideas, and those are both experimental and defensive methods. If I hadn't arrived in time, you all would have been blasted to smithereens. Luin watched as a very small carrier of the art of feeding streaked past, and the one in the center was a source box. The principle behind the art of feeding was to analyze a source box and extract the material within it for use. The larger the source box, the more material it contained, and the more powerful the art of feeding would be. Could there be so many source boxes in this densely packed room of bearers? Could these source boxes still be called source boxes in hyperspace? Soon, Luin saw even larger source boxes, and the further in he went, the larger the source boxes became. 1, 2, 3. Along the way he saw 3 source boxes that were the size of Earth. Soon after, he saw even larger source boxes that definitely surpassed the Luck Path source box array outside of Shenwu continent. If all of these source boxes were absorbed by the art of feeding, how much power could they release? Source boxes were sealed by the universe, and using the power of that seal to form an attack was equivalent to borrowing the power of the universe. What had the genius of the Yu family who had created the art of feeding been thinking? Humans were truly intelligent creatures. Yu Lele had introduced them to many of the Yu family's experiments along the way, and this was just what the Yu family had shown them. Luin was certain that the Yu family was hiding a shocking power. Why are you so close to me? Luin was puzzled. Ever since they had entered the Ziyu realm, Yu Lele had been intentionally or unintentionally close to him, and even Suyu had noticed. Yu Lele answered matter-of-factly, to keep an eye on you. Guan Laoda and Yu Pai exchanged glances, and then they stepped forward to stand between Yu Lele and Luin. Yu Lele frowned. Get out of my way. Don't get in my way. It's just as your father said. You want to follow me and watch me investigate the spies? Luin was amused. Yu Lele replied, you definitely have a goal. My father and I rarely agree, but every time we do, our conclusions are always correct. Luin nodded. Then keep an eye on me and see what my goal is. Lele, you don't like this guy, do you? Suyu leaned closer to Yu Lele and teased him. Yu Lele frowned again and looked back at Suyu. It's possible. Everyone was stunned. Even Luin was stunned. Yu Lele looked at Luin. If you're smart enough, you can also stay in the Yu family. Luin pursed his lips. No, and I'm not smart. I can tell, amusement said. Luin wanted to beat her up. Suyu laughed. Lele, you're still so cute. Yu Lele suddenly placed a hand on Suyu's mouth and then quickly jumped away. You, does it taste good? Dandruff. Suyu shrieked, almost deafening Suji and the others. Damn Lele, I'm going to kill you. Haha, come on. Under Lele's and Suyu's banter, the group quickly passed through the vast regions of the Zio realm and arrived at the Yu family's homeworld. Xianqi, acting manor head of the Void God Spacetime Horizon Manor, greets manor head Yufeng, Senior Yufeng. Luyin bowed. Everyone behind him bowed in unison. Yufeng nodded and stared at Luyin the entire time. Xianqi, what do you know about the hyperspace dimension? Luyin smiled. This junior traveled from the hyperspace dimension to the Hexagon training grounds. I'm ashamed that I don't know much about the hyperspace dimension. You don't know much about it? I don't believe you, Yufeng said. Luyin was afraid that Yufeng would reveal that he had taken the initiative to come to the hyperspace dimension, so he hurriedly asked, can this junior meet the people from the hyperspace dimension's Heaven's Reflection Manor, as well as information on their past investigations? Yufeng was very generous, and he handed over all of the information on the hyperspace dimension's Reflection Manor to Luyin. Not only that, but he also gave Luyin the authority to monitor the hyperspace dimension. The hyperspace dimension's Reflection Manor never actively investigated anything, and they relied on surveillance to find spies. Thus, the results were not great, and even if they did catch a few spies, it would not be important. This was related to the civilization of the hyperspace dimension itself, as well as the Yu family's stance. Luyin had taken the initiative to approach the Yu family, wanting to use the hyperspace dimension's Reflection Manor to enter the hyperspace dimension. He had made it clear that he would not borrow the Yu family's power to monitor the hyperspace dimension, but he had not expected that Yufeng would actually give him this authority. Senior, what's going on? Luyin did not understand. At this moment he had been brought to a vast continent by Yufeng, and he was standing on a map of the entire hyperspace dimension. He could see any place he wanted as long as that place was under surveillance. Yufeng replied, since my Yu family invited you here, we will naturally do our best to assist you. But I've already said that I don't need this authority, Luyin said, as he was afraid that the Yu family would be suspicious. Yufeng did not care. It doesn't matter. It's not like this is a secret, and having surveillance will save you time in many situations. It won't be able to help you check on the decision-making team, or even the secret cultivation techniques that you're currently researching. Luyin raised his brows as there seemed to be another meaning to those words. He looked at Yufeng, but Yufeng did not say anything. Instead, he casually tapped a finger, causing the star map beneath his feet to continuously enlarge. The region that had been pointed at was infinitely enlarged, and Luyin finally felt as if he was in that region, and he could see everything that was happening there. He saw a spacecraft fly past, and he saw the changes in the stars. It felt very real, and it was not any worse than when he had used Sirius to observe the entire fifth mainland. This was the hyperspace dimension's control over itself. They claimed that they had completely analyzed everything within the hyperspace dimension, and as long as an unfamiliar power appeared, it would quickly cause a commotion. When the star map shrank, Luyin lowered his head and looked at the entire hyperspace dimension beneath his feet. Did this mean that he was being controlled by the hyperspace dimension, or was the hyperspace dimension being controlled by him? It was a very strange feeling. The Yu family controlled the Heaven's Reflection Manor by relying on this method of surveillance. They did not even have a talent like Ning Ran, let alone old Crazy. Senior, are you really going to let Lele follow me? Luyin asked. Yufeng's lips curled up and he stared into Luyin's eyes. What? Are you afraid of being discovered? Luyin was puzzled. Senior, you seem to be certain that I have other goals aside from capturing spies. Yufeng was rather interested. You definitely have other goals and they're related to He Ran. Luyin's eyes flashed. However, I don't know if it's beneficial to He Ran. Yufeng looked up at the sky and then back at Luyin. I sent an invitation to the decision-making team for you to assist in capturing spies, but the team only replied after you arrived. This means that no one gave the team any orders from the start. With He Ran's perfectionist nature, she would not take the risk of being rejected by the decision-making team. If this was all part of her plan, then He Ran had no idea that you were in contact with the Yu family beforehand. Luyin was amused. Perhaps He Ran was hoping that Senior would notice this. Yufeng sneered. I know her very well and my guess is the truth. This is a fact that I, Yufeng, am certain of. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2638. Luyin was surprised by Yufeng's confidence. So that's why you're willing to give me the authority to monitor hyperspace? Yufeng praised. You reacted quickly but you guessed wrong. I was willing to give you the authority from the start for no other reason. His expression was solemn. Only by giving you what you want will you be able to do what I want to see. At night, hyperspace was no different from the fifth mainland. Euleille's gift art hung in the night sky of the Yu family's mother planet, emitting a faint light that illuminated the planet and illuminated the path for hundreds of millions of people. Luyin looked at the rabbit-shaped gift art in the night sky. Euleille really had a bad taste, letting hundreds of millions of people on Mother Planet see the moon. Throughout the day, both Yufeng and Euleille gave Luyin the impression that they were frivolous and did not care about anything. However, they displayed their powerful self-confidence, to the point that Luyin felt that they were the true rulers of hyperspace. How many black energy sources did the Yu family have? This was something that Luyin was interested in. To what extent would they be able to utilize the bestow technique? Isn't it cute? Euleille appeared outside Luyin's courtyard and pointed at the sky excitedly. Suyu came over. Leille, you're shameless. How is that pig cute? Damn it, it's clearly a rabbit. Euleille chased after her. Luyin closed the window. Euleille was stubborn and had actually stared at him. The Yu family was certain that Luyin had other motives, but Euleille had stared at him so openly. This was the first time Luyin had experienced something like this. Speaking of which, these overly intelligent and overconfident people were rather troublesome because their guesses were always right. Under normal circumstances, Luyin and the others would need to look through the information on hyperspace's heaven's reflection manner before they could decide where to start. However, Luyin found Yufeng, hoping that he could give him the authority to enter hyperspace. Yufeng did not refuse and brought Luyin to the coordinates of hyperspace, allowing Luyin to leave his aura there. Every spacetime had coordinates for outsiders to travel to and from. Luyin had not been qualified in the past, but now he could. He had left his mark in the Void God spacetime in hyperspace, and he could also enter the Three Monarchs spacetime through the Thunder Sealing clan. He was only missing the Wood spacetime, the Lost clan, and the Reincarnation spacetime. Over the next few days, Euleille squatted outside Luyin's residence as usual. She did not care about her image as no one in the Yu clan had asked her to do so. She just stared at Luyin. He tore through the void and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. The Yu family was certain that he had other motives, so there was no need to hide it. If they had the ability, they would find out. When he reached the Eternal Kingdom, he found Luo Lauer and brought him back to the hyperspace dimension. Brother-in-law, you can directly enter the hyperspace? Even I can't, Luo Lauer exclaimed. Luyin had brought Rolf here to make a deal with the mysterious person. Since he had just arrived in the hyperspace continuum, he could either use his Dai's 6 pips to consume the resources of the hyperspace continuum or use this method. Luyin didn't have any hyperspace continuum resources at the moment, so he hoped to obtain some clues about the spy through this deal. I got it. Luo Lauer exclaimed as he looked at the message in his dark green glasses. Luyin raised an eyebrow. It had actually been possible to buy one, and even a spy knew about it. You can't find out who this person is at all. I can't find anything, Luo Lauer replied helplessly. Luyin's eyes twinkled. It seemed that he would have to first obtain some resources from the hyperspace dimension. The most reliable way to do this was by reading someone else's memories. This person had been able to trade for information regarding his spy, so it was possible that he could use this information to determine Luo Lauer's identity. I'm close to finding my own clues. Thinking of this, he hurriedly sent Luo Lauer back to Eternal Kingdom. At the same time, under the dim firelight, someone was bewildered. Luo Ho? Why did he buy the spy's information? He's back? He shouldn't have bought the spy's information. If it wasn't him, who could it be? The Yu family? Or someone else? Mu Jun disappeared, and the Thunder Sealing clan and Luo Ho all disappeared. Now that he's reappeared and bought the spy's information, this is interesting. Could the Yu family be behind him? The 3 sovereigns are working with the hyperspace dimension, which means that they're working with Iran. It's not impossible that the Yu family is behind the 3 sovereigns. On the 5th day after arriving in the hyperspace dimension, Luyin made a decision to investigate the recent destruction of the information. The information had been destroyed by the spy, causing Xiaowu, Zuoyu, and the others to be punished. If not for Luyin, Zuoyu would have left the council and Xiaowu would have died. This matter is connected to me by fate. I'm a person who believes in fate. Zuoyu led Luyin's group to the location where the information had been destroyed. Since they wanted to investigate the destruction of the information, they naturally had to find the person involved. Where's Xiaowu? Luyin asked. Zuoyu's expression turned ugly. He's become Hishu's dog again. Hishu still wants him? Luin was surprised. Zuoyu replied, Xiewu has been with Hishu for many years and understands him too well. Hishu doesn't care if he's dead, but if he's alive, Hishu will definitely keep him by his side. She then whispered, I'm sorry for letting you down. Luin laughed, I don't mind. We weren't friends in the first place. There's no need to investigate the destruction of the information since there aren't any clues. The spy has a unique concealment ability, and some people suspect that he's related to the people from the drifting cloud space. Zuoyu told Luin everything she knew. Luin recalled the drifting cloud space's power, and it was indeed suitable for concealment. However, Zijing had also said that everyone in the drifting cloud space was being monitored by the hyperspace dimension, and they just didn't know about it. The hyperspace dimension had thoroughly researched the drifting cloud space, and it was impossible for the drifting cloud space to hide. Then who had told the public that the person who had destroyed the information could be someone from the drifting cloud space? Did that person not understand the hyperspace dimension? Or did they want to help the real spy hide? Who said that it was someone from the drifting cloud space? Luin asked. Zuoyu replied, many people said so, and it's been spreading for a long time. Luin looked at Eulele, help me find out who was the one who destroyed the information. With the Yu family's power, if this person has a high status, then there might be a problem. Eulele's eyes lit up, I didn't expect that. You're quite talented at finding spies. Luin shook his head, not because of his talent, but because of the amount of information he had. If one didn't know that the hyperspace dimension had analyzed the drifting cloud space's power, then it wouldn't be a problem to say that it was someone from the drifting cloud space. This was what it meant to have information as a weapon. Zuoyu didn't understand, it was just a rumor, so how could there be a problem with that person? However, she didn't ask any further questions. She could tell that she had to be careful when speaking in front of Shen-Chi. He could analyze every word she said. When they arrived at the location where the information had been destroyed, Luin pretended to search around, even letting Guan Laoda and the others take a look. They walked around in confusion, not knowing what to look at. Eulele blinked, this place has been checked many times. Do you think you're smarter? Suyu glared at her, shut up. Eulele rolled her eyes and mumbled that she wanted to feed Suyu some dandruff. At that moment, lines flitted past her, forming a square drawing in the void. Eulele's eyes narrowed as she looked at the lines beside her. She wasn't the only one. Everyone who was within the drawing felt as if they were in an illusion. Luin used his void god's power to decorate the lines in the void, causing them to materialize. It was as if another world was being displayed in front of everyone, and to those who couldn't understand it, it was a strange feeling that brought an indescribable sense of danger. Humans were always afraid of the unknown. Even someone as smart as Eulele who liked to explore the unknown was intimidated by the lines and didn't dare to move. Red light kept flashing in the frame of his right eye, which was a sign of danger. At the same time, all sorts of spacetime detection abilities rang out. Taishu's domain was activated, and the entire area boiled over. Spacetime detected a power that they didn't recognize, and it was immediately reported to the decision-making team and the powerhouses with the black energy sources. After a few breaths of time, a figure descended with a black energy that caused the void to distort. Luin realized that while the spacetime source had its drawbacks, its greatest advantage was that it could be hidden. Without using this power, one would never know that there was an extremely powerful existence so close to them, even if it was just a powerhouse with a black energy source. Senior Junior Shen-Chi has been ordered to track down the spies, Luin bowed. The newcomer was a fierce-looking man with a fierce-looking face. His exposed arms were covered in scars, and he looked at the square drawing. This is Taishu's domain. Senior, you know about it? Luin asked. The man nodded. I've seen it a few times in the endless battlefield. You're Shen-Chi, the acting master of Heaven's Reflection Manor who inherited Senior Su Wuwei's Taishu's domain? That's me, Luin replied. The man sighed in admiration. I heard that you've mastered Taishu's domain, and that you've only learned it for less than a year. I didn't dare to believe it, and I never thought that a genius like you would exist. My name is Wenshi, and I'm in charge of guarding spacetime. You can look for me directly if you need anything. Those spies are as annoying as rats, and I'll be eternally grateful if you can find them. Luin solemnly replied, I won't let you down. Wenshi nodded, glanced at Eulele and then left. Luin silently calculated that it had only been 5 breaths of time since Wenshi had appeared in Taishu's domain. How had the spies been able to destroy the information? The only possibility was that Wenshur hadn't been nearby at the time and had only rushed over after the spies had destroyed the information. It wasn't impossible, as even a progenitor couldn't travel through spacetime in such a short time. The square drawing disappeared. The others heaved a sigh of relief. Eulalie moved closer to Luine, her eyes shining. What kind of power is this? It's the fear of the unknown, and it's the power of the unknown. Luine casually pulled her aside. Come with me. Where are we going, acting master? Guanlauda asked. Luine raised his head. I found the traces. Everyone was shocked. So fast? Eulalie couldn't believe it. How could it be so fast? Regardless of whether she believed it or not, Luine led them in a strange direction. He had purposely chosen this path. Since he had used Taishu's domain to find traces of space, he had to make it look real. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2639. Hey, what's the route you're taking? Eulalie was confused. Luine answered in a low voice, the path of the spy. Eulalie fell silent as he didn't believe that Luine could use his Taishu domain to find the spy. Suji was excited. Could the Taishu domain really detect traces left behind by space? Shen-Chi had used this method to find Yunwu, and it was said that he had even evaded the pursuit of a powerful corpse king. Suji hadn't believed it before, but now that he could find the spy, he had no choice but to believe it. Luine didn't know if the spy's information was true, but if he found out that it wasn't, he could just say that the spy had purposely lured them here. In any case, he would be the only one saying it, and no one would be able to expose him unless Su Wuwei arrived. The results didn't disappoint. The information they had bought was true. When Luine brought the group in front of one of the girls, she was stunned. Yu Pai immediately took her down, but she tried to resist by using a strange innate gift that could transform her body into gravel and scatter over a large area, making it impossible to find her. She wanted to use this to escape, but she had confessed without being pressed. After seeing her innate gift and comparing it to all the surveillance footage before the data had been destroyed, Luine immediately confirmed that she was the spy. This was the 5th day since Luine had arrived in the hyperspace, and he had managed to find the spy in just 5 days. His efficiency shocked the entire hyperspace. The decision-making team looked at Luine. Sat up straight. He caught the spy? Ku Jian respectfully reported, yes, the evidence is sufficient. Was surprised. How did he do it? Ku Jian replied, it said that he used a battle technique called the Taishu domain. Lord Wenshur should know more about it. Wenshur quickly arrived and was very respectful towards Hiran, unlike Ku Jian who was always so submissive. Hiran didn't treat Wenshur as casually. Mr. Wen, what is the Taishu domain? Wenshur exclaimed, that is an incomprehensible power that is related to space. It is a battle technique that belongs solely to Void God Senior Void God Senior Void God Senior Void God Senior Void God. Back in the boundless battlefield, when the Taishin domain was unleashed, even the 7 heavenly gods exclaimed in surprise. They called it the power to control space. Wenshur said a lot, but in short, the Taishin domain was quite powerful. Hiran frowned. She knew everything about Shen-Chi and knew that Shen-Chi seemed to have mastered an incredible battle skill. However, she was different from Bai Qian. She didn't care about personal strength and only pursued perfection. Therefore, she had only casually skimmed over the Tai Jade domain. She didn't expect that this battle skill would be able to amaze someone like Wenshur. Uncle Imo should have seen it too. Wenshur looked in a direction and said. Uncle Imo walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. I've seen it before. Senior Su Wuwei's Taishin domain is at a level that we can't even comprehend. It's even more so for us who use energy beyond spacetime. It said that Shen-Chi relied on the spatial traces left behind in his Taishin domain to find his spy? Wenshur nodded. Although it's inconceivable, it's not impossible. Hiran was surprised. Is there really such a thing? Uncle Imo smiled bitterly. We used the black energy source to reach a height that countless people could only dream of. However, this kind of trick came with a price. In fact, we can only be considered as the users of the extremely strong's power, not the ones who control it. Hiran retracted her gaze as Lu Yin's figure appeared in her mind. The Shen-Chi was becoming more and more valuable. She had still underestimated him. It was time to have a chat with this little brother of hers. Uncle Imo, please bring Shen-Chi here, Hiran said. Wenshur frowned. Lady Hiran, Shen-Chi has done a great service to both beyond spacetime and the human race by capturing the spy. I hope that Lady Hiran will treat him well. Ran smiled. Mr. Wen, you don't know, but Xianqi is a younger brother that I acknowledge. Wen Shi was shocked. I see. I spoke too much. I have to thank Mr. Wen for being so concerned about this little brother of mine. Ran smiled. Uncle Mo nodded and left. Wen Shi left as well. On one side, the woman had just been captured and was on her way to the Yu family. On the other side, the Yu family had also found someone who was not any slower than Lu Yin. It was the person that Lu Yin had asked Yu Lele to find, the person who had wanted to destroy the information in the drifting cloud space. Finding this person was one thing, but capturing him was more difficult because he was a member of the decision-making team. The first suggestion to target the drifting cloud space had been made during a meeting of the decision-making team. When Lu Yin found out about this, he was even more certain that there was something wrong with this person. Lu Yun had been imprisoned, and Beyond Spacetime had analyzed the entire drifting cloud space. Under such circumstances, this person had still been able to target the drifting cloud space and spread the news in such a short time. It was impossible to say that there was nothing wrong with this person. It was impossible for this person to not know that Lu Yun had been imprisoned. Even elders knew how many black energy sources were hidden in Beyond Spacetime. Lu Yun's imprisonment was not a secret, and if the drifting cloud space's people knew about it, then the decision-making team should know even more. This was a deliberate diversion. Then what about this person? Lu Yin asked. Although there was something wrong with this person, he was still someone who controlled Beyond Spacetime, so Lu Yin could not capture him. Eulele did not mind. Father has gone to deal with it. When you return to our house, I guarantee that he will arrive early. Lu Yin nodded. As expected, Yu Feng did not care about the decision-making team at all. It seemed that the members of the decision-making team were important spies, but in reality, it was just a title. Before they could return to the Zio realm, the group was stopped by Uncle Mo. Xianqi, Lady Ran wants to see you. Eulele raised his brows and stepped forward. Xianqi wants to go to the Yu family. Uncle Mo smiled. It's just for a while. It won't delay matters. Lu Yin said, I originally wanted to wait until this investigation was over before meeting Sister Ran, but since Uncle Mo is here, let's go greet Sister Ran first. Eulele looked at Lu Yin strangely. Sister Ran? Yes, Sister Ran. What's wrong? Lu Yin asked. Eulele bared his teeth and tugged at his hair, causing white dandruff to flutter about. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated, as did Suyu, Suji and the others. So corny, Xianqi, you're disgusting. He then left in disgust. Lu Yin was speechless as he did not dislike him. Uncle Mo's gaze turned cold. Although these words were directed at Lu Yin, they had included Ran as well, which was a little too much. If not for the Yu family's little princess, Uncle Mo would have slapped Xianqi long ago. Uncle Mo, please don't take offense. Let's go, Lu Yin said politely. Uncle Mo nodded and led Lu Yin away. The others naturally went to the Zio realm first. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Lu Yin smiled brightly. Sister Ran, I'm here to greet you. Ran giggled. You've been here for a few days now, haven't you thought of visiting me? Lu Yin was helpless. Too many things. I don't know what's wrong with the Yu family, but they suddenly invited me to the hyperspace to help catch spies. The hyperspace purged so many spies that I couldn't embarrass myself in the hyperspace, much less you. That's why I haven't rested for the past few days. I've been thinking of ways to catch spies and fortunately I finally found one. But I heard that you only use Tai Jade to find spies in the void. It's not that troublesome, Ran said curiously. Uncle Mo looked at Lu Yin. This kid had actually learned Tai Jade in just half a year. It was unbelievable. Lu Yin complained, if only it were that simple. Sister, do you know how many people can leave behind traces in the void and how to distinguish them? It's a lot of knowledge and it took me a lot of effort to analyze the habits of everyone who went to the records office. Only then can I tell who left behind the traces. That troublesome? It's been hard on you, Ran comforted him gently. Lu Yin smiled. It's hard work, but it's fine as long as I don't embarrass myself. Most importantly, I can't embarrass you, Sister Ran. Outsiders already know that I call you Sister Ran. Ran was astonished. Everyone knows? Uncle Mo replied. Xianqi said it in front of outsiders, so it should have spread. Lu Yin asked carefully, Sister Ran, there won't be any problems, right? Ran's lips curled up. Of course there won't be any problems. I'm very happy that you're doing this. It means that you really see me as your sister. Of course. Lu Yin puffed out his chest. Ran smiled. I didn't give you a gift the last time we met, so I'll make it up to you this time. She then dropped a white energy source and floated in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. This is a white energy source that's second only to an extreme powerhouse? Sister, this is too precious. He laughed. What's so precious about it? You already have one. If you can't use it, just sell it. You can buy something you need. Actually, I don't know what to give you. Just give yourself to me and I'll bring you back to the above heaven sect as a mascot, Lu Yin thought to himself, but he still expressed his gratitude on the surface. Little brother, I asked Uncle Emo to bring you here because I have something to remind you of. He looked at Uncle Emo. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. What is it? Uncle Emo seriously asked. Xian Qi, why did the Yu family invite you to the transdimensional Heaven Scorpion Hall to help capture a spy? Do you know about this? Lu Yin replied, I don't. I find it strange as well. After so many years, the Yu family didn't seem to care much about the Heaven Scorpion Hall, but now they seem to care. You're wrong. The Yu family cares a lot about the Heaven Scorpion Hall. However, something happened in the past that caused the Yu family to be passive about the Heaven Scorpion Hall, which led to the current situation. The Yu family once had a prodigal son named Yu Xian. Lu Yin quietly listened to Uncle Emo speak. Before this, he had not known about this matter at all. He had only known that the Heaven Scorpion Hall was a way for the decision-making team to share the Yu family's authority. Now, Uncle Emo was telling him a different version of the story. Yu Xian was a famous prodigal son of the Yu family. His reputation was terrible in the outside world, but in the transdimensional heaven sect, he was practically the epitome of a hedonistic son. The reason for this was because he had squandered all of the Yu family's wealth in order to unify the Heaven Scorpion Hall. Yu Xian was a prodigal son, but he was also a prodigal son with dreams and aspirations. His life's goal was to unify the Six Direction Society's Heaven Scorpion Hall and make it stand apart from the Six Direction Society while still enjoying the privilege of capturing spies. In order to achieve this goal, he had used the Yu family's boundless wealth to make friends with the Six Direction Society and rope in people from all over. In the end, he had become a prodigal son that everyone ridiculed. Not only had he failed to accomplish his goal, but he had also caused the Yu family to fall into depression for a generation. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2640. Because of Yu Xian's extravagance, if not for the Yu family's deep foundation and control of the temporal transference technique, the Yu family would have been wiped out a long time ago. Yu Xian is Yu Fang's grandfather. On the surface, Yu Fang doesn't care about the Heaven's Mirror Manor, but in reality he's always wanted to fulfill his grandfather's wish. He wanted to humiliate everyone who mocked Yu Xian and gain face for the Yu family, Uncle Emo explained. Yu Fang saw everything you did in the Void God universe, and he's already set his sights on you. He wants to use your influence in the Heaven's Mirror Manor to unite the Void God universe and the Temporal Transference Manor. His next step will be to use your ability to capture spies and the Yu family's foundation to completely unify the Heaven's Mirror Manor, allowing the Yu family to control this colossus. Lu Yin was stunned, but at the same time he was enlightened. Why hadn't he thought of that? Previously, he had only wanted to use the Heaven's Mirror Manor to cause trouble and take advantage of the situation to gain more resources. He might even be able to take revenge and dominate the Six Direction Society, but compared to Yu Xian's goal, he was simply too humble. That's right. Unifying the Heaven Mirror Manor and turning it into a colossus in the Six Directions sect, a colossus that spanned across the entire Six Directions sect. In addition, the Six Directions sect would grant them the privilege of capturing spies. If they succeeded, the Heaven Mirror Manor would become a terrifying existence. Everything else aside, he could even pull in a few progenitors, which would surpass the above heavens. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. This was something he could do. Do you understand? Lady He doesn't want you to be used by Yu Fang without knowing, so she asked me to remind you, Uncle Emo said seriously. Lu Yin bowed deeply to Uncle Emo. So that's how it is. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Emo. I understand now, I really do. Uncle Emo was satisfied. This kid's attitude was very good. It's good that you understand. Yu Fang is too smart, and Yu Lele is also publicly acknowledged as the smartest person in this generation. Little brother, I'm worried about you and the Yu family, He said worriedly. Lu Yin replied, Don't worry, Sister He. Thanks to your reminder, I know what to do and I definitely won't disappoint you. He pursed her lips. Are you sure? If you want, I can negotiate with Yu Fang and have him let you go back to the Void God universe. No matter what, Yu Fang won't openly fall out with me. Sir, if that's the case, your situation will become even more difficult, Uncle Mo advised. Don't worry, Sister Ran. It won't be that easy for the Yufeng to use me. Besides, this is hyperspace and I don't believe that the Yu family will be able to do anything to me under your watch. Don't worry. Uncle Mo reminded him, don't underestimate Yufeng. Luin nodded. Definitely not. Iran was distressed. Since you've already made up your mind, do as you please. If there's anything you need, immediately contact me or Uncle Mo. We'll help you as soon as possible. Luin grunted in acknowledgement before being sent off by Uncle Mo. After Luin left, Hiran's expression returned to normal. His gaze was proud and profound and no one knew what he was thinking. Uncle Mo returned. My lord. Did Xianqi say anything? Hiran asked. Uncle Mo replied. He didn't say much, he just kept thanking you. I can tell that he really doesn't know why Yufeng invited him. Hiran disdainfully replied, what an idiot. If he wasn't useful to us, talking to him would be a waste of time. You don't even know the purpose of his invitation. What do we do now? Uncle Mo asked. Hiran replied, let nature take its course. We just have to keep an eye on Bai Qian. I'm afraid that the Yu family will take the initiative to ally with Bai Qian, which would be disadvantageous to me. Even if the Yu family has never interfered in this kind of competition, it's better to be safe than sorry. At that moment, Kujian arrived. My lord, Tuing has been captured by the Yu family. Hiran was shocked. Tuing? The one from the decision-making team? Why did the Yu family capture him? Apparently, it has something to do with a spy. Luin arrived at the Zio realm. Just as Yu Lele had said, Tuing had already been brought over by the decision-making team. Oh, someone went to bring Big Sis back? Yu Lele immediately mocked Luin when she saw him. Luin ignored her. What? You found such a noble sister and now you're ignoring people? Have you gone to heaven? Yu Lele continued. Luin said to her, you've broken my initial impression of you. Yu Lele blinked. What impression? Luin replied, an innocent and kind girl who's intoxicated by her career. Yu Lele was confused. Suyu shouted even louder, why would you think that? Lele, that damn girl, is two-faced and has a cheap mouth. Yu Lele's face darkened. Damn yeah, what nonsense are you talking about? You're the one with a cheap mouth. Suyu said, it's mainly because you're two-faced. You actually gave your dandruff to others to eat. Don't talk nonsense. I've only given it to you. Damn Lele, I'm going to beat you up. Don't cause trouble, we're doing business. Yu Lele rolled her eyes and allowed Suyu to pull her hair from behind. She mocked Luin seriously, what benefits did you get from sucking up to others? You came to our Yu family because of Hiran, right? Sure enough, there's a problem. Luin casually said, maybe. Take me to Tuing. Hey, be serious. I'm guessing you're conspiracy. There's no conspiracy. Absolutely. Think whatever you want. It's related to Hiran, right? That's right. You admit it? Yes. What conspiracy? Check it out yourself. Along the way, Yu Lele kept pestering Luin and asking him all sorts of strange questions. No matter what she said, Luin would admit to it. She was so angry that she wanted to feed him dandruff. This guy is too infuriating. Do you think he's telling the truth? Yu Lele fumed and kept scratching her hair. Suyu rolled her eyes. Wasn't he invited by your Yu family? What conspiracy is there? Yu Lele bared her teeth, really wanting to tell the truth. Not long after, Luin saw Tuing. More accurately, he didn't see him. He heard him. Tu Ying's roar could be heard from afar. How dare your Yu family capture me? I'm Tuing, a member of the decision-making team. What are you trying to do? Let me go, you're being too presumptuous. Luin gradually approached as he listened to Tu Ying's roar. Soon he arrived at a spacious area that wasn't covered by any light. A group of Yu family members were standing guard in front of him, and there was a transparent barrier in the middle. An exasperated middle-aged man was locked inside, panting heavily and shouting with a sinister expression. Luin didn't go over and just watched. Yu Lele was confused. Aren't you going to interrogate him? I won't be able to get anything out of him and he'll only shout louder. Where's your father? Luin asked. Yu Lele's eyes darted around. Tell me what he said to Hiran, and I'll have my father interrogate him. Luin didn't respond. Yufeng would definitely come. This guy was only a suspect and he was a reasonable suspect. However, that didn't mean that he was actually a spy. Who knew, he might have said the wrong thing in a moment of stupor. Luin realized that Yu Lele's attitude towards him had changed after meeting Hiran. At first, Yu Lele had looked at him with interest, and even though Eulele was sure that Lu Yin had some sort of motive, he hadn't been so hostile. Now, however, Eulele basically viewed Lu Yin as an enemy, and his gaze was rather unfriendly. Does your Yu family know what you're doing? The decision-making team won't let you off. We were personally appointed by His Excellency, and we have our own missions. You're being too presumptuous. Or does your Yu family really think that you can replace His Excellency? The feed technique can never replace an energy source. Yu Feng arrived and walked past Lu Yin, entering an empty area. When he saw Yu Feng appear, Tuing stopped yelling and gritted his teeth. His gaze turned sinister as he growled, "Family head Yu, I thought you wouldn't come." "Why wouldn't I?" Yu Feng retorted. Tu Ying's eyes narrowed. "Isn't it better to pretend that you don't know anything?" Yu Feng calmly replied, "We captured you because you're suspected of being a spy." "What a joke, I'm suspected of being a spy. His Excellency controls the entire hyperspace. If I'm a spy, why would he let me join the decision-making team?" Tuing questioned. Yu Feng clasped his hands behind his back. "That's his business. I have my own deductions." "What deductions?" Tuing asked angrily. Yu Feng calmly replied, "During the meeting you suggested that the people from the drifting cloud space might have been the ones who destroyed the information. However, as a member of the decision-making team, don't tell me that you didn't know that Drifting Cloud was imprisoned. Don't tell me that you didn't know that Drifting Cloud had already analyzed the Drifting Cloud space. The people from the Drifting Cloud space seemed to be hiding in the hyperspace, but they were actually using them for experiments. Otherwise, they would have been captured long ago. How could these people destroy the information? And you're saying that they did it? Don't tell me that you're just crazy and that you're just spouting nonsense. In order to show off in front of him, you've all racked your brains and thought of ways to show off. You wouldn't say a single word." Tuing angrily retorted, "Human innate gifts are very strange. How do you know that the people of the flowing cloud space haven't been born with any strange innate gifts? Perhaps there are geniuses with extraordinary innate gifts among them. Even hyperspace can't completely unravel the mysteries of the human body. Also, it's possible that someone like Lu Yun has been born in the flowing cloud space. Who knows? Whether it's slander or not, we'll know once we investigate," Yu Feng said. "What if we can't find anything?" Tuing glared at Yu Feng, his eyes bloodshot and filled with hatred. No matter what the final outcome was, it was a fact that he had been captured by the Yu family. This would definitely affect his position in His Excellency's heart and make the other members of the decision-making team suspicious. The Yu family had basically destroyed his future. If possible, he would definitely destroy the Yu family at all costs. Yu Feng didn't intend to respond to Tu Ying's hateful gaze. Instead, he simply said, "If we can't find anything, then we can't find anything. What else can we do?" Tuing was furious. In the distance, Lu Yin raised his brows when he heard this. The Yu family didn't care about the decision-making team at all. The Excellency that Tuing was referring to should be the hyperspace dominator, and Yu Feng didn't seem to be afraid of him. Or perhaps the Yu family, who had created the gift technique, thought that they were on par with the dominator who had created the energy source? If that was the case, then the decision-making team was just a servant in Yu Feng's eyes. This attitude was normal. But why? Why was the Yu family on par with that dominator? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2641. From the information that Lu Yin currently had, even if the Yu family was several times stronger, they would not be able to shake that ruler's position. It was simply impossible for them to be on equal footing. Simply put, the Yu family also had a seat in the decision-making team. If Yu Feng was truly on equal footing with that ruler, then the Yu family would not be able to enter the decision-making team. Even Yu Ting from the Six Direction Training Rites was afraid if he ran, which was not an attitude that came from being on equal footing. The hyperspace continuum had an abyss that Lu Yin could not see, and it seemed to be much more complicated than the Void God spacetime. Yu Feng did not say much to Tuing. No matter how much he looked down on Tuing, he could not use external forces to interrogate him. Otherwise, it would be a slap to He Rance in that ruler's face. Uncle Amo came over and demanded that the Yu family release Tuing. Yu Feng brought Lu Yin along to confront Uncle Amo. "So you're saying that Tuing is a spy, but it's just a guess?" Uncle Amo asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, "Yes, but there's no evidence." Uncle Amo looked at Yu Feng and said respectfully, "Family head Yu Tuing is still a member of the decision-making team. Arresting him without any evidence would not have a good impact. Lord He Ran hopes that family head Yu will release him." Yu Feng looked at Uncle Amo. Is impact more important or a spy? Uncle Mo hesitated. No matter how great the impact was, it could not compare to the destruction that a spy could bring. However, if he said that, Yu Fang could send him away with a single sentence, so Tuing had to be taken away. Uncle Mo, what do you think? I'll have to trouble you to investigate Tuing, Lu Yin said. Meh. Uncle Mo was astonished. Yu Fang's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Yin. Eulele approached from behind. This guy was definitely plotting something. Lu Yin smiled. I believe that whether it's Lord He Ran, the Yu family, or the decision-making team, none of them will allow a spy to exist. If Tuing really is a spy, then Lord He Ran will definitely get rid of him first. Since that's the case, why don't we release him? Even if we lock him up, we won't be able to get anything out of him. You were the one who wanted to capture him, so you released him as soon as He Ran's people arrived. Shen-Chi Eulele wanted to say something, but Lu Yin cut him off. I asked you to use the Yu family's power. If you can't find anything, then you'll naturally be released. Yu Fang nodded. I'll leave the matters of the heavens reflection manner to you. If you're willing to let it go, that's fine. Uncle Mo heaved a sigh of relief. Facing the Yu clan, even an extremely powerful expert like him did not have the confidence to take Tuing away. Only the Yu clan themselves knew the depth of their foundation. Not to mention other things, Yu Fang himself could use the black energy source, and the Yu clan had at least one black energy source hidden away. If they did not give him face, there was nothing he could do. Don't worry, if Tuing is really a spy, Lord He Ran will not let him off, Uncle Mo said. Not long after, he left with Tuing. Although Tuing resented the Yu family, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only keep his resentment in his heart. After they left, Eulele sneered, as expected of someone else's good little brother. He doesn't have any stance at all. Lele, go take a look at the 5th experiment. Yu Fang sent Eulele away. Lu Yin also sent Guan Laoda and the others away, including Su Ji and Su Yu. He then asked, Senior, are you sure you can monitor Tuing? Yu Fang was confident. Unless that person personally acts, I can monitor whoever I want in this hyperspace. That's good, Lu Yin nodded. Tuing is a member of the decision-making team and he refuses to admit it. We have no evidence, so we can't pry his mouth open. We can only do this. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. Take him away, and the first person he'll meet will definitely be He Ran. I can also hear their conversation. Is there a problem? Yu Fang asked. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, you're testing me. After all, it involves He Ran. Yu Fang and Lu Yin exchanged glances. Lu Yin shrugged. Anything is insignificant when it comes to finding a spy, including He Ran. Yu Fang smiled. What's your relationship with He Ran? She's my sister Ran, Lu Yin answered with a smile. Yu Fang could not understand Lu Yin. He had admitted it so openly, but he was also willing to let him monitor He Ran. Did this person really think that capturing spies was his only goal? Tuing was taken away, and the first person he met was indeed He Ran. Yu Fang and Lu Yin also heard their conversation. The conversation between He Ran and Tuing was normal, and the result was within Lu Yin's expectations. Tuing was forced to leave the decision-making team. If Tuing was a spy, then He Ran would definitely be the first to get rid of him. She would not allow anyone to ruin her image, and having a spy support her would only make her a laughingstock. Now that there was no way to prove that Tuing was a spy, He Ran could not directly get rid of him. The only thing she could do was to remove him from the decision-making team and make him lose his authority. This way, even if he was a spy, he would not be able to do anything. Tuing could not accept this result. He could not understand why being suspected of being a spy would result in such severe consequences. He could only say that he did not understand the psychology of those high above him. Whether or not Tuing was a member of the decision-making team, the Yu family would not relax their surveillance of him. For the time being, Lu Yin could rest for a while. After all, he had just captured the girl who had destroyed the information. Once she was captured, she would immediately say that she was being controlled by Qing Kong. However, this was the hyperspace and Lu Yin could not decide the final outcome. He could only leave it to the Yu family. What he needed to do now was to roll the die. The quickest way to catch spies was to roll the die. He had caught over 100 spies in half a year in the Void God dimension because he had constantly rolled the die. Even if he rolled enhance and merged with the spies' bodies only a few times, he could still catch a whole batch of spies. Spies were more or less connected to each other, so this was the quickest way. Lu Yin needed to maintain his reputation as an expert at catching spies in order to fulfill his desire. Hyperspace's currency was called Ultralisk, and Lu Yin could easily obtain some. Lu Yin held the ultralisk in his hand and studied it for a long time before his heart sank. This ultralisk was actually a metal material used to create energy sources. It was not only an energy source, but it was also widely used throughout the entire hyperspace, including as a carrier for the feed technique. It was a material that the hyperspace needed the most, and it was also a necessary material. The problem was that it was useless to Lu Yin. Rolling enhance consumed the power of the current spacetime, and it could only merge with the person in the current spacetime. However, ultralisk was just a type of metal, so where did its power come from? Hyperspace itself was not overshadowed by the power to change the world. Instead, it constantly developed cultivation techniques and used all things in the universe, which was fundamentally different from a cultivation civilization. The Hui crystals of the three monarchs universe were also materials that could carry monarch's aura, but as long as Lu Yin could consume the monarch's aura, he should be able to merge with the cultivators in the three monarchs universe. However, hyperspace did not have the power to cover spacetime. Lu Yin had not thought of this before and had neglected it. Now that he suddenly thought of it, he was at a loss. What should he do? Roll enhance? No, how could he catch spies in the shortest time possible? If he could not do it, how could he gain the trust of the Yu family and establish the image he wanted in the Six Direction Association? This was a headache. What else could he do besides roll enhance? Spies were very difficult to find, and if not for the fact that roll enhance was too heaven-defying, Lu Yin would not have been able to find Yunwu so easily and expose Yi Jun. He would not have been able to purge the spies in the Void God dimension. Lu Yin did not feel that he was much smarter than others when it came to finding spies. The purpose of the Heaven's Mirror Manor was to capture spies, but their efficiency was very low. There were even progenitors among them, and in a fair comparison, Lu Yin had no advantage over the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Lu Yin kept thinking about how to capture spies, but there was only one way: the person who sold information that Luo Lao could contact. If that person could help him find the spy who had destroyed the information, then he should know more about the spy. However, if this person knew who the spy was but did not expose him, then he was just like Realmless in the cosmic tree. He did not care about the greater good of humanity and only cared about his own interests. Lu Yin did not trust such a person. When it came to people he did not trust, his method was to find them and deal with them. Xia Shenfei had obtained a lot of information from Realmless because he had broken through Realmless. That was how he had been able to find a group of spies in the cosmic tree, as well as the people who had colluded with them. If Lu Yin could find this information seller, then he might be able to reap the same benefits. Lu Yin had no pity for such people. Although it was rushed, this was the only way he could think of at the moment, so he could only try. Lu Yin returned to the Eternal Kingdom and brought Luo Lao to hyperspace to contact the information seller. "Brother-in-law, what information do you want to buy?" Luo Lao asked. He was very happy, as being used by Lu Yin meant that he had value and could perform meritorious deeds. As long as he could perform meritorious deeds, he would be able to succeed under Lu Yin. He did not want to stay in the Eternal Kingdom aimlessly. He had not avenged his mother's death yet, and his enemy was right under his feet. However, he could not do anything about it. Lu Yin had already thought of a plan and his gaze turned cold. Information on Zijing. Luo Lao thought that he had misheard. "Oh, Sister Zijing?" Lu Yin said, "Contact him and buy all the information on Zijing from him." Most importantly, Lu Yin stared at Luo Lao, "Find a way to let him know that we need to send information to the Zio realm." Luo Lao was shocked. "The Yu family? Brother-in-law, why are you doing this? Just do as I say, or can't you do it?" Lu Yin frowned. Luo Lao was flustered, and when he saw Lu Yin's expression darken, he recalled Mu Jun's miserable state. "I can do it. Although I don't know who this person is, he definitely knows of my existence. As long as we contact him within the Zio realm, it'll be fine. However, the Zio realm is the Yu family's territory, so it'll be easy for us to be discovered." Lu Yin immediately brought Luo Lao to the Zio realm. Although there were many surveillance methods in hyperspace, it was impossible for them to monitor him. The universe was huge and surveillance methods could not cover every corner. Furthermore, he was someone who could wrestle with a progenitor, so how could these surveillance methods detect him? They did not contact him that day. "It's normal. I once waited for an entire month to buy information," Luo Lao said. Lu Yin was not in a hurry and waited patiently. 6 days later, Luo Lao exclaimed, "I've got it." Lu Yin looked over and stared at Luo Lao's dark green glasses without saying anything. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2642. Luo Lauer began to trade. At the same time, in a dimly lit area, a tired man was looking at the screen in front of him. He really knows how to pick the right time. I'm so tired. He had originally wanted to stop the trade and rest for a few days, but when he saw the screen, his eyes lit up. Old Luo? As he spoke, he stepped forward, breathing heavily. It's really Luo Lauer? He's finally appeared. Does he want to buy information about Zijing? And not a spy. What does he want? After hesitating for a while, he began to communicate with Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer was nervous. This was a huge matter that involved Lu Yin and the Yu family, so he could not afford to mess it up. Brother-in-law, he's asking for sky-high prices, Luo Lauer asked. Deal. Brother-in-law, he has so much information about Sister Zijing? How did you find out about Big Sister Zijing when she was young? Luo Lauer exclaimed. Lu Yin frowned. He wouldn't have been surprised if this person had been able to find out about Zijing's current situation, but if he had even been able to find out about her childhood, then that wasn't simple at all. This proved that this person had considerable authority in the hyperspace. On the other side, that person excitedly stared at the screen. Almost there, almost there. Don't end it, please don't end it. He was locating old Luo's position and leaving behind evidence. This was a rare opportunity, so he definitely couldn't end the transaction. On the other side, Lu Yin was lost in thought as he stared at the information regarding Zijing. He didn't know what the person who sold the information was doing right now, but he definitely knew that the person he was dealing with was Luo Lauer, who was related to Mu Jun's disappearance and was also located in the Yu family. How would this person deal with such exaggerated information? It was impossible to find this person through trade, so he had no choice but to divert the trouble away by leaking such a huge amount of information to see if he could find any traces of this person. When he thought about this, Lu Yin missed his die's enhance. He did not need to waste any effort and could directly read someone's memories. This method had saved him a lot of trouble. A 6 on the die was equivalent to giving him the answer to the proposition. It was much more efficient to reason in reverse rather than having no clue at all. The Zio realm, it's the Zio realm, exclaimed the person in the dark. He was so excited that his face turned red. As expected, it's the Yu clan. Right, the Yu clan is in charge of the Heaven's Mirror Prefecture, so it's normal for them to buy information from spies. But it's possible that other people from the Heaven's Mirror Prefecture would buy it too, especially Xianqi. She was the one who captured that spy, but we can't be sure that she was the one who bought the information. We can't rule out the possibility that the Yu family is using him. This person was originally invited to hyperspace by the Yu family, so it's normal for him to be a puppet. But Xianqi couldn't have bought Zijing's information. They were originally lovers. Only the Yu clan would know that Zijing was involved in the research and development of the most secretive cultivation techniques. We've always hidden this from the Yu clan, so only the Yu clan would know. That person paced back and forth. The Yu clan, Mu Jun, Ultra Spacetime, and the 3 sovereigns. His eyes were bright, and his exhaustion was swept away. He suddenly looked up at the screen of light again at the position of the Zio realm. Let's go all out. On the other side, Lu Yin had sent Luo Lauer back to the Eternal Kingdom. He had done everything he could, and all he could do now was wait. He didn't know what the information seller would do next. Perhaps the seller would do nothing and only focus on selling information. He could not take the initiative to attack, so he could only release the bait. Since that person likes to sell information, it shows that he is short of resources. Such a large amount of information is enough for him to get a sum from the 3 monarchs universe. Don't let him down. That person did not disappoint as he desperately needed resources. He was willing to trade with anyone even if that person was a spy as long as they gave him resources. Now, such a large amount of information had been exposed to him. As long as he could sell it, he would have all the resources he needed. He could not resist this temptation. The giant rainbow wall was the most beautiful and dangerous place in the 3 monarchs universe. Inside and out, it was equivalent to life and death. At every moment, countless pairs of eyes looked outside the rainbow wall with apprehension and unease. Ever since the continents had been stuck to the rainbow wall, there were even more such gazes. I think it's in Xia Xinji's direction, Elder Chan said as he looked ahead. He was standing on the rainbow wall, and outside the rainbow wall was an endless continent. It was not a real continent, but rather the meditative ruins. Elder Chan had seen the god of oblivion in action on the 5th mainland, and he had also seen it during the era of the Daosor sect, but he had never seen such a large meditative ruins before. As soon as he arrived at the Rainbow Wall, he saw the boundless meditative ruins, which forced Luo Jun, Xingjuan, and Xia Xinji to continuously retreat. This also showed Elder Chan just how terrifying the God of Oblivion was. Even if he touched this meditative ruins, he would often forget everything. Even though this period was not long and only lasted for an instant, it was enough to determine victory and defeat for an expert. Even though the God of Oblivion was powerful, he had not faced the four of them directly. After all, they were still four progenitors and would not be easy to deal with. They were now trying to figure out which direction the God of Oblivion would attack from. The Rainbow Wall protected the entire Three Monarchs universe. If the four of them were together, the God of Oblivion would not attack them, but he could attack other regions, and they would not be able to save them in time. In the past, the Great Three Monarchs array had resonated with the Rainbow Wall, allowing the Three Monarchs to instantly attack no matter where they were. However, Mu Jun had disappeared. Although Elder Chan and Xia Xinji had made up for the lack of power, they could not make up for the loss of the Great Three Monarchs array and the entire Three Monarchs universe. Not only that, but the Rainbow Wall was also weakening. If they could not find Mu Jun, then either someone could replace her, or the Rainbow Wall would disappear sooner or later. I also think it's in Xia Xinji's direction, Luo Jun said in a low voice. Star Monarch said, I think it's in my place instead. Elder Chan said, the God of Oblivion was injured by Senior Xia Shang in my origin space and has not recovered yet. His hatred for the Xia family is too strong. That's why he left Xia Xinji for last, Star Monarch said. Elder Chan did not expect him to think this way and fell silent for a moment. Hee, you old fellows can only guess? Continue, I will attack with all my strength in an instant. I don't know which one of you can block it in an instant, hee. The God of Oblivion's voice spread throughout the Three Monarchs universe. Xia Xinji narrowed his eyes. How troublesome. Bai Sheng and Elder Chan should have replaced him and let him return to the starry sky tree, but Elder Chan came and Bai Sheng did not, so he greeted them. In his words, why should they replace Xia Xinji and fight to the death in the Three Monarchs universe? Even Bai Wangyuan could not force Bai Sheng, who was an progenitor. Bai Sheng did not come and only Elder Chan came. It was not enough to completely replace the Three Monarchs' great formation. The main reason was that they had to defend a large area, and Luo Jun did not want to let Xia Xinji go. Only the Three Monarchs universe is on the defensive. The other 5 universes have already attacked to chase us out of their universe. Luo Shan, what's the point of holding on to the title of the Three Monarchs? Defend one corner for the 6 monarchs. What can you gain by fighting to the death? Even if the Eternals are defeated, what will be left of the Three Monarchs universe? The God of Oblivion mocked. Luo Jun said in a low voice, don't waste your breath. We've known each other for so many years and we understand each other. It's useless for you to say this. The origin space is far stronger than the Three Monarchs universe. If you drag them to the 6 Monarchs universe and they accept the origin space, do you think the Three Monarchs universe can still be one of the 6 Monarchs universe? The God of Oblivion smiled. Luo Jun's gaze turned cold. He had considered this as well, but Mu Jun had suddenly disappeared. The only thing he could do was to keep Xia Xinji here and drag the origin space in. Otherwise, the Three Monarchs universe would be in danger. Have you ever considered that all of this might be what the origin space wants? The God of Oblivion asked again. Elder Chan sighed. The Eternals are the best at bewitching people. They use the temptation of eternal life and great power to cause flaws in people's hearts, but you are still humans. If you don't care, how could you have fallen? God of Oblivion, what do you care about? Little brat, since when did you have the right to lecture me? The God of Oblivion said with disdain. Elder Chan replied, I'm just curious. Leave your curiosity in your coffin. If you want to get information from me, let little Luin do it. I'll answer whatever he asks, hee. The God of Oblivion attacked, and the world outside the Rainbow Wall turned upside down. Her target was actually Elder Chan. Although Elder Chan was the latest to break through to the progenitor realm, he was definitely not the weakest. Even Bai Wangyuan was wary of the ancestral chi of the 3 sons. In the Three Monarchs universe, Elder Chan and the God of Oblivion had fought more than once. Although it had caused a huge commotion this time, it had ended quickly. You old things are boring. Let's go play with Luin in the origin space. I wonder how he's doing. I really miss him. The God of Oblivion giggled and left the Three Monarchs universe. Elder Chan raised his brows. If you dare to leave this universe, the Eternals will never be able to step in again. Luo Jun stared at Elder Chan. He wanted the God of Oblivion to leave, but Elder Chan did not want her to cause trouble for Luin. You can try. The god of oblivion's voice grew softer. Elder Chan's gaze turned cold, and he attacked outside the rainbow wall. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew out of the rainbow wall and collided with countless corpse kings. Their scarlet eyes were densely packed together, causing one's heart to tremble. Beams of light shot out, and each spacecraft was plated with Monarch's aura. They were multicolored and painted the universe in a dazzling brilliance. Suddenly, the spacecraft's beams of light stopped, and the person controlling the spacecraft stared blankly at the screen. Mu Jun is here. It was just 4 simple words, but it caused everyone who saw it to tremble. It wasn't just one spacecraft that was like this, as all the spacecraft screens showed the same words. Inside the rainbow wall, all the data related to science and technology showed the same words. Soon Luo Jun appeared in a spacecraft. Return. He sent his contact information to the person who had sent the message. Let's talk here. It was still 4 words. Luo Jun's expression was calm as he asked the others to leave. You should be able to hear me. It's an honor to speak with you, Lord Luo. A mechanical voice sounded, but it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Luo Jun looked at the screen. You want to talk to me, but you don't want me to know who you are. This is the only way. Are you the one who captured Mu Jun? Lord Luo, you've misunderstood. I just happened to know about Mu Jun, so I came to inform you. The price. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2643. Let's ask Lord Luo to confirm the authenticity first. As he spoke, the screen changed. On it was evidence of Luo Lao'er's location, but the destination was not shown. Luo Lao'er's words were not wrong. Not only that, but the person also listed the information of his transactions with Luo Lao'er. For a full hour, Lord Luo just watched. I have left traces of these records in the hyperspace. I will tell Lord Luo the method. Lord Luo can ask others to verify it. Tell me, where's Luo Lao? Lord Luo's eyes were cold. Although he did not care about family, he was still his son. Back then, Luo Zong had killed many of his brothers and sisters. He knew and stopped him, but he might not have been able to stop Luo Zong from secretly framing him, so he sent Luo Lao to the hyperspace as a hostage. However, he never dreamed that Luo Lao would one day plot against Mu Jun. There must be a top expert behind him. Otherwise, with Mu Jun's caution, it was impossible for him to disappear. Lord Luo knew what it meant to disappear. Let's talk about the price now, Lord Luo. Although one could not tell whether the mechanical voice was happy or angry, the speaker's tone revealed the speaker's excitement. He was a big step closer to his goal. Not long after, the screen turned off and someone entered. Lord Luo, we didn't find anything. Trash, Lord Luo growled, scaring the person into kneeling. Continue to investigate. Gather all the talents in the 3 monarchs universe. We must find this person, Lord Luo ordered. Yes. In the hyperspace, under the blooming stairs, Uncle Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Lord, there is a guest. On the stairs Hiran appeared. A guest? At this time a voice sounded. Should I look for you or Bai Qian? Hiran was confused. Oh. Uncle Mo looked up. 3 monarchs universe, Luo Shan. Hiran was surprised. Luo Shan? Although the 6 Directions sect looked down on the 3 monarchs universe, compared to other universes, the 3 monarchs universe was too weak. It was undeniable that the 3 monarchs universe brought about a great shock. Rather than saying that they represented the 3 monarchs universe, it was more accurate to say that the 3 monarchs universe dragged them down. If there were no 3 monarchs universe, they would definitely be top figures in any universe. After all, those were 3 extremely powerful experts. Lord Luo, come out and meet me, Hiran said. Her voice was pleasant and calm. The void split open and Luo Jun walked out. He raised his head and looked at the stairs. At this moment, Uncle Mo stood in front of Luo Jun. Luo Jun said indifferently, even I can't see it? No, Uncle Mo said directly. Lord Luo's gaze was too domineering. Luo Jun's gaze turned cold as he took a step forward. At this moment, Uncle Mo only felt the world shaking. Everything around him changed. He couldn't stop Luo Jun. This was the only thought in his mind. For some reason, Luo Jun put down his foot. Forget it. We're partners after all. Although we've never met, we're still familiar with each other. Hiran, what's the situation with the Yu clan? Hiran was puzzled. Why are you asking about the Yu clan? I suspect that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu family. Hiran was shocked. Uncle Mo also looked at Luo Jun in shock. Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu clan? How is that possible? He did not believe it. Luo Jun replied, I hope it's not true, so please do me a favor. I want to verify it myself. On this day the tranquil hyperspace changed. First, the surveillance went out of control and then chaos appeared in many regions. Extreme powerhouses hurriedly took care of it, and the tranquil hyperspace seemed to be disturbed by something. Luo Jun appeared outside the Zio realm and stepped in. He appeared at the place where Luo Lauer had bought the information and looked at the ground. It really is here. He then looked forward with a cold gaze and released his tricolored monarch's aura. It was as if a multicolored monster had appeared and enveloped the entire Zio realm. At this moment, countless people in the Zio realm saw the tricolored monarch's aura cover the sky and change the earth. It even caused the stars to change colors, creating an indescribably terrifying pressure. Lu Yin's expression changed. This was the power of a progenitor, which meant that Luo Jun was the one who had come. He had used Luo Lauer to probe the person who had sold the information, hoping to use the information that Luo Lauer was in the Yu family to expose him. However, he had not expected such a huge reaction. That person had actually directly told the three sovereigns. Otherwise, Luo Jun would not have appeared. There was definitely something wrong with that person. Luo Shan, what are you doing? Yu Fang's furious voice rang out as black energy swept across the horizon and dispersed the monarch's aura. Luo Jun coldly glanced at Yu Fang. Where is Mu Jun? Yu Fang was stunned. What Mu Jun? Where is Luo Ho? Where is the Thunder Sealing clan? Luo Jun asked again. Yu Fang angrily shouted, Are you crazy? What does the Thunder Sealing clan have to do with Luo Ho and my Yu family? Luo Ho appeared in the Zio realm. Hand him over. Luo Shan attacked without holding back. A huge battle broke out in the Zio realm as the black energy clashed with the tricolored monarch's aura. Lu Yin had originally thought that the black energy would not be able to defeat the tricolored monarch's aura, as energy was just energy. Although it had the destructive power of an extreme powerhouse, it could not compare to a true progenitor. However, Yu Fang's black energy had overturned his understanding. Even though they were both black energy, there were differences in strength. Yu Fang's black energy was actually able to block the tricolored monarch's aura. At this moment He-Ran was paying attention to the Zio realm. She silently agreed that Luo Jun had killed his way into the Zio realm and transferred Wenshur away to use Luo Jun to probe the Yu family's foundation. Luo Jun was not weak. Her idea was not bad. As the tricolored monarch's aura continued to strengthen, beams of feed technique shot out from the Zio realm and pierced through the tricolored monarch's aura. There was more than one feed technique in the Zio realm, and they shot out beams of power that even Luo Jun feared. Lu Yin's scalp went numb when he saw this power. He had never thought that a progenitor's destructive power could be measured in numbers. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, all the way until 7 beams. A total of 7 beams of feed technique's killing power forced Luo Jun to retreat. Luo Jun himself had not expected the Zio realm's foundation to be so strong. It was so strong that it exceeded his expectations. However, these people were underestimating him too much. The Three Monarch Spacetime was the weakest of the Six Directions Association, but he was not. Luo Jun looked up and tricolored light appeared under his feet. It spread out and formed a circle. The light then rose vertically, connecting the sky and earth, becoming the most resplendent point in the Zio realm. Yu Fang's gaze changed. He waved his hand and beams of light shot towards Luo Jun. In the next instant, the tricolored light on Luo Jun's body expanded endlessly. At this moment, the entire Zio realm changed, turning into another Three Monarch spacetime. The black energy was actually wrapped up by the tricolored monarch aura and fell down. Yu Fang's pupils shrank. This was a domain-like power that cultivators who had reached the extreme realm would possess. Luo Jun attacked, slamming a palm towards Yu Fang. Yu Fang continuously retreated, and Luo Jun followed closely behind, closing the distance between them. They were both extreme realm powerhouses with destructive power, but Luo Jun's black energy was no match for Luo Jun's. Black energy did not need to be cultivated to the extreme realm to possess the power of an extreme realm powerhouse. Although it was fast, its weakness was that it did not have a cultivation process. Whether it was in terms of battle prowess, temperament, or other aspects, it was far inferior to a normal progenitor. Although Yu Fang's destructive power was comparable to Luo Jun's, Luo Jun displayed a power that was similar to the progenitor's realm, and Yu Fang was instantly suppressed. Just as Yu Fang was about to be struck by Luo Jun, he retreated to an incomparably large source box. This source box had suddenly appeared, as if it had come from a parallel universe. It was larger than any source box he had ever seen before, and it was covered in a host of feed technique. Luo Jun's expression changed as he looked at the feed technique that was frantically extracting the source box's substance. He felt a strong sense of crisis. This was the Yu family's foundation. At the same time, another figure tore through the void and attacked Luo Jun. It was another expert who could use a black energy source. The Yu family had two. Lu Yin looked at the person who had appeared. Was it Yu Ting? Yu Ting was strong enough to use a black energy source, but it depended on whether the Yu family had one or not. It was obvious that the Yu family had more than one. With two extreme realm powerhouses and a powerful feed technique, Luo Jun would not be able to gain an advantage. Luo Shan, get lost. If not for the everlasting race, you would already be dead. Yu Fang roared. Luo Jun growled, hand over Mu Jun, are you crazy? What does Mu Jun have to do with the Yu family? Yu Fang cursed. Luo Jun waved his hand and a mountain appeared. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw the mountain. Was that Mount Supreme? It was Mount Supreme again. Tu Shuangshuang had Mount Supreme, and Luo Jun had Mount Supreme as well. These were the pillars of the primordial space. Just how many more were there outside? A person walked out from Mount Supreme. His appearance couldn't be seen, but his entire body was distorted by the airflow. As this person walked out, Luo Jun shouted, attack! The person in the airflow raised a palm and attacked Yu Fang. Yu Fang was stunned. This person who had suddenly appeared not only had extremely destructive power, but he was even more threatening than Luo Jun. What kind of power was this? Xia Xinji? Lu Yin hadn't expected Luo Jun to bring Xia Xinji along. Wasn't he afraid that the Forgotten Ruins deity would take this opportunity to attack the three sovereign spacetime? Luo Jun and Xia Xinji were enough to suppress the Yu family, but it was obviously impossible to defeat them. Luo Jun only wanted Xia Xinji to buy time for him to search the Zio realm. Xia Xinji used his own strength to stall Yu Fang while Yu Ting still had the feed technique to buy time for Luo Jun. Luo Jun's tricolored monarch aura searched every corner of the Zio realm, but there was no trace of Luo Lao, or Mu Jun. In the end, he captured Yu Lele. If you want your daughter back, bring Luo Ho to me. With that, Luo Jun and Xia Xinji returned to the three sovereign spacetime. The entire process wasn't long, but Wen Shi didn't appear for a while. Yu Fang's expression turned ugly, and he immediately went to find he ran. Back in the Zio realm, Lu Yin watched the intense battle and thought about the person who had sold the information. There was definitely something wrong with this person, and he might even be a spy. Although that person had provided information about a spy who had destroyed the information, that woman might have been bait and wasn't of much value. This person was the spy behind the scenes. Of course, there was also the possibility that he wasn't. Regardless, Lu Yin had to find this person first. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2644. The news of Luo Jun killing his way into the Zio world and capturing Yu Lele shook the entire Six Directions Guild. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Among the Six Directions Society, the three monarch universes were at the bottom, while the reincarnation universes were recognized as the strongest. Apart from them, the other four were about the same. The Yu family had a transcendent status in transdimensional universe, and their foundation was unfathomable. Yet one day Luo Jun had killed his way in and captured Yu Lele. This matter was tantamount to slapping the Yu family's face. More importantly, Luo Jun's reason for killing his way into the Zio world was that the Yu family had caused Mu Jun's disappearance. This was not simple. Why was the Yu family related to Mu Jun's disappearance? What was their goal? Was it the Yu family's doing? Many members of the Six Paths Guild had questions about this matter. Yu Fang had gone to look for He Ran, but Lu Yin did not know what had happened. He only knew that after Yu Fang returned to the Zio realm, he angrily took Yu Ting to the three sovereign spacetime. Not long after, more and more news arrived. Many of the Six Direction Association's powerhouses had entered the three sovereign spacetime continuum to mediate. Wen Shi had also arrived at the celestial traversing realm, and he was most likely searching for Lu Yin. Su Lung went to the Zio realm and found Lu Yin. Sister Ling? Why are you here? Lu Yin was shocked. Su Ling replied, it's all because of you. Lu Yin didn't understand. Su Ling said, you are still staying in the Zio world even after such a huge incident happened to the Yu clan. Aren't you afraid that something might happen? Lu Yin replied, This is a matter between the Yu family and the three sovereigns. It has nothing to do with me. I was only invited here to capture a spy. With Lord Luo's strength, the Yu family might not be able to protect you. Don't underestimate the three sovereigns, especially Lord Luo. He's a legendary figure. Lu Yin was moved. I'm fine, Sister Ling. Su Leng rolled his eyes. Let's talk about it after this matter is over. The Yu family was slapped in the face by Luo Jun, so you might suffer a loss if you work with them. Although the Yu family is smart, they don't have a good reputation. A few days later, this matter came to a temporary end. Luo Jun had no evidence to prove that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to the Yu family. At most, he could only prove that Luo Ho had appeared in the Zio world. However, the Zio world was too large, so it was not strange for anyone to appear here. He could not determine that there was something wrong with the Yu family just based on this. The reason why Lord Luo was certain that it was related to the Yu family was because Luo Lauer appeared in the Zio world, and it was also related to the internal struggle of ultra spacetime. The cooperation partner of the three monarch spacetime was Hiran, and the Yu family was obviously not on the same side as Hiran. This was also Hiran's guess. But as long as there was no evidence, the Six Direction Society would not allow internal strife, and Lord Luo had to release Yu Lele. This was the Six Direction Society's bottom line. The Yu clan brought Yu Lele back, and Luo Jun also said that once it was confirmed that Yu clan was involved in Mu Jun's disappearance, even if the three monarch spacetime didn't want it, he would make the Yu clan pay the price. These ruthless words were not only spoken to the Yu clan, but also to other people. He must find Mu Jun. If Mu Jun died, this grudge must be avenged. Yu Fang returned to the Zio realm. When he heard that Wen Shi had investigated, his expression turned ugly. When he heard that Su Leng was also there, he hurriedly went to find him. Senior, how is it? Lele is back? Lu Yin quickly asked when he saw Yu Fang. Yu Fang nodded, and his gaze swept past Lu Yin before landing on Su Leng. He politely said, "You must be the newly advanced virtual realm powerhouse, Su Leng." Su Leng grunted in acknowledgement and smiled. "I've long heard of the Yu clan's great name. I've taken the liberty to come here and disturb you." Yu Fang smiled. "It's no trouble at all. It's the Yu clan's honor to have you as a guest in my Zio realm." After exchanging some pleasantries, Su Leng left the Yu clan. Yu Lele had already been brought back, and with the Six Direction Society's mediation, Lord Luo could no longer do anything to the Yu clan. Thus, there was no need for her to keep watch over Lu Yin. After Su Leng left, Yu Fang directly asked Lu Yin, "Where is Luo Ho?" Lu Yin was stunned. "Luo Ho? What do you mean by that, senior?" Yu Fang stared at Lu Yin. "Who's behind you?" "Mu Jun was the one behind you." Lu Yin's face sank. "Senior, Lord Luo killed her way into the Zio realm and captured Yu Lele. She did indeed cause the Yu clan to suffer heavy losses, but senior shouldn't blame this on me. I'm just a junior, so how could I have the ability to scheme against Mu Jun?" Yu Fang's gaze deepened. "It sounds unreasonable, but I don't need logic. You didn't come, so this wouldn't have happened. Now that you're here, this happened. Luo Ho had a good relationship with you in the Six Direction training rites, and you must have had a motive for deliberately approaching my Yu clan. It's hard for me not to link this matter to you." Lu Yin frowned. Most people would not think that this matter was related to him, as he had nothing to do with any of the three sovereigns. However, Yu Fang was certain that he was the culprit. Lu Yin's head hurt. He liked to meet people who thought they were smart, as they could often analyze details that ordinary people could not see. He was the best at using these details to divert trouble, but Yu Fang was different. He only looked at the beginning and the end, skipping over the analysis of the process. If he suspected someone, he would immediately confirm it. Lu Yin did not know how to deal with such a simple and crude method. "It looks like the Yu clan is certain that this matter is related to me. Then why didn't Senior mention it in front of others?" Lu Yin asked. Yu Fang replied, "I wanted to see what else you could do. My Yu clan has nothing to do with Mu Jun's matter, so I'm not afraid of being wrongly accused. Unless you have the ability to make other parallel universes target my Yu clan, then I'll accept it. Otherwise, the person behind you will be exposed sooner or later." He then left. Lu Yin watched Yu Fang's departing figure. This was troublesome. No wonder the Yu clan had a bad reputation in the Six Direction Training Society. If they were certain of something, they did not need evidence and only looked at the results. Who could stand that? Even if their guesses were the truth without evidence, people would think that they were overbearing and unreasonable. The Yu clan was smart and arrogant, so they would not act in a way that ordinary people would accept. This clan was very strange. After leaving Lu Yin's line of sight, Yu Fang saw Eulele come looking for him and stopped her. "Father, move aside. I want to settle the score with Qianqi. He must be the one behind this." Eulele bared her teeth. She was just like Yu Fang, determined that Lu Yin was the culprit. Regardless of whether there was evidence or not, there was definitely something wrong with this guy. Yu Fang replied, "I've already looked for him." "How was it?" "What do you mean?" "He won't admit it." "Does the Yu clan need him to admit something?" "He's not someone from a space-time continuum. So what if we're certain?" "Of course we'll capture him and interrogate him. Lord Luo has no evidence that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu clan, so he could only retreat. We also have no evidence that Qianqi is involved." Eulele asked, "He still dares to resist?" Yu Fang frowned. "He has 4 powerhouses backing him." Eulele fell silent and scratched his head, causing dandruff to fall off. Yu Fang retreated. "Time to wash your hair." "I'm irritated. I don't want to wash it." Eulele was unhappy and felt even more sullen. The Yu clan had never needed evidence to do anything, and they could arrest anyone they suspected. This was one of the reasons why the Yu clan was in charge of the Heaven's Reflection Manor. "Are we just going to let this Qianqi scheme against us?" Eulele clenched his fists. Yu Fang smiled. "Let him be. I want to see what else he has up his sleeves." "What about that he ran?" "That woman lured Wenshur away, which allowed Lord Luo to charge into the Zio realm." Eulele's expression turned ugly. Yu Fang's expression darkened. "This matter won't pass. Could Qianqi have been sent by he ran?" Eulele guessed. Eulele had guessed this from the very beginning, and the fact that Lu Yin had called her Sister Ran made Eulele even more certain. Yu Fang shook his head. "That's unlikely. Although he's close to he ran isn't stupid. It's not her style to send someone so brazenly to approach the Yu clan. Besides..." He paused for a moment before continuing. "He ran doesn't have the ability to deal with Mu Jun. She's working with the 3 sovereigns, and if she tries to deal with Mu Jun, she'll easily become the target of everyone and lose her footing in the 6th Direction Association. She won't take such a risk." "Then how is Qianqi going to deal with Mu Jun?" Eulele was confused. Yu Fang frowned, as this was also why he hadn't revealed Qianqi's identity. What was this person hiding? The Void God space? No, that shouldn't be the case. Was he a spy? It wasn't impossible, but it wasn't likely. Sacrificing the entire Void God space's spy for Qianqi was too great a price to pay. This person wasn't worth it. What was it? "Where is Qianqi from?" Yu Fang asked. Eulele was stunned. "I don't know." Yu Fang was astonished. "You don't know? I thought you knew, father." Eulele felt wronged. Yu Fang was exasperated. This was too laughable. Even now, the Yu clan still didn't know Qianqi's origins. This person had clearly joined the 6th Direction training grounds from the Void God space. The Yu clan's status in the Void God space was high, but they didn't even know Qianqi's origins. If this got out, they would be laughed at. They thought they were smart. Yu Fang felt like he had grasped onto something. There was definitely something wrong with this Qianqi's origins. "Uncle Ting definitely knows," Eulele reminded him. Yu Fang immediately contacted Yu Ting. Yu Ting's reply caused Yu Fang's expression to change. It was the Genesis space? The Zio realm was quiet for a while and Lu Yin waited patiently. After a while, he would bring Luo Lao over and contact the person who had sold them the information. That person had betrayed them once, and since he couldn't find any leads on this person, he could only continue to contact him. Yu Fang came over and gave Lu Yin a mission. Investigate the person who provided information to Lord Luo. Lu Yin didn't understand. The person who provided the information? Yu Fang replied, "Someone told Lord Luo that Luo Ho had appeared in the Zio realm, which is why Lord Luo is certain that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu clan. I want you to find this person." Lu Yin laughed. "Senior, are you sure that I'm related to this matter, and you're not worried about letting me look for him?" Yu Fang replied, "You're the one who's urgently looking for this person. Perhaps you plan this together with this person and purposely let Lord Luo find you, or perhaps you used this person. You knew beforehand that this person would tell Lord Luo and purposely let him know that Luo Ho was in the Zio realm. If it's the latter, then you don't want this person to know your identity, and this person definitely won't let you know his identity either. I'll give you a chance to investigate this personally. Go to the 3 Monarch space and find this person. The 3 Monarch space will cooperate fully." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2645. After hearing Yu Fang's words, Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring. If I'm in the first situation, then I'll cut off my own arm. If I'm in the second situation, then I'll do my best to investigate. Even if this matter has nothing to do with me, the Yu family won't suffer any losses if I investigate. Are you willing to do so? Yu Fang asked. Lu Yin shrugged. We've reached a bottleneck in our investigation, and this person is deliberately trying to sow discord between Luo Jun and the Yu family. He might be a spy as well, so it's a good direction to investigate. Yu Fang nodded. I hope to hear good news from you. He then turned to leave, but before he left, he turned his back to Lu Yin. I heard that you offended the primordial space's Tao master, Lu Yin? Lu Yin's eyes widened, but his voice was calm. Yes. I've heard of Lu Yin and he's quite capable. If possible, I'd like to meet him and resolve your grudges. Yu Fang then left. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. What did Yu Fang mean? What was he trying to say? Even if everyone in the Six Direction Society knew that Yu Fang had come from the primordial space, they would not link him to Lu Yin. However, Yu Fang was different, as he was certain that Lu Yin was related to Mu Jun's disappearance. Xian Qi's identity alone made it impossible for him to do anything to Mu Jun. The only possibility was that there was a powerhouse from the primordial space behind him. Yu Fang definitely knew about Xia Xinji's identity, and after some analysis he might be able to guess that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to the primordial space. Yu Fang's guess was correct. It was not that others could not guess, but that they would not think in this direction. He had taken the initiative to approach the Yu family, which had caused Yu Fang to become suspicious of him. Then he had tried to probe the information cellar, which had caused Luo Jun to kill his way into the Zio realm. This had also aroused Yu Fang's suspicions. Lu Yin was the one who had slowly led Yu Fang's suspicions towards him, which had led to Yu Fang's suspicions. However, he had no other choice. If he did not probe the information cellar, then it would be very difficult for him to find a spy in the hyperspace. Getting close to the Yu family was a necessary step, or else he would not be able to plot against the hyperspace. The Yu family and he Ran were not on good terms, so he had to get close to them. The Yu family was too unreasonable, whether it was Yu Fang or Yu Lulu. What exactly had Yu Fang guessed? Yu Fang's guesses did not require evidence as long as he guessed it. For safety's sake, Lu Yin's identity as Xian Qi should be abandoned. Once someone from the Six Direction Association connected Xian Qi to Lu Yin, it would be easy to verify their suspicions. However, this identity was very important. How could he give it up so easily? Lu Yin was conflicted. If he really couldn't do it, he wouldn't come to the Yu family. When he thought of this, he hurriedly left with Guan Laoda and the others to find He Ran. His next destination was the Three Monarchs universe. Since Yu Fang asked him to go to the Three Monarchs universe to investigate, in order to prevent him from doing something unfavorable to himself, he would follow his steps first. However, before going to the Three Monarchs universe, he had to first understand the Three Monarchs, especially Lord Luo. That was why Lu Yin had gone to look for He Ran. Yu Fang asked you to go to the Three Monarchs universe to investigate the person who provided information to Lord Luo? He Ran was shocked. Lu Yin nodded and helplessly replied, Sister Ran, that person was able to contact Lord Luo without his identity being discovered. This proves that he's quite capable, but I'm not confident in his abilities. Then I'll go talk to Yu Fang. Actually, this is a matter of the Three Monarchs. It has nothing to do with you, He Ran said. Lu Yin replied, that person is trying to sow discord between us. Being suspicious of the Yu family is the same as being suspicious of a spy. This is something that I should do, so there's no point in looking for Yu Fang. He looked at Lu Yin wanting to say something but hesitated. Is there trouble? He Ran asked with concern. Lu Yin sighed, Yu Fang's attitude towards me has completely changed and he's also speaking ill of you. I can't take it anymore and I'm afraid that one day I'll quarrel with him, so I'll go to the Three Monarchs universe first. He Ran was furious. Yu Fang has gone too far. No matter what his attitude towards me is, you were invited by the Yu family from the Void God universe to help catch the spy. How can his attitude towards you change just because of your relationship with me? Uncle Amo, please go to the Yu family. Lu Yin quickly stopped her. No need, Sister Ran. I don't want to have anything to do with the Yu family, so I won't trouble you. Uncle Amo looked at He Ran. He Ran nodded. All right, I won't contact the Yu family in the future. Lu Yin's contact with the Yu family had never been part of He Ran's plan. She was more worried about what Bai Qian was up to, so it was better not to contact him now. Sister Ran, what's Lord Luo like? Luin suddenly asked. Ran was puzzled. Why are you asking about Lord Luo? Luin said, after all, I'm going to the Three Monarchs universe this time. Lord Luo and Yu Fang are both extremely strong, so it's not impossible for me to come into contact with them. You won't come into contact with Lord Luo, Uncle Mo said. Luin didn't understand. Uncle Mo explained, the Three Monarchs universe has always been watched by the Forgotten Ruins god. Although it's the weakest corner of the Six Direction Association, its battle situation is no better than the other universes. In fact, it's even more intense. This is also why the reincarnation universe intervened after Mu Jun went missing and forced the primordial space to send reinforcements to the Three Monarchs universe. This time, Lord Luo killed his way into the Zio universe because of Mu Jun and relaxed the defense of the Rainbow Wall. This has already made everyone unhappy, and the Six Direction Association doesn't want anything to happen to the Three Monarchs universe. Even if Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu family, Lord Luo should still ask Ultra Space to investigate. If he leaves the Three Monarchs universe, it's very easy for the Rainbow Wall to fall and cause irreparable damage. The reincarnation universe has said that he won't be able to leave the Rainbow Wall anytime soon. Luin relaxed. Although the Three Monarchs universe was the weakest of the Six Direction Association, that didn't mean that Lord Luo was weak. On the contrary, both Su Lung and Yu Fang were very wary of Lord Luo, especially Su Lung. Luo Jun was a legendary figure, which wasn't a casual statement. Uncle Mo, is Lord Luo very strong? Luin asked, but he was actually referring to the previous question. Uncle Mo looked at Ran. Ran nodded. Uncle Mo said, the Six Direction Association is divided into strong and weak, but the Three Monarchs are not weak. Lord Luo in particular is known as Luo Shan. He's one of the few known to have walked out of the Void World alive. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The Void World was a completely dark space that appeared when progenitors fought and tore through the void. It was an incomprehensible world, and Lu Yin had asked several people, especially those who were extremely strong, what would happen if they fell into that dark space. Everyone's answer was the same: they would definitely die. There was no light, no sound, and no sense of touch. There was nothing there at all. This was something that one didn't need to enter to know. However, other than that, no one knew what else was there because no one had ever walked out of it alive. The universe was a strange existence, and the space that normal people saw was only the surface layer. Cultivators tore through the void, and the astral sources that envoys absorbed were all layers of space. No one knew exactly how many layers there were. The void world was a world that humans knew could be entered, but they couldn't understand. It was just like how the first human who tore through the void didn't know what the void was. In the future, humans might be able to control it, but for now, no one had done so. No one had ever heard of anyone coming back alive from the void world. Lord Luo really came back alive from the void world? Luin was shocked. Uncle Mo was solemn. There are 62 parallel universes in the Six Direction Association. When the Six Direction Association was first established, there was a parallel universe that was even stronger than the Three Sovereigns universe. However, the Three Sovereigns universe was one of the Six Direction Association because of Lord Luo. To be honest, perhaps no one outside of the Grand Empyreans knows how strong Lord Luo is. On the surface, Lord Luo, Mu Jun, and Star-Lord formed the Three Sovereigns array to resist the God of Forgotten Ruins, but many people don't believe that Lord Luo can come back alive from the Void World. His strength might not be enough to defeat the God of Forgotten Ruins. Of course, this is just a guess, and the only thing that can confirm it is the Grand Empyrean's attitude towards Lord Luo. The Grand Empyrean is willing to give Lord Luo a certain amount of respect. After hearing Uncle Mo's words, Lu Yin thought back to the battle in the Zio realm. From start to finish, Luo Jun had only used the Monarch's aura and a power similar to the ancestral world. He hadn't used any battle techniques, and as Lu Yin stared at Luo Jun, he felt a faint sense of danger. Had Lord Luo hidden his strength very well? Did the Yu family know? Perhaps this was the reason why the Yu family hadn't fought to the death with Lord Luo? Little brother, don't think too much about it. You won't have any interactions with Lord Luo for the time being, and Lord Luo is in a cooperative relationship with us. If you go, he'll just support you. You'll have a much better life in the Three Sovereigns universe than in the Yu family, Ran said. Lu Yin felt bitter. Alright. If Lord Luo saw him, he would definitely recognize him. He wouldn't be any weaker than Su Wuwei. The Three Sovereigns universe was the only parallel universe that the Six Paths Association had tried to find a way to interact with the Genesis space. Lord Luo was definitely no stranger to him. The more Lu Yin understood about the Six Paths Association, the more he understood how powerful these parallel universes were. They weren't as simple as they seemed. The Void Lord of the Void God Universe, Su Wuwei, the ruler of the hyperspace, the 10 black energy sources, the feed technique, and the cultivation techniques that were currently being researched. Not to mention the reincarnation universe, even the 3 sovereigns universe, which seemed the simplest and easiest to deal with, was in trouble. What was Lord Luo hiding? He had joined forces with the 3 sovereigns array to resist the god of forgotten ruins. From the beginning to the end, he gave people the feeling that they couldn't defeat him unless they worked together. Even Uncle Mo, who had dealt with him before, couldn't see through him. This person was really the same type of person as Luo Zong. Lu Yin thought about it and decided that he should ask Mu Jun. Only Mu Jun and Taixing Jun could possibly understand Lord Luo. After leaving He Ran's place, Lu Yin took Guan Laoda Yu Pai and Su Ji to the 3 sovereign spacetime continuum. As for Su Yu, he was left behind in the hyperspace. Nominally, he had been invited by the Yu family to assist in the capture of a spy. The 3 sovereigns universe gave off a completely different feeling from the hyperspace. Lu Yin could clearly feel it because he also cultivated the monarch's aura. Although the 3 sovereigns universe wasn't big, it was still changed by the monarch's aura. If he used it here, he should be able to use up his Dai's 6 pips. Then, the next thing to do was to earn money. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2646. Songbai was the one who welcomed Lu Yin in the 3 sovereigns universe. Lu Yin had purposely exposed his identity to the Lightning Ceiling clan, but Songbai had taken him away. Songbai wasn't surprised to find Lu Yin's group. Mr. Shen 7th, the sovereigns have sent me to welcome you. Please follow me to the Imperial Domain. Lu Yin nodded. Senior Songbai, long time no see. Songbai said, I've offended you in the past. I hope you won't hold a grudge. I'm not that petty. I remember that you belong to the Mo courtyard. Why are you welcoming us? Where's the Heaven's Reflection Manor? Lu Yin asked. Songbai replied, the Heaven's Reflection Manor's master is the missing Lord Mu Jun. Lu Yin sighed. No wonder. That Luo Lauer is so hateful. If I'd known he was going to do something like this, I would have killed him. Songbai didn't believe him, but the 3 sovereigns universe's suspicions towards Lu Yin had never disappeared. Did he really not know where Luo Lauer was? But if he did, why did he go to the Lightning Ceiling clan? Even though Songbai's suspicions towards Lu Yin were minimal, it was enough to make Songbai scrutinize him. His mission was to comply with Lord Luo's orders. On one hand, he had to cooperate with Lu Yin in investigating the person who had passed on the information, and on the other, he had to keep an eye on Lu Yin. Lu Yin naturally wanted to rest after arriving at the 3 sovereigns universe. Under Songbai's guidance, they entered the Imperial Domain and were arranged to stay in a courtyard suspended above a cliff. The scenery was beautiful, with beautiful mountains and rivers and the vast Milky Way. Senior Songbai, you're staying here too? Lu Yin asked. Songbai replied, you're all new to the 3 sovereigns universe, so you don't know much about this place. Lord Luo ordered me to stay by your side and help you if you need anything. Lord Luo is so thoughtful. Thank you, Lu Yin said courteously. Closing the door, Lu Yin let Guan Laoda and the others rest while he entered the house and took out Mount Supreme to bring out Luo Lauer. After Yu Feng had asked him to come to the 3 sovereigns universe to investigate the informant, he had brought Luo Lauer and he ran along. Luo Lauer had always been in Mount Supreme. How could he not bring him along to the 3 sovereigns universe? We're here? Luo Lauer looked outside the courtyard through the window and saw Songbai sitting by the side of the mountain. He was so frightened that he hastily retreated. The Yu family wants me to investigate the person who sold the information, but that person is in hyperspace so I can't investigate him. Do you have any objections? Lu Yin asked. Luo Lauer said, brother-in-law, even my cheap father can't find any clues about that person, so I can't help at all. Lu Yin looked outside. I'm short on money. Luo Lauer was stunned. Ha! I'm really short on money, Lu Yin repeated. Luo Lauer suspected that he had heard wrongly, but he heard the same thing twice. Brother-in-law, are you short of money? What money? Hui Jing, Lu Yin said. Luo Lauer was curious as to why Lu Yin wanted the Hui Jing. Was he trying to pull some strings? There was no need for that, but he didn't dare to ask. Brother-in-law, how much do you want? The Thunder Ceiling clan has a batch. That's not enough, far from it. I want a lot, Lu Yin said. He then looked at Luo Lauer. Is there any way for me to obtain a large amount of Hui crystals? It's almost ridiculous. Luo Lauer subconsciously said, rob the emperor's treasury. The treasury of the three sovereigns? More or less. It's the treasury of the three sovereigns, but it's huge. Part of it belongs to my cheap father, so the amount of Hui crystals there is ridiculous. It's even faster than robbing the Crystal Row. The Crystal Row was equivalent to the Fifth Mainland's Mavis Bank, but its reserves were far inferior to the emperor's treasury. This was the universe of the three sovereigns, and their cultivation realms were filled with hegemony. Whether it was cultivation, territory, or resources, everything was controlled by the three sovereigns. Robbing the emperor's treasury definitely wouldn't work, so what about the Crystal Row? Brother-in-law, how many Hui crystals do you want? See if it's the same as what I understand, Luo Lauer asked carefully. Luin smiled. Actually, it shouldn't be much. Luo Lauer sighed. Tens of billions. Luo Lauer's mouth fell open and his face paled. Tens of billions? Is that a lot? Luo Lauer swallowed, speechless. The Lightning Ceiling clan's resources only add up to 200 million. Luin wasn't surprised. The Lightning Ceiling clan was equivalent to the Fifth Mainland's Day-Night clan. Although they were slightly stronger, they still had a half-progenitor. However, in the universe of the three sovereigns, this amount of resources was about the same. Brother-in-law, what do you want so many Hui crystals for? Luo Lauer didn't understand and subconsciously asked. Luin replied, I have my own uses for them. Is there any way to help me get them? Luo Lauer's face turned bitter. If he had a way, he wouldn't have been so poor in the past. He looked at Luin. If he couldn't help, then it would be difficult for him to stand out in the Above Heaven sect in the future. Let me think about it. Luin wasn't in a hurry. If Luo Lauer couldn't do it, then he could ask Lightning Ceiling Guanqin. If it really didn't work, then he could temporarily use the Lightning Ceiling clan's resources, which would be enough for him to assimilate for a while. If not for Tsang by keeping an eye on him, then he would have a way to obtain the Hui crystals. This Lord Luo was truly cautious. After thinking for a while, Luo Lauer said with a bitter expression, Brother-in-law, the only thing I can think of is to rob the emperor's treasury. There are quite a few crystals in the Crystal Row, but they definitely won't be enough to satisfy tens of billions. Furthermore, even if the three monarch spacetime crystal rows had that many crystals, they would still be scattered. Moreover, they would definitely not have that many crystals. The emperor's storehouse isn't easy to rob. By the way, Lord Luo changed the world and created the monarch's aura to cover the entire three monarch spacetimes. Why would he need so many crystals? It's for the Rainbow Wall, Luo Lauer said. As the son of Lord Luo, he knew a lot. The Rainbow Wall originated from the great formation of the Three Lords. It needs to replenish the monarch's aura at regular intervals, and this period isn't long. Father thought that if he gets injured one day and can't replenish the monarch's aura in time, the Hui crystals in the emperor's treasury will be his protection. Luin understood. Even if Lord Luo was a legend, and no matter how deep he hid his cultivation, he still wouldn't be able to defeat an Eternals. Luo Lauer said, Brother-in-law, that cheap father of mine is even more cautious than Mu Jun. Although I don't know how he keeps an eye on the emperor's warehouse, I'm sure that once someone enters the emperor's warehouse without his permission, he will be the first to discover it. Then why did you ask me to rob the emperor's warehouse? Luin raised his brows. Luo Lauer smiled, Brother-in-law, I'm talking about people who don't have his permission. We can find someone who has his permission to help us take out the crystals. Luin looked at Luo Lauer. It seemed that he had brought him out to be useful. As I said, the Emperor's warehouse will transfer a batch of crystals to the Rainbow Wall every once in a while to maintain the monarch's aura. Usually it's worth 10 billion and the time of transfer isn't fixed. We can start with the person who transferred it. That person is the boss of the Three Monarch Spacetime Crystal Store, the head of the Hui crystals. Xuaningqiu. Luo Lauer slowly opened his mouth and told Luin all the useful information he knew. It had to be said that Luo Lauer had put in a lot of effort over the years. Otherwise, he would have died at Luo Tsang's hands like his other siblings. He had a great understanding of the Three Monarch spacetime through his connections with the Thunder Ceiling clan, and he even knew about Xuaningqiu's most secretive matters. How do you know that Xuaningqiu colluded with Fuyuan to steal the Hui crystals? Can the Thunder Ceiling clan find out? Luin didn't believe it. Luo Lauer pursed his lips. I bought it. Luin looked at him deeply. Not only did you buy information about hyperspace, but you also bought information about the Three Monarch spacetime? More accurately, I mainly bought information about the Three Monarch spacetime, Luo Lauer said. He looked at Lu Yin. Brother-in-law, do you know how many ways Luo Tsang has thought of to kill me over the years? He then raised a finger. 7? Lu Yin was shocked. Luo Lao calmly replied, 7 ways? Luo Tsang really thinks highly of me. He had the Mu clan steal the resources that the Thundersealing clan gave me while using them to kill me. Hyperspace didn't even care about me. If I hadn't bought information beforehand and knew about his methods, I would have died long ago. My mother left me some resources before she died, but I've used most of them over the years. They can only protect me until now. If you hadn't taken action to capture Mu Jun, Luo Tsang would have continued to attack me. Although Luo Lao's tone was calm, Lu Yin could hear the sorrow in his voice. He had been abandoned by his own father, plotted against by his own brother, and had no choice but to use the resources that his mother had left him before she died to save his own life. His cheerful appearance hid a deep sorrow. Lu Yin was affected by it. He also had a huge grudge to take, but compared to Luo Lao, he was much better off. At least he had the ability to fight back and had a chance. Although it was still far away, there was always hope. Luo Lao, on the other hand, would have disappeared along with the Thundersealing clan if Lu Yin hadn't appeared at the right time. Luo Lao suddenly slapped his head. Why are you talking about this? We can definitely get the Hui crystals if we use Shui Ningqiu, and she took 10 billion in one go. Although it's not up to your standards, it's barely enough. But there's one thing we have to be careful of. Nothing can happen to this woman. We have to focus on Fuyuan. Why is that? Lu Yin didn't understand. Luo Lao said, there were 2 people who competed for the position of boss of the Crystal Bank. One was Shui Ningqiu and the other was Matriarch Mu. There was no one else besides them. In the end, Shui Ningqiu took the position because my father needed to curb Mu Jun's power. At that time, that powerhouse from the Genesis space hadn't arrived yet, so Mu Jun's influence wasn't that great. If anything happened to Shui Ningqiu, Matriarch Mu would take over. Mu Jun was captured by me, so how could Matriarch Mu take over? Lu Yin didn't understand. Luo Lao shrugged. The Mu family's foundation in the 3 monarch spacetime is too deep. There are people from the Mu family everywhere, and Luo Zong is still there. Lu Yin had almost forgotten about Luo Zong. Although Mu Jun had been captured, Luo Zong was Luo Jun's son, and the only one who could take over the 3 monarch spacetime. He was also extremely talented, so as long as he was around, nothing would happen to the Mu family. So nothing must happen to Shui Ningqiu. We can't let someone from the Mu family take over just because of 10 billion Hui crystals, right? Luo Lao said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. No. Luo Lao was stunned and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin wanted to laugh. Who said that Matriarch Mu was from the Mu family? She could also be one of them since she still had the Grim Reaper's seal in her body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2647. The 3 monarch spacetimes were divided into 3 regions, namely the Lower King Starfield, the Upper King Starfield, and the Monarch Starfield. Only the people from the Monarch Starfield could walk freely in the Upper King Starfield and the Lower King Starfield, and it was very difficult for the people from these 2 starfields to enter the Monarch Starfield. They could only use their connections. However, there were some people who could enter the 3 regions, and the Crystal Wall was one of them. The development of humanity had broken away from its primitive state, and the economy was a very important factor. The Crystal Wall was like the Mavis Bank, controlling the economy of the 3 monarchs. In the Emperor's Starfield, the Crystal Wall's headquarters was circular. It was even larger than a planet, and it rotated slowly as if it was a clock for the Emperor's Starfield. Dong dong dong. A man stood outside the door with a nervous expression. Enter, a woman's voice sounded. It sounded steady, experienced, and had traces of time. The man entered and bowed. Assemble. A woman sat in front of him. She wasn't very pretty, but she was the type that was pleasing to the eye. Her eyes were very sharp, and when she looked up, it was as if she could see through people's hearts. The man's heart trembled. How is it? The man respectfully replied, it hasn't reached the standard yet. Look again, the woman said and lowered her head. No one knew what she was looking at. The man walked out, thought for a moment, and knocked again. Enter. The man walked over to the woman. Assemble. It's reached the standard. You can fill it up. The woman replied. Well done. Thank you for assembling. The man wiped the sweat off his forehead. His task was to check whether the Rainbow Wall had reached the standard for replenishing the monarch's aura, and this job was very simple. It wasn't that the job was difficult, but that it was too simple. It was so simple that one glance was enough. However, with just one glance, some people were right while others were wrong. Every time he reported, it was like trying his luck. Everyone who knew Shui Ningqiu knew that she had a standard in her heart, but no one knew what that standard was. The man walked out with a complicated expression. He didn't know how many more days he could do this job, and he might not be so lucky next time. Luckily, he had reacted quickly this time or he would have lost his job. "Let's go to Mo courtyard," the woman said indifferently. Following her words, two figures walked out from behind her. They both had the cultivation level of a monarch's servant. They were here to protect Shui Ningqiu, and the entrance to the emperor's storehouse was in Mo courtyard. The woman was Shui Ningqiu. The two of them followed Shui Ningqiu like shadows towards Emohi courtyard. One of them was surprised. It was Lu Yin in disguise. He hadn't expected his luck to be so good, going to the emperor's warehouse as soon as he arrived. He had only wanted to see when Shui Ningqiu would go so that he could make arrangements. As for Tsang Bai, how could she possibly monitor him? Emohi courtyard was second only to the sword and shield of the three monarchs in the Three Monarchs universe. It had a total of 15 half-martial ancestor powerhouses guarding it, deterring the sovereign domain. Even other parallel universes were afraid of Emohi courtyard. Even though there were definitely more than 15 half-martial ancestors in each parallel universe, they were unable to unite. Only the three monarch universes were able to unite all the half-martial ancestors together, becoming a force that no one could ignore. After all, the fifth continent only had 7 half-martial ancestors back then, so one could imagine how powerful Emohi courtyard was. With Emohi courtyard guarding, unless it was an extremely strong person, no one would be able to enter the emperor's warehouse. And within the emperor's warehouse, there must be other methods of surveillance. Shui Ningqiu was too familiar with Emohi courtyard. It was like returning to her own home. Lu Yin was rather curious as he had heard that the Emohi courtyard's courtyard master was a peak half-martial ancestor. He was currently attempting to break through to the ancestor realm. Once he succeeded, the three monarchs' time-space would have an additional powerhouse. This person was called Chen Lu. The entrance to the emperor's warehouse was beneath Emohi courtyard. Along the way, no one noticed anything strange about him. Even an extremely strong powerhouse might not have been able to discover him, let alone Emohi courtyard. The entrance to the emperor's warehouse was rather grand, and there were 3 statues that represented the 3 monarchs. Lord Luo was in the middle, Lord Mu was on the left, and Lord Xing was on the right. A man was standing at the entrance, and when he saw Shui Ningqiu, he frowned. "You need to replenish the rainbow wall so soon? There's no other way. The war is too intense." Shui Ningqiu walked closer step by step until she was 3 meters away from the man. She smiled, her aura completely different from before. The man's eyes lit up. "I want 50 million Hui crystals this time." This person was called Fu Yuan, and according to the information provided by Luo Lauer, this person had cooperated with Shui Ningqiu to steal the Hui crystals. The two of them would steal Hui crystals each time, and although they didn't steal a lot, it was different after a few times. After so many years, Fu Yuan had accumulated a huge amount of Hui crystals. He wanted to surpass Chen Lu and become Emohi courtyard's courtyard master. If Chen Lu broke through to the ancestor realm, then he would become the next courtyard master. 50 million is a bit troublesome, Shui Ningqiu whispered. Mu Jun's disappearance has caused the 3 monarchs' formation to become unstable. The rainbow wall is also weakening day by day, so it might attract Lord Luo's attention. Fu Yuan frowned. "I don't have enough Hui crystals to break through to the peak of half-monarch. After so many years, you've taken no less than 1 billion Hui crystals since you first became a half-monarch. To be honest, that's a huge number. The situation isn't good now, so you should try to reduce it. If Mu Jun returns and the 3 monarchs' formation stabilizes, I might even give you 100 million. Fu Yuan lowered his voice. "Chen Lu is about to break through to half-monarch, and the competition in Emohi courtyard is very intense. You don't want that position to be taken by someone else, right? You've taken as many Hui crystals as I have over the past few years. There are 10 billion Hui crystals, but you've only taken 50 million. That won't attract anyone's attention." They didn't hide their conversation from Lu Yin, as these 2 guards were people they trusted completely. They would never have imagined that one of them was Lu Yin. No matter what Fu Yuan said, Shui Ningqiu refused to give him that many Hui crystals. In the end, Fu Yuan could only agree to take 10 million. To a half-ancestor, 10 million Hui crystals was a very small number that wasn't even worth mentioning. It was just like how 10 million star essence was to a half-ancestor from the fifth mainland. However, Fu Yuan had accumulated them over a long period of time, and after stealing them so many times, the number of Hui crystals he had on him was ridiculous. There was only one use for all of them, which was to break through to the peak of half-monarch. Shui Ningqiu's Hui crystals were used to break through to half-monarch, and she was also a peak ruler's attendant. Both of them had their own needs. According to the information that Luo Lauer had purchased, these two had been together when they were young, which was how they had managed to contact each other. It was also possible that Shui Ningqiu knew that Fu Yuan was in Mohe courtyard, which was why she had taken the initiative to contact him. Regardless of the situation, they were stealing from each other. Soon, Fu Yuan retrieved 10 billion Hui crystals from the imperial treasury and left Mohe courtyard with Shui Ningqiu. They headed towards the Rainbow Wall, which was Fu Yuan's mission in Mohe courtyard. From start to finish, Lu Yin and the other guard acted the same way. Nothing out of the ordinary happened as they calmly watched everything unfold. He had seen the terrifying amount of Hui crystals in the treasury, and he estimated that there were no less than 1 trillion of them. If something happened to Lord Luo, these crystals would be enough to support the Rainbow Wall for a considerable period of time. They were strategic resources for the three monarchs. If he wanted to cultivate a monarch's aura, these crystals would be very suitable. The distance from Mohe courtyard to the Rainbow Wall was quite far, so Fu Yuan and Shui Ningqiu took a spacecraft as usual. They weren't in a hurry, or else Fu Yuan could have brought Shui Ningqiu to the Rainbow Wall quickly. That way it would be difficult for them to discuss anything. Along the way, Fu Yuan took away 10 million Hui crystals and Shui Ningqiu relaxed. Everything needs to be stable right now. There can't be any accidents. I know. Fu Yuan's tone was unpleasant. Shui Ningqiu didn't say anything else. At that moment, someone reported, "Assemble. The Mu family has been spotted ahead." Shui Ningqiu and Fu Yuan were stunned. The Mu's family? Not long after, the two saw Matriarch Mu. So it's a spacecraft from the assembly. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Matriarch Mu's calm face carried a hint of coldness. Shui Ningqiu felt uncomfortable, but she didn't dare offend Matriarch Mu. The only reason they had won back then was because Lord Luo didn't want the Mu family's influence to be too great. Now, even though Mu Jun was missing, Luo Tsang was still around. The Mu family couldn't lose power unless someone replaced Luo Tsang. Matriarch Mu saw Fu Yuan. "Long time no see." Fu Yuan replied politely, "Senior, long time no see." "Why are you here, Senior?" Shui Ningqiu asked in a respectful tone. Matriarch Mu replied casually, "It's nothing. Someone told me that the amount of Hui crystals you provide to the Rainbow Wall each time is wrong, so I came to take a look." Fu Yuan and Shui Ningqiu's expressions changed when they heard this. "Senior, who spread rumors about us? You can't talk about such things," Shui Ningqiu said sternly. Fu Yuan's expression was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Matriarch Mu said indifferently, "Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we check. Assemble and take out the Hui crystals that were provided to the Rainbow Wall. The Hui crystals in the Emperor's vault are different from those in the outside world. The monarch's chi belongs to Lord Luo alone, so it can't be faked." Shui Ningqiu's heart sank. She had just given 10 million Hui crystals to Fu Yuan. If Matriarch Mu checked, it would be equivalent to admitting that the two of them had stolen the Hui crystals. "Senior, assembling the Hui crystals isn't child's play, and not just anyone can check it. This is a task given by Lord Luo. If you want to check it just because you heard a few words from others, others can do the same. If one day an eternal spy takes the opportunity to steal the Hui crystals, who will bear the responsibility?" Shui Ningqiu said unyieldingly. Matriarch Mu frowned. "You're not willing?" "Yes, I can't." Shui Ningqiu didn't back down. She couldn't care less at a time like this. Matriarch Mu looked at Fu Yuan again. "What's your attitude?" Fu Yuan said, "If you want to check the Hui crystals in the assembly, I'd like to ask how you can prove that you're Matriarch Mu. If you're an eternal spy in disguise and have methods that we can't see through, wouldn't the Hui crystals be stolen as soon as they're taken out?" Matriarch Mu sneered. "What a joke. Would a spy who can fool you take action for such a small amount of Hui crystals? It's true that the Hui crystals are few, but it's related to strategy," Shui Ningqiu said. "If we don't replenish the Hui crystals in time and cause problems to the Rainbow Wall, then it'll be a big problem." Fu Yuan stepped forward. "If you really want to check it, you can report it to Lord Luo and let him decide." Matriarch Mu sneered. "You two speak one after the other. Perfect coordination. The person who reported it to me was right." The two of you really do look like the two of you stuck together when you were young. Shui Ningqiu and Fu Yuan were shocked. Not good, they've been found out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2648. Old Lady Mu suddenly attacked, and long needles pierced through the void, forming a diagram that pressed down on Fu Yuan and Shui Ningqiu. Today I have to investigate the crystals even if you don't want me to. If I can't find anything wrong with them, I'll apologize to you and ask for forgiveness from Lord Luo. Fu Yuan pushed Shui Ningqiu away and his palms trembled. Monarch Qi gathered and formed a diagram of 3 different colors. With a bang, the spacecraft shattered and Fu Yuan retreated. He was no match for Old Lady Mu. Matriarch Mu and Mu Jun were of the same generation. Mu Jun had outstanding talent and had reached the monarch realm. Matriarch Mu's talent was slightly inferior, but she had also reached the peak of the half-monarch realm. In the entire Mohe courtyard, only Chunlu could surpass her. Old Lady Mu, you want to steal the crystals? Shui Ningqiu exclaimed. At that moment, Fu Yuan suddenly turned around and grabbed Shui Ningqiu's hand, snatching her cosmic ring under her incredulous gaze. I'm sorry, but I can't hide it anymore. We'll meet again if there's a chance. He then turned around and slapped Old Lady Mu again before tearing through the void and leaving. Shui Ningqiu was stunned. She hadn't expected Fu Yuan to run away, but she had already thought of a way to deal with him. The crystals they had stolen could be recovered, and Old Lady Mu didn't have the right to investigate them. With Fu Yuan in front of her, she had time to fill in the gaps so that Old Lady Mu wouldn't find anything wrong. Lord Luo wouldn't punish them for what they did when they were young. She hadn't expected Fu Yuan to run away so quickly. His escape was equivalent to him admitting to stealing the crystals and betraying her. Fu Yuan. Shui Ningqiu roared. The void had already closed and Fu Yuan had disappeared. Old Lady Mu's diagram flashed through the void, leaving nothing behind. Her gaze was cold. He ran pretty fast. She then looked at Shui Ningqiu. There really is a problem. How many crystals did you steal over the years? Let's see how you explain this to Lord Luo. Shui Ningqiu's face was ashen. Fu Yuan had escaped, so there was no need to interrogate him. Not long after, Old Lady Mu faced the screen respectfully, and Lord Luo was on it. Lord Luo saw Old Lady Mu and Shui Ningqiu. Fu Yuan ran away? Yes, I was incompetent and couldn't stop him. Old Lady Mu apologized. Luo Jun looked at Granny Mu. How do you know that they stole the Hui crystals? Someone sent a message and inadvertently found out about the relationship between Fu Yuan and Shui Ningqiu when they were young. In addition, Fu Yuan has been improving rapidly in the past few years. He just stepped into the half-monarch realm not long ago and his cultivation is not much lower than his subordinates. There's something fishy about this matter, so I wanted to investigate it. I didn't expect Fu Yuan to escape so easily, old Madame Mu replied. Luo Jun looked at Shui Ningqiu and saw that her face was ashen. He said indifferently, you deal with this matter. From today onwards you're in charge. Granny Mu was overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. Just as Fu Yuan had said, Lord Luo did not care about the Hui crystals. It was his power to begin with and he could have as much as he wanted. As long as it was not discovered, everything was fine. Once it was discovered, there was no need for Shui Ningqiu to exist. Luo Jun is high and mighty and regards all the cultivators in the 3 monarchs' universe as servants. Such a person doesn't care about Shui Ningqiu's life or death, let alone why she did this. Granny Mu suppressed her excitement. The transfer was not only to replenish the position of the Rainbow Wall's Hui crystals, but also to control such a behemoth like the Crystal Wall. This would increase the Mu family's influence in the 3 monarchs' universe. Although Mu Jun was not here, as long as Luo Zong was here, the Mu family would never fall. This position also showed Luo Jun's attitude. He still supported the Mu family. As the screen disappeared, Granny Mu relaxed. She waved her hand and had someone take Shui Ningqiu away. She stood there quietly. The next moment, the void tore apart and Fu Yuan walked out. Granny Mu looked over and her expression changed. She was about to attack when Fu Yuan changed his appearance into Lu Yin's Xian Qi. Granny Mu stopped and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. It had been more than 2 years since she had seen this person. Mu Jun had disappeared, the Lightning Ceiling clan had disappeared, and the 3 monarchs universe had changed. She did not know if Mu Jun's disappearance was related to this person, but she could not think of anyone else. For the past 2 years she had been on tenterhooks, waiting for this person to appear. Every time she faced Luo Jun she was afraid that he would see through her. She had never experienced such a life before, not even on the front lines of the battle against the Eternals. Well done, Luin smiled. He had captured Fu Yuan as soon as he boarded the spacecraft. Otherwise, Fu Yuan would not have escaped no matter how stupid he was. Where could he have escaped to? If he ran he would never be able to return. He cultivated the sovereign aura, and if he did not reach the sovereign realm he would be in trouble once he ran out of sovereign aura in another spacetime. Why did you help me? Granny Mu asked. Luin sat down. I didn't help you. I just wanted some resources. If not for the Emperor's library, I would have gone to your Mu clan to get some. The Mu clan had many resources, but it was unlikely that they would be able to take out 10 billion. Everyone in this space-time was a servant of the three monarchs, and even the Mu clan did not have many resources. Granny Mu looked at Lu Yin deeply. Is Mu Jun's disappearance related to you? Lu Yin and Granny Mu looked at each other. She's in my hands. Granny Mu's scalp went numb. Mu Jun was a powerhouse, but this person had captured her. Who was this person? What kind of power did he have? She could not imagine. What are you trying to do? Did the Thunder Sealing clan let you? Granny Mu was interrupted when Lu Yin disappeared. She stared blankly at the empty space in front of her, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. The events in the Three Monarch spacetime did not affect Xian Qi, and he was still in the courtyard while Tsangbai was outside. Lu Yin walked out and took a deep breath. Different spacetimes have different climates. Senior, which spacetime do you feel is the most comfortable in the Six Direction Society? Tsangbai replied, I'm from this spacetime, so I naturally feel that my own spacetime is the most comfortable. Lu Yin smiled, I actually feel that the Void God spacetime is the most comfortable. Tsangbai smiled and did not say anything else. Her mission was to monitor Lu Yin, but on the surface she was helping him with his investigation. Lu Yin went out for a walk before returning and announcing that he was going into seclusion, saying that he had gained some enlightenment. The word enlightenment was indeed enviable. Sovereign aura was stored within Hui crystals. Unlike star essence, the Hui crystal was just a medium, and it wasn't made of pure monarch's aura. This was why Lu Yin was quite nervous before he rolled his die. Fortunately, he could draw out the sovereign aura from the Hui crystals, which was all thanks to the sovereign aura that he had gained when he had first joined. At this moment he had a total of 930 million Hui crystals, all of which had come from Fuyuan. He had captured Fuyuan, so the Hui crystals naturally belonged to him. As for the 10 billion Hui crystals that had been transferred to the Rainbow Wall, Lu Yin did not touch them. No one would care about losing tens of millions of Hui crystals, as the Luo Jun would not care. However, the Luo Jun might not care if he lost too many pieces, as all three monarch spacetimes were under his control. Surrounded by billions of Hui crystals, Lu Yin looked up, and his die appeared. He tapped it. 2 pips were useless as he had nothing to analyze. 4 pips again. Time stopped space and the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed. After entering the time stop space, Lu Yin needed to cultivate the Sirius technique and memorize the primogenitor's scripture. He firmly believed that the primogenitor's scripture was extensive and profound, and that it would definitely bring him benefits. A year passed and the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed. Only a second had passed since he appeared in the real world. He tapped it again and the die slowly spun before stopping. 4 pips again. When it came to the die's 6 pips, 1 pip was the least wasteful as one could always obtain something, regardless of whether it was good or bad. 4 pips was the most useful and also the most troublesome. Although 4 pips could stop time for a year, there were times when he did not want to cultivate but he also did not want to waste it. Helpless, Lu Yin still chose to cultivate. He did not know if it was a curse, but the more he did not want to cultivate the more likely he would encounter it. The 3rd time was 4 pips and the 4th time was still 4 pips. Lu Yin increased the time to a year and continued to cultivate. He could not waste it. 4 pips 3 times meant that he had cultivated non-stop for 3 years. When he returned to the real world, it felt like a lifetime had passed. During these 3 years of cultivation, he had successfully increased the number of stars that the Sirius technique could revolve to 370,000. The 6th level of Sirius technique had 380,000 stars, and he was only 1 step away from perfection. Lu Yin had originally not wanted to cultivate, but now he would rather roll 4 pips. He wanted to feel what it felt like to reach the 7th level of Sirius technique. The 7th level of Sirius technique was the legendary peak of Sirius technique. It was not the number of stars but the simulation of the starry sky. Lu Yin did not think too much about it and rested for more than 10 days before continuing to roll the die. He wanted both pips and pips. A month later, Lu Yin opened his eyes, stood up, and looked out of the courtyard. His seclusion was finally over. His serious technique had reached 380,000 stars, which was the peak of the 6th level. He was only one step away from the 7th level, but he had failed at this step. He did not know how to cultivate the 7th level of serious technique. He had just come out of the time-stop space, and he had continuously cultivated the serious technique for the past year. However, he had not made any progress in the technique, and he had only reached 380,000 stars. Forget about the 7th level of serious technique, even the number of stars had not increased. Even at 380,000 stars, there was no change no matter how hard he cultivated. Helpless, Lu Yin could only cultivate other things when he rolled 4 pips, such as the monarch's aura. He had already cultivated it to the level of a monarch's attendant. In his heart, the continent formed by the fates and had much more tricolored soil. It was embellished by the river of void god's power, and there were even sprouts that came from the wood dimension. There were more and more different powers in his heart, and at first glance, it looked colorful and a little messy. Outside of cultivation, he had also rolled 6 pips a few times. As expected, the monarch's aura within the Hui crystal could allow him to fuse with other people. He had fused with several people, some with high and some with low cultivations. One of them was even a demigod from the Mo courtyard. His luck was pretty good, and there were indeed spies among the people he had fused with. After all, the eternal spies were very compatible with the people he was fusing with. They had all chosen people with high cultivations and great influence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2649. Lu Yin pushed open the door and walked out. Songbai looked over and sized him up. "You're done with your seclusion?" Lu Yin nodded. "Senior, I'm going to capture a spy. Do you want to come with me or stay here?" "Of course. Lord Luo ordered me to stay by your side at all times to make things easier for you." Lu Yin replied, "But I'm going to hyperspace." Songbai was shocked. "Hyperspace? No." Lu Yin smiled. "It's been more than a month since I left hyperspace. Someone has finally jumped out. Senior, let's go." Hyperspace had countless metal mining bases. Not only did they mine metal, but they also processed the metal and completed the first process before transporting it to the later stages. Lu Yin, Songbai, Eulele, Suyu, and the rest appeared outside a large metal mining base. "You're saying there's a spy here?" Eulele was surprised. The others looked at Lu Yin, not understanding how he'd found out. Of course, Lu Yin had found out by reading the memories of the people he'd merged with. The person he'd merged with was Mu Jun, and he ran, one of the members involved in the exchange of resources. His cultivation was decent, but his disguise was inconspicuous. He knew the trade between hyperspace and the 3 monarchs like the back of his hand. After finding out that these 2 were spies, Lu Yin's fear of the Eternals deepened. How much did the Eternals know about the human world? No one knew about the trade between hyperspace and the 3 monarchs, and even the Yu family didn't know about it. However, the Eternals definitely knew, and they were extremely detailed. They might even have a list. With a list and spies planted in various places, the Eternals might have already known about the direction of Zijing's research. If that was the case, why didn't they make a move? Lu Yin suppressed his doubts and led people into the metal base to capture someone. The person resisted at first and refused to admit that he was a spy, but after being confirmed by Lu Yin with various evidence, he could only say that he was being controlled by Cheng Kong. Eulele was stunned when she saw that Lu Yin had actually captured a spy. She couldn't figure out how Lu Yin had found out about this spy. This spy had nothing to do with the one who destroyed the information, and that spy's life didn't have this person either. How did Lu Yin find out? Eulele couldn't figure it out, and neither could Yu Fong. They considered themselves smart, but they still felt that Lu Yin's ability to capture a spy was a mystery. Suyu felt a little admiration for Lu Yin. She had initially hated him at the 6 direction training rites, but she had felt guilty about the incident with the lightning tree. Then she had felt even more disgust after being used during the trial in the primordial space. After that, she had been convinced by Lu Yin's courage in facing off against the disciples of Reverend Lotus. Now she actually felt a little admiration for him. This person was truly skilled at capturing spies. Through this spy, Lu Yin naturally caught the spy in the 3 monarchs universe. After capturing 2 spies in a row, Guan Laoda and the others had something to do. They had to analyze the people who had been in contact with these spies and determine the possibility of them being spies. They had done this kind of thing many times over the years and had a certain amount of experience. Luin was not idle either. The Three Monarchs Universe's spies involved more than just hyperspace. He just wanted to use hyperspace's spies to find the Three Monarchs Universe's spies. Otherwise, it would be too fake to capture the Three Monarchs Universe's spies, and it would be easy to be suspected. Now that the spy of the Three Monarchs spacetime has been caught, he uses this spy's confession as a reason to make a series of he caught 2 spies, and one of them was actually hiding in Mohe's courtyard. Songbai's face turned green. Mohe's status in the Three Monarchs universe was well known, and those who could enter and leave Mohe's courtyard more or less had some background. Although this spy was only a servant in Mohe's courtyard, he was not an ordinary servant and just happened to be related to Songbai. It's related to you, senior? Luin was surprised. He really didn't know about this. He only knew that this spy named Wu Tong had been developed by the spy he had merged with, but he hadn't directly integrated into Wu Tong's body. This person was just a servant in Mohe's courtyard, and Luin couldn't figure out why the Eternals would develop a servant as a spy. Although Mohe's courtyard had a high status, it was very transparent. 15 half-monarchs and the entrance to the Emperor's warehouse were all there was to it. There was no point in developing a spy here, and it would be easy to detect and implicate other spies. Songbai's face turned ugly. He's the descendant of a disciple I once took in. My disciple died in the endless battlefield, and it was a small contribution. His descendant was arranged to enter Mohe's courtyard, and I taught him when I had the chance. Although his talent wasn't high, it was enough for him to cultivate to the level of a monarch's attendant. Wu Tong knelt in front of Luin, his entire body trembling and his eyes filled with despair. Songbai kicked out, and Luin hurriedly grabbed Wu Tong to prevent him from being kicked to death. Songbai replied, "Don't worry. Even if I kick him to death, I'll still be suspected of being a spy." "It's good that you know, senior." Luin didn't need to be polite. Songbai stared at Wu Tong. "Speak. Why did you become a spy?" Wu Tong was terrified, and Luin released him as he knelt on the ground. "Ancestor, I didn't want to. I was forced." "Forced by who?" Songbai roared. Wu Tong trembled as he explained how he had become a spy. Actually, there wasn't anything special about it. He had been lured out of Mohe's courtyard, threatened, and forced to do something. The Eternals had plenty of methods to develop spies, and Luin knew this from the start. Actually, he had been developed before, or rather, forced to do so. Many of the things he had done had coincided with what the Eternals had wanted him to do. Although he wasn't a spy, he was still a spy. This was an open scheme that the shaman spirit god had given him. Through fate, he had even seen that he would have a scarlet eye in the future, and that he would slaughter his family. Even Luin couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't become a spy in the future, let alone anyone else. Songbai let out a long breath. "Since you became a spy, what did you do to harm the humans?" Wu Tong trembled. I told them about the ancestors' habits and cultivation times." "Anything else?" Songbai asked. Wu Tong shook his head. "No, nothing else." Songbai was astonished. "Nothing else? That's all you did after becoming a spy?" Wu Tong was confused. "Wasn't that enough?" "Yes." Songbai didn't believe him. "The Eternals worked so hard to develop you as a spy, and that's all they told you to do?" Wu Tong gulped. "Why, yes." Songbai looked at Luin. Luin asked, "Senior, what secrets could there be in Mohe's courtyard that would be worth a spy's attention?" Songbai thought about it and agreed, but it didn't make sense. It wasn't easy to develop a spy, especially in Mohe's courtyard. The 15 demigod monarchs here weren't to be trifled with, and it would be easy for them to discover a spy's identity. Luin squatted in front of Wu Tong. "The person who developed you was also captured by me. It was through him that I was able to find you." Wu Tong wasn't surprised, as only that person knew that he was a spy. "Tell me everything you said to him. Don't miss a single word, pause, or expression," Luin said sternly. Wu Tong looked at Songbai and saw her glaring at him. He grew even more afraid and nodded. "All right, I'll talk." Less than an hour later, Wu Tong finished speaking. He hadn't interacted much with that person, and he had only spoken for so long because he had completely retold the entire conversation without any change in his expression. Luin said, "It seems like I didn't have time to give you a mission." Songbai could tell as well. "But what's there in Mohe's courtyard that's worth investigating?" Luin laughed. "That's not necessarily true. 15 demigod monarchs, and one of them is about to break through to the extreme realm. It's impossible to say that there's no value. Wu Tong suddenly exclaimed, "That's right, I remember now. I encountered something strange." Song Bai and Lu Yin looked at him. "Go on." Wu Tong said, "One day I came into contact with Man Ren, but it wasn't him. Instead, it was a strange person who said something strange." Man Ren was the spy that Lu Yin had captured in the Three Sovereigns spacetime, and it was this person who had developed Wu Tong. What did he say? Lu Yin was curious, but he suddenly raised a hand to stop Wu Tong from speaking. He looked at Song Bai. "Senior, please leave." Song Bai was unwilling. "Why should I leave? Anyone can capture a spy, and Wu Tong is a spy from Mohe Courtyard. It's reasonable for me to know everything." Lu Yin frowned. "This is a matter of heaven's reflection manner. It's not impossible that you're a spy." "You suspect me?" Song Bai's eyes widened. Lu Yin said, "I'll say it again. Please leave, or I'll report to Lord Luo that you're interfering with Heaven's Reflection Manor's investigation of a spy. You should know what the outcome will be." Song Bai glared at Lu Yin, but he didn't back down. Helpless, Lu Yin left. After Song Bai left, Lu Yin said to Wu Tong, "Speak." Wu Tong rolled his eyes. "If I speak, can you let me go?" Lu Yin raised a brow. Wu Tong hurriedly said, "What I did shouldn't be a big problem. As long as you and Ancestor don't tell anyone, no one will do anything to me. I can also guarantee that this strange incident that I encountered should be valuable to you." Lu Yin thought about it. "All right. As long as what you say is valuable, I won't announce that you're a spy. However, you can't stay in this spacetime any longer. Go to a parallel spacetime." Wu Tong was shocked. "A parallel spacetime? How can that be? The probability of death is too high." Lu Yin replied, "As a spy, you won't have a good ending." Wu Tong thought about it and then gritted his teeth. "All right. Thank you, my lord. If outsiders found out that he was a spy, he would definitely die, so he might as well take a gamble in a parallel spacetime. Actually, he had already cultivated to the level of a ruler's attendant. If he went to a normal parallel spacetime, he might even be able to dominate it. Not all parallel spacetimes had developed cultivation civilizations, and not all of them were very powerful. A ruler's attendant was equivalent to the Fifth Mainland's emissary. In that era there were no half-progenitors, and emissaries were rare even in the outerverse of the Fifth Mainland, let alone in other parallel spacetimes. A ruler's attendant was not weak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2650. I'll give you one more year. If you can't find it by then, don't even think about breaking through to the extreme realm. You won't be able to join either. We don't accept trash, Wu Tong said. This was the strange thing he had encountered and heard. He looked at Lu Yin apprehensively. It should work. He was afraid that Lu Yin would go back on his word, but he had no other choice. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Joining? Trash? Unable to break through to the extreme realm? In the Three Monarchs universe, who was in a hurry to break through to the extreme powerhouse level? There was only one person, Qinlu. Was this matter related to Qinlu? Qinlu was the lord of Mohe Yard. What else did he need to join? Obviously, it is not about the Three Monarchs universe and it is unlikely to be related to the spy, otherwise, it will not be passed to the wrong person. Lu Yin felt like he had discovered something big. Not long after, Song Bai came in again and could no longer see Wu Tong. Where is he? Song Bai asked. Lu Yin replied, for Senior's sake, I allowed him to go to a parallel timeline. In any case, he didn't cause any losses and he was forced to become a spy. Song Bai frowned. He's a spy. What do you mean by giving me face? His last words must be very valuable to you. Lu Yin smiled at Song Bai. Perhaps. How the spy is dealt with is a matter for my Heaven's Mirror Manor, so there's no need for Senior to worry about it. All you need to know is that he went to a parallel spacetime. As for his future path, he can only walk on his own. Perhaps he's dead, or perhaps he's living a carefree life. Song Bai looked at Lu Yin intently. He really wanted to know what Wu Tong had said. If Wu Tong was willing to let Shen Qi go, then it must have been extremely valuable. Senior, Wu Tong has already appeared in Mohe Courtyard, so the Eternals must be plotting against Mohe Courtyard. Perhaps Wu Tong isn't the only spy inside. I'd like to take a look around and experience the power of the sword and shield of the Three Monarchs. Song Bai replied, as you wish. Lord Luo has ordered that you can go anywhere within the three monarch spacetime continuum. There were no secrets about the Mo courtyard, so Tsangbai didn't mind if Lu Yin wanted to go. He wanted to know what Wu Tong had said, but Lu Yin had no intention of telling him. When he was disguised as Shui Ningqiu's bodyguard, he had already been to Mohe courtyard once. This could be considered his second visit. The Mo courtyard was a place where half-martial ancestor experts gathered. It was suitable for all kinds of people to cultivate. The environment was different and there was no lack of resources. If it wasn't for the emperor's warehouse, it could be considered a place to retire. Under Tsongbai's guidance, Lu Yin began his tour of Mo courtyard. His main goal was to find someone called Old Green Skin. This person was one of the Mo courtyard's half-martial monarchs, and he was also the one that Lu Yin had merged with. Through this person, Lu Yin knew exactly who was in the Mo courtyard. And the main reason he wanted to find this person this time was to understand Chen Lu. It was impossible for him to understand it through someone else's oral narration. He would not be able to learn anything at all. This is Old Green Skin's cultivation ground. Do you see those green fruit skins on the ground? That's the outer skin of a fruit from Old Green Skin's hometown. His greatest hobby is to eat this stuff, so everyone calls him Old Green Skin. Tsangbai introduced the fruit to him as she led him to the next location. Lu Yin stood still and squatted down to pick up the green hide. Tsongbai's expression changed and she hurriedly pulled Lu Yin back. "Acting manner master, you can't." A furious roar rang out. "Who dares to touch my things?" As he spoke, the void exploded and transformed into countless dazzling lights that flickered. They formed a strange scene that was like stars exploding as they extended towards Tsangbai and Lu Yin. Tsangbai hurriedly stood in front of them. "Old Green Skin, don't be angry. This is the acting manner master of Heaven's Reflection Manor, and he's here to tour Mo courtyard. He didn't mean to offend you." Lu Yin stood behind Tsangbai and looked ahead. An angry old man walked out of the void and glared at Lu Yin. In the sky and on the ground, a tricolored sovereign aura spread out, distorting the edges of every speck of light. It was as if countless universes were shining. "Tsangbai, I'll give you face this time. I won't pursue this matter. Take him and get lost." Tsangbai relaxed. This Old Green Skin was not simple, and he was an expert second only to Chen Lu in Mo courtyard. Because of his bad temper, no one wanted to bother with him, but if they fought, even Chen Lu would not dare to say that he could definitely win. His cultivation realm might not be as high as Chen Li's, but his battle prowess was definitely top-notch. He had slaughtered his way through the endless battlefield for many years, and he had even escaped from a powerhouse of the Eternals. Tsangbai admitted that there was still a gap between them, so he quickly turned around to take Lu Yin away. Lu Yin squatted down again and picked up the green skin. Tsongbai's expression changed when he saw this. "Acting manner master, you?" The greenskin's eyes narrowed and killing intent flashed through his eyes. "You're courting death." Lu Yin looked at the green skin in his hand and slowly said, "Big mountain picked after the rain. It's a green fruit that's harvested twice a year. It tastes dry and bitter, so it's not very tasty." The green skin paused and stared blankly at Lu Yin. "You mean Big Mountain?" Tsangbai was stunned. "What Big Mountain?" Lu Yin looked up at the green skin and smiled. "I didn't expect to meet someone from my homeland here. I'm Shen Qi and I used to live in Mount Liangbard." The greenskin's killing intent quickly turned from shock to joy at seeing an old friend. "You're from Mount Liangbard?" "I just lived there for a while and I happen to be a fan of green fruits." "Senior, we're fated to meet," Lu Yin smiled. The greenskin laughed and stepped forward, pushing Tsangbai aside to appear in front of Lu Yin. At this moment, the two were less than 6 meters apart. One more step, and Lu Yin would be able to merge with the greenskin's consciousness once more. He had once merged with the greenskin's body and had a deep impression of him. This person's deepest impression was of his days living in his homeland. He had once grown tired of the killing in the cultivation world and had returned to live in seclusion, but for various reasons, it had been difficult for him to return. He needed Lord Luo's permission to do so. However, with Lord Luo's character, how could he allow him to leave Mo courtyard so easily? The green skin could only use the green fruit to reminisce about his homeland. He hadn't expected to meet someone from his homeland here, and a sense of familiarity welled up within him. He took another step forward and handed the green fruit to Lu Yin. "Try this." At this moment, the two were only a meter apart. Lu Yin's consciousness merged with the greenskin's body, and the greenskin's consciousness dissipated. He couldn't control his body, and the fruit in his hand fell to the ground. It was a strange scene, but Songbai didn't see it because the green skin was blocking her view. Lu Yin quickly searched through Qin Li's memories, and when the fruit was about to fall to the ground, he controlled the greenskin's body to grab it and pass it back to him. The next moment, Lu Yin's consciousness shifted and he took the fruit. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. The greenskin didn't know that 2 seconds had passed, and Songbai didn't care either. Only Lu Yin knew what had happened in those 2 seconds, and he had seen what he wanted to see. This is also a green fruit of the greater mountain, but it was picked before the rain. It was picked very carefully, and I pinched it 3 times to disperse the bitterness, leaving only a sweet aftertaste. Lu Yin ate it. His eyes lit up as he ate the fruit. The green skin laughed. Not bad, that's it. You really know how to do it. All right, what's your name? Xianqi? Lu Yin took a step back and bowed. Junior Xianqi greets Senior. The green skin waved his hand. Don't call me Senior, just call me Old Green Skin, just like the rest of them. How can that be? That's rude. Lu Yin was serious. The green skin replied, You can call people of the same generation as you, and so can those I approve of. Anyone else who dares to call me that will be killed. Xianqi, come, I still have a lot of green fruits. Let's try them together and see if you can guess which mountain they were picked from. Alright, this junior is also hungry. Senior, please. You eat first, haha. With the die's 6 pips, it was easy for Lu Yin to get close to anyone he wanted. Even if it was a heinous person, he could use their memories to get closer to them. This was an advantage that no one else could compare to. Songbai was at a loss. How did these two become so close? Lu Yin chatted with the green skin while recalling the memories he had just seen. There was something wrong with Chenlu, a big problem. Through the greenskin's memories, he saw that Chenlu had used the Sovereign King arrow to easily kill a corpse king of the same level in the endless battlefield. This wasn't a big deal as many people knew the Sovereign King arrow battle technique. Out of the 15 half-monarchs in the Mo courtyard, at least 10 of them knew it. However, Chenlu had also investigated the Bai family, which was why Lu Yin was sure that there was something wrong with this person. The green skin had inadvertently discovered that Chenlu had investigated the Bai family in the Void God spacetime. He didn't care at first as the Void God spacetime had nothing to do with him. Moreover, he didn't get along with Chenlu, so he never cared. However, this information was too important to Lu Yin. Chenlu was a half-monarch and had the tyrannical Sovereign King arrow battle technique. He had also investigated the Bai family, and if there were no surprises, it was Chenlu who had annihilated the Bai family. This situation matched what Wu Tong had said. That person had sent a message to Chenlu to get something as soon as possible. Looking at the 3 monarch spacetimes, only Chenlu was in a hurry to break through to the extreme realm. Then, the Bai family might have something that Chenlu wanted. While Lu Yin was chatting with the green skin, his thoughts had already flown to Chenlu. Chenlu was the courtyard master of Mo Courtyard, recognized as the number 1 half-monarch in the 3 monarch spacetime. His name was known throughout the 6 Directions Association, and many people believed that he could break through to the monarch realm. Even the 3 monarchs valued him. Mu Jun could order anyone in Mo Courtyard to do things, but he couldn't order Chenlu unless he wanted to. This was Chen Li's status. Through the memories of the green skin, Lu Yin was very clear about how strong Chenlu was. No wonder he could easily kill the old madman's master. But why did this person attack the Bai family? The green skin had no memory of this, and it had nothing to do with the 3 monarch spacetime, so it was Chen Li's own business? Lu Yin stayed with the green skin for a long time before leaving. After leaving, he searched for information about all the half-monarchs in Mo Courtyard in the name of investigation, mainly to investigate Chenlu, but he couldn't just investigate him alone. It was too conspicuous, so he simply investigated all of them. A few days later, Lu Yin looked at Chen Li's information, which recorded a lot of things about him. This person was considered a star in the 3 monarch spacetime, and no matter how big or small he was recorded. However, there was no information about him being related to the Bai family, and there was very little information about him being related to the Nihility God spacetime. This was strange. It was impossible to destroy the Bai family depending on his mood. What did that person say he wanted to get as soon as possible? Could it be that what Chenlu wanted was in the hands of the Bai family? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2651. Since he didn't understand, he decided to take a look. Lu Yin went to the Mo courtyard once more, using the excuse of paying a visit to Chenlu. He wanted to meet the Mo courtyard's courtyard master, a future powerhouse. When Lu Yin arrived at Mo courtyard to formally visit Chen Lu, he was told that Chen Lu wasn't there. Lu Yin's heart sank. Where did Chen Lu go? The man in front of him was Chen Li's disciple. Master didn't say where he was going. I can pass on the message. Lu Yin said, I admire Chen Lu, so I came to meet him. Since he's not here, then forget it. He turned to leave, but after a few steps he turned back to look at Chen Li's disciple. How long has Chen Lu been gone? Chen Li's disciple replied, he's just a step late. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he smiled. Thank you. He then left Mo courtyard. Songbai was puzzled. Why is the acting academy master looking for Chen Lu? As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. Is there something wrong with the hall master? Senior, you're overthinking. I just admire the academy master, so I came to meet him. Songbai relaxed. That's good. There can't be any problems with Chen Lu. He's an extreme powerhouse from the Three Monarchs spacetime and has made great contributions in the endless battlefield. If there's a problem with him, then many people will be denied. Lu Yin was curious. Denied? What do you mean? Songbai replied, Senior Chen Li's cultivation path is amazing. He followed Lord Luo, Lord Mu, and Lord Taixing, and was recognized by powerhouses from other parallel spacetimes. Mr. Daheng from the Yu Chimu spacetime praised him for his outstanding achievements. Lu Yin sighed. He's indeed amazing. To be able to follow the Three Monarchs and successfully cultivate to his current realm, Chen Lu must be very strong. Of course. Songbai didn't really care about the other people in the Amohi courtyard. Even the old green-skinned man who was second only to Chen Lu was only a little apprehensive. However, he admired Chen Lu from the bottom of his heart. The courtyard master's greatest achievement is killing an eternal corpse king of the same realm with a single arrow. His sovereign king arrow is unparalleled in the world, and it's precisely because of this that Mr. Daheng praised him as a human genius. Once he breaks through to the extreme realm, the courtyard master will be a great killing machine wherever he goes. As they spoke, the two of them returned. When he saw Songbai standing guard outside the courtyard, his expression darkened, and he hurriedly returned to the Void God spacetime. If his guess was correct, then the person who had passed on the wrong information to Wu Tong had passed it on to Chen Lu. Chen Lu might be looking for the Bai family right now because in old Greenskin's memories, he had seen Chen Lu investigating the Bai family recently. This timing did not mean that the Bai family had been destroyed by Chen Lu, but it did mean that Chen Lu was searching for the Bai family. With the addition of the Sovereign King Arrow, Lu Yin was almost certain that his guess was correct. Even though he had taken the Bai family to the Red Domain, Chen Lu would still be able to find them if he really wanted to. Lu Yin had deliberately left clues that pointed to the Red Domain, just like how the crazy old man had used the Bai family as bait to lure the enemy who had annihilated the Bai family. When it came to breaking through to the extreme powerhouse realm, Chen Lu might not necessarily be afraid of the Hong Domain. In the empty God universe outside of the Red region, an arrow was shot into the ground. The arrow was covered with three-colored monarch chi. It did not tear the void apart, but the void did not have time to react. It disappeared instantly. The ground of the Red Domain cracked open with the arrow at the center. Buildings were destroyed and a cold aura swept out in all directions. There was a furious roar as a berserk void god force shot up into the sky, followed by a long spear that carried a terrifying amount of void god force. Someone walked out from the ground, blood flowing everywhere. His scarlet eyes looked outside of the Red Domain. He was a void transformation realm cultivator who had always been protecting the Red Domain. His only mission was to protect the Red Domain from powerful enemies. With a void transformation realm cultivator's power level, it would be very difficult for him to not react in time unless someone at the virtual realm attacked. However, he had not been able to react in time to that arrow, which had pierced through his shoulder. If he had not been so far away, that arrow would have caused even more damage. It was a Sovereign King arrow from the Three Sovereigns universe. Who dares to invade the Heavens Reflection Manor? The man shouted as he looked outside the Red Domain. Within the Red Domain, many people stared outside in fear and anger. That arrow had shattered the Red Domain and caused many casualties. Gui-san and Ningran were both there, and they looked outside and felt an enormous pressure. The housekeeper hurriedly contacted Su Wuji to inform him that a powerful enemy had invaded. Another arrow pierced through the void and shot towards the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator. The Void Transformation Realm Cultivator pushed out with both hands, and his long spear released Void God Force that was several times greater than his own, forming a barrier that was close to the Virtual Realm Cultivator's own Void God Force to protect the Red Domain. The arrow pierced through the Void God Force barrier, and it paused for a moment before another arrow shot out. Then, one arrow after another finally broke through the barrier and shot towards the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator. The Void Transformation Realm Cultivator was shocked. With his Void God Force that was close to the virtual realm, an enemy of the same level should not be able to break through it, but the enemy had broken through with just a few arrows. Who was it? Who was it? It was definitely a powerful cultivator of the same level. Even an extremely powerful cultivator would not dare to be careless with such archery skills. The long spear stabbed out, but it was pierced through by the arrow and split in two. The remaining power of the arrow shot towards the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator, who hurriedly dodged and escaped. If not for the long spear, he would not have been able to escape from that arrow. This enemy's every arrow froze the void, making it impossible for him to dodge. It was over. If the chief did not come soon, he would be dead for sure. Under the red domain, the captured spies were overjoyed. Was there an eternal cultivator coming to save them? Qingfen looked up. Could it be the witch spirit god? Yi Jun sat on the beautiful scenery with the poisonous toad on her shoulder. When the red domain shattered, a ray of sunlight shone through, illuminating her pale face. Seeing the red domain tremble continuously as if it was about to collapse, Yi Jun smiled. The eternal cultivators must have come. On the red domain, the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator looked into the distance in shock and despair. A total of 5 arrows came from afar, freezing the entire red domain. 4 arrows were shot towards him, and 1 arrow was shot towards the bell tower. With a boom, the bell tower shattered, and the arrows pierced through the ground, shooting into the ground through the cracks. Right below it was Yi Jun's dazed face. The arrows pierced through the entire red domain, causing the stars to explode. Yi Jun's body shattered and she completely disappeared. Many people had died with her, including people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor and spies. The Void Transformation Realm Cultivator had blocked 1 arrow, but the other 3 had also shattered him, staining the ground with blood. A Void Transformation Realm Cultivator had died just like that. There was a family living in a corner of the red domain. They were the descendants of the 100 family clan. Only 10 seconds had passed between the first arrow and the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator's death. In just 10 seconds, a Void Transformation Realm Cultivator had died, and even the red domain had been destroyed. The descendants of the 100 family clan curled up in fear, not daring to go anywhere. At that moment, a figure walked out and looked down at the descendants of the 100 family clan with a fervent gaze. It should be here. It has to be here. As he spoke, he landed and saw the group of people curled up in the corner. He opened his mouth and said something. An old man in the group was shocked and his eyes widened. It's you? You're the one who destroyed the 100 family clan. The newcomer was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He casually tossed out a lotus treasure and took a step forward, sweeping away the group of people in the corner and tearing through the void. Su Wuji arrived in the red domain and looked at the corner. He immediately attacked, but the lotus treasure blocked his attack. When he was about to attack again, he discovered that the person who had invaded the red domain had already disappeared along with the 100 family clan. Su Wuji roared in anger. He had been too late. He had only been 10 seconds late, but he had already caused such an irreversible situation. The 100 family clan had disappeared, and the red domain had been destroyed. If he could not catch the culprit, he would be mocked for countless years and become the most humiliating manor master in the Heaven's Reflection Manor. He had to find out who this person was. By the time Lu Yin returned to the red domain, it was already too late. He looked at the shattered red domain and frowned as he breathed in the stench of blood. Su Wuji was puzzled when he saw Lu Yin return. Shouldn't you be in the hyperspace? Lu Yin replied, Manor Master really doesn't care about anything. I'm currently on a mission in the 3 sovereign spacetime. Su Wuji did not want to discuss this. Why did you come back at this time? Investigate the names of the people that Yi Jun came into contact with. Some of them might be spies. This is a clue that I found in the 3 sovereign spacetime, Lu Yin said. Su Wuji looked away as the people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor quietly dealt with the corpses. This was especially true of the Void Transformation Realm powerhouse. All that was left of him was a blood-stained piece of cloth. Manor Master, what happened? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Su Wuji explained the situation to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked. Lian Bao. It's not Lotus Sovereign's disciple. They wouldn't be that bold and Qingfen is still around. It's just that. Su Wuji paused and frowned. The 100 family clan has gone missing. Lu Yin was shocked. Is it the culprit who killed the entire 100 family clan? Su Wuji's eyes narrowed. He was not wearing his sunglasses, and his entire being exuded a cold and austere aura. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen him like this, and it seemed that he really wanted to kill. Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, even the son of a grand Empyrean won't be able to live. Lu Yin raised his brows. Su Wuji seemed to like using other people's sons as metaphors. He had previously used the Void Master's son as an example, and now he was using the Grand Empyrean's son as an example. Not long after, Lu Yin left the Void God spacetime and headed to the Three Sovereigns spacetime. Yi Jun was dead, and he had not expected that she would be so unlucky as to die in the aftermath of the battle. After returning to the Three Sovereigns spacetime, the first thing Lu Yin did was visit Qinlu. He wanted to confirm whether or not the person who had attacked the Red Domain was Qinlu. Acting Manor Master, you just came to visit. Why are you here again? Qin Li's disciple was puzzled, and he looked at Lu Yin with a questioning gaze. Lu Yin replied, I'm not looking for Manor Master Qinlu this time. I heard that there's a strange stone in the Manor Master's cultivation area, and I'm quite curious about it. Would it be possible for me to take a look? Qin Li's disciple immediately understood. There was indeed a strange stone here that could release a sound that was similar to the morning bell and the evening drum. There were many people who visited it, so it was not a problem for the acting Manor Master to take a look. My apologies, acting Manor Master. Master has instructed that no one is to disturb him. Senior Qinlu is back? Lu Yin was shocked and his eyes turned cold. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2652. Qin Li's disciple replied, Master just went out to pick some things and it wasn't convenient for him to tell you before. Now that he's back I can tell you, but Master ordered that no one is to disturb him. If you're willing I can pass on the message. If it's not convenient you can just wait a few days. Lu Yin smiled, it's nothing, I just wanted to visit. I'll wait for Qin Lu to come again when he's free. With that he left. After Lu Yin left, Qin Li's disciple seemed to have heard something and respectfully replied, This person is Xian Qi, the acting academy head of Heaven's Reflection Manor. He was invited to the Three Sovereigns universe to investigate the person who provided the information to Lord Luo. He's here to visit Master. He paused for a moment and then said, I understand. With that he left. When Lu Yin returned to the courtyard, Songbai asked, Your ability to capture spies on behalf of the academy head is truly eye-opening. When will you investigate the person who sold the information to Lord Luo? I know what I'm doing, Lu Yin replied and closed the courtyard door. He naturally didn't stay in the courtyard, but instead left using his innate gift of space to keep an eye on Qin Li's disciple. The information that Wu Tong had received had not been wrong, and he had only heard it himself. If there was a third person present, then that person's cultivation would not be much higher than Wu Tong's. Otherwise Wu Tong would have been discovered long ago. Qin Li's disciple was the most likely candidate. Lu Yin had taken a closer look, and Qin Li's disciple's cultivation was about the same as Wu Tong's. If Wu Tong wanted to pass on information to a spy, he would do his best to conceal himself, so it was normal that Qin Li's disciple would not be able to discover him. Following Qin Li's disciple, Lu Yin found that he had come to the place where Wu Tong had received the information. As expected, the information had been passed on to Qin Lu. Looking at the mark left by Qin Li's disciple, Lu Yin remained where he was. If Qin Lu had obtained what he wanted, he would definitely come here to hand it over to the person who had passed on the information. Lu Yin just had to wait here. As the sky darkened, there was no one around. Lu Yin hid himself and not long after, someone arrived. This person's cultivation was not high, only at the level of an emissary. After arriving, this person also hid himself and stood at the location where he had left the mark. Not long after, the void distorted and another figure appeared. Lu Yin's eyes widened. It was Qin Li's disciple. If I didn't rush you, you wouldn't have done anything, right? The first person who came here questioned. This person was clearly only a star envoy, but he dared to question Qin Lu, a half-martial ancestor. Qin Lu was only one step away from breaking through to the extreme powerhouse realm. He was an absolute powerhouse, second only to the Three Sovereigns in the Three Sovereigns universe. Qin Lu was calm. Old Ghost Bai's disciple has been trying to lure me in by saying that he's a descendant of the Bai clan. That disciple's strength isn't weak, and he's even stronger than Old Ghost Bai. That place is also close to the Red region, and if I'm not careful I might be exposed. Not only will I not be able to obtain the item, but I'll also be in trouble. But you did it. You killed your way into the Red region and took away the 100 clansmen. If you had done this earlier, the news I brought wouldn't have been so unpleasant, the Star Envoy said. Chen Li's tone gradually turned cold. Old Ghost Bai's disciple was taken away by the new inn, which was why I had the chance to act. Even so, I only had 10 seconds. If it wasn't for Lian Bao, I would have been captured by Su Wuji. It was too dangerous. It's worth it. Give it to me. Chen Li placed his hand on his cosmic ring. Suddenly, a warning sign exploded in his mind, and a sense of crisis descended. It was just like when he had been targeted by an eternal powerhouse in the endless battlefield. He would never forget that feeling for the rest of his life. Not good, someone was here. In the void, a bone spike suddenly appeared and pierced through Chen Li's right hand in the blink of an eye. With an unparalleled power, it shattered Chen Li's arm. His hand with the cosmic ring was flung far away, and blood splattered everywhere. In front of Chen Lu, the Star Envoy was stunned. Blood splattered onto his face and he couldn't react in time. Chen Lu suddenly turned around. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so fierce that he couldn't even defend himself. Impossible, this person clearly wasn't an extreme powerhouse. If an extreme powerhouse had launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't have just lost an arm. Chen Li's body was about to release a tricolored sovereign qi. Lu Yin stirred up spatial lines and directly appeared in front of Chen Lu. He stepped in reverse and disrupted time. The sovereign qi that should have appeared suddenly disappeared. Chen Lu was shocked, and before he could react, an indescribable power enveloped the surroundings. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed him and forcefully weakened his strength. Chen Lu felt powerless and he knew that he was in trouble. He had encountered a powerful enemy that he couldn't deal with, and his opponent had even launched a sneak attack. With a thump, Chen Lu fell to the ground. Behind him, Lu Yin stood up with the slippers in hand and sighed in relief. Not bad, very smooth. Against a half-ancestor like Chen Lu, Lu Yin didn't dare to be careless. Even if he couldn't use his progenitor's strength, he was still confident in using all of his strength. The bone spike had shattered Chen Li's right arm, leaving him with nothing to use. At the same time, Lu Yin had used the Ian Evolution True Scripture to weaken Chen Li's overall strength. In that instant, Chen Li couldn't even reach the level of an ordinary half-ancestor. At most, he would have the power of a peak Star Envoy, which made it impossible for Chen Lu to resist or evade. In the end, Lu Yin had used the slippers to end the fight. Lu Yin's entire attack flowed smoothly, and even an extreme powerhouse like Chen Lu was stunned. As for the Star Envoy, he was already stunned. He looked at the unconscious Chen Lu and then at the slippers in Lu Yin's hand, feeling that everything was absurd. Lu Yin had casually slapped the Star Envoy unconscious and taken him away. This situation was a little strange. After capturing Chen Lu and the Star Envoy, Lu Yin returned to the courtyard and placed them inside Mount Supreme. He then began to search for his spoils of war. There were quite a few good things in Chen Li's cosmic ring, including a few 100 million light crystals. There was also a Lianbao. Lu Yin was delighted as Lianbao was very useful. If it weren't for Lianbao, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the Red Domain. However, the thing that Lu Yin cared about the most was a rock, a landscape painting rock. He had never expected to obtain a landscape painting rock from Chen Li's cosmic ring. This was the third rock that he had obtained. The first piece had come from the Han clan, the second from the House of Illusions, and the third. He glanced at the unconscious Chen Lu and then at the nervous emissary. Is this what you want? The Star Envoy's gaze landed on the rock and he gulped. I know you, Xian Qi. I'm asking you a question. Lu Yin frowned. The Star Envoy said, Xian Qi, you took something that you shouldn't have. You better give it to me, I can be your pawn. With a smack, half of the Star Envoy's face was smashed and blood flowed down his cheek, staining the ground red. His eyes flashed in disbelief. This person had just hit him. Ever since he had obtained his new identity, he had gotten whatever he wanted. No one had ever hit him before, but this Xian Qi had actually done it. He slowly looked at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. Lu Yin was indifferent. Looks like you won't talk, then die. He raised his hand and pointed it at the Star Envoy. The Star Envoy's eyes narrowed. No, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. He didn't want to die. He had obtained this identity by chance, so he couldn't die here. Speak, Lu Yin said indifferently. The Star Envoy's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Yin and then at the unconscious Chen Lu. He silently cursed this person for being useless and whispered, I'm from the Hall of Freedom. Lu Yin raised a brow. The Hall of Freedom? You don't know about it? The Star Envoy was shocked. Luin really didn't know. He had merged with many people's bodies, but coincidentally, he hadn't seen any information about the Hall of Freedom. Perhaps it wasn't that those people didn't know about it, but rather that they knew too little about it and didn't have a deep memory. It was impossible for him to know all the memories of those he had merged with, so he was at a loss when it came to the Hall of Freedom. The Star Envoy sighed, "No wonder you attacked me. Qianqi, the Hall of Freedom is a power that you can't afford to offend. Don't make a mistake and give me the stone. It's useless to you, but the Hall of Freedom needs it. As long as you give it to me, I can pretend that nothing happened today and even recommend you to join the Hall of Freedom." "Tell me about the Hall of Freedom first," Luin said coldly. Half of the Star Envoy's face was bleeding, and he hated Luin to the core. However, his life was in Lu Yin's hands, so he didn't dare to show it. He could only say, "The Hall of Freedom was created in the wood spacetime by Sir Daheng. It was neither good nor evil. A single thought was eternal. The Hall of Freedom takes in all who yearn for freedom, regardless of whether they are good or evil. Anyone who isn't bound can join the Hall of Freedom. Aside from Sir Daheng, there are 2 other extreme powerhouses in the Hall of Freedom. This is how powerful the Hall of Freedom is. Qianqi, if you're willing, I can recommend you to join the Hall of Freedom. No one dares to touch you." Luin laughed, "But I've already hit you. What will the Hall of Freedom do to me?" The Star Envoy's eyes flashed. "As long as you join the Hall of Freedom, everything will be fine." "And if I don't?" Luin asked. The Star Envoy was astonished. "Why not? Do you know how many people want to join the Hall of Freedom? Do you know who Sir Daheng is? He's an extreme powerhouse second only to the sovereigns in the wood spacetime, and he's widely acknowledged to be incomparably powerful. Every time a Grand Empyrean tea party is held, he'll be able to chat freely with the Grand Empyreans. He's one of the top figures in the Six Directions Association, and with Sir Daheng's protection, you won't have to worry about anything. Isn't that good?" Luin nodded. "Sounds good. Then what's the Hall of Freedom's stance on dealing with the Eternals?" The Star Envoy was solemn. "Of course we'll kill them without holding back. The Eternals are the common enemy of humanity." Luin fiddled with the stone. "What does the Hall of Freedom want with this broken stone?" The Star Envoy frowned. "You don't need to ask. As long as you hand the stone over to me, I'll give you a share of the credit, and you might even be able to join the Hall of Freedom. The Hall of Freedom's requirements aren't that high. If even you can join, then it should be easy for me to join. Do I need a referral from you?" Luin was disdainful. "He's not from the Hall of Freedom." Qinlu woke up and sat up. The Star Envoy was displeased. "What nonsense are you spouting? Of course I'm from the Hall of Freedom." Qinlu looked around. "You formed your own space?" He looked at Luin. "You're Qianqi? Everyone was wrong about you. You were even able to capture me, and you have the strength to fight against an extreme powerhouse. You've hidden yourself well." Luin met Qinli's gaze. "Nice to meet you, Headmaster Qinlu." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2653. You kept asking to see me just to keep an eye on me, right? You know that I was the one who exterminated the Bai family, Qinlu said. Luin replied, "I didn't before, but I do now." "What do you want?" Qinlu asked. Luin replied, "I promised the crazy old man that I would protect him or avenge him. What do you think I'll do?" Qinlu replied, "Kill me and the Hall of Freedom won't let you off." Luin pointed at the emissary. "He said that he'll recommend me to the Hall of Freedom." Qinlu shook his head. "He's just a key." The emissary didn't understand. What key? Luin didn't understand either. He was curious about Qinli's attitude towards this emissary. Even if this person was the son of an extreme powerhouse, Qinli shouldn't have tolerated him so much. Qinli sighed. "The world is ever-changing. I never thought that I would lose to luck at the last step." He sighed. "This person isn't a member of the Hall of Freedom. He's just a vessel for the Hall of Freedom. The moment Mr. Daheng brought me into the Hall of Freedom, he planted a door in my body. A door that won't affect my cultivation, but will only obstruct me when I try to break through to the extreme realm. With that door in place, I won't be able to break through no matter what." Luin was shocked. There was such a thing? "It's not difficult to open this door. You just have to complete the task that Mr. Daheng gave you." "This stone?" Luin asked. Qinlu nodded and looked at the stone with a burning gaze. "As long as you give this stone to Mr. Daheng, he'll give me the key to that door." It's this person. The emissary's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I be the key? You've cultivated the freedom technique, Qianlu said. The emissary's face paled and he looked lost. Of course he had cultivated the freedom technique. The Hall of Freedom would select suitable people from countless people to cultivate the technique, and only those who could cultivate it could join the Hall of Freedom. This was common knowledge, but what did it have to do with a key? The Mahasvara technique is the key to opening that door within my body, but the prerequisite is that Mr. Daheng must agree to infuse a strand of power into this person's Mahasvara technique. That strand of power will completely absorb this person and form the key to opening that door. He then looked at Luin. Tell me, why would a mere key allow you to join the Mahasvara Palace? Those who can truly join the Hall of Repose can be counted on one hand. I don't know who exactly there are, but only those at my level can join. What? The emissary shouted, Impossible. You're lying. I'm a member of the Hall of Repose and everyone respects me. No one dares to offend me, and the Hall of Repose still has missions for me to complete. Qianlu shook his head. It's just a key. Why would a person bother with a key? Mission. With your cultivation, what kind of mission could you possibly have? He's just a messenger. His cultivation is low, so he won't attract any attention. Luin looked at the emissary. That's right, why would a person care about a key? The others did not know that he was the key. They respected him because he was a member of the Hall of Repose. This person was somewhat lamentable. His fate was destined to be a key. Impossible. Impossible. The emissary roared, unable to believe this fact. Qianlu immediately attacked and slapped the emissary to death. Too noisy. Luin looked at Qianlu. You don't care that the key is gone? Qianlu looked up. Will you give me the stone to complete the mission? Of course not. Then there's no point in keeping the key. Luin was curious. Why would the Hall of Repose collect such stones? Qianli's eyes flashed. Collect? You've seen other stones? Luin casually tossed the stone to Qianlu. The diagram on it is obviously incomplete. It must have been knocked off from an entire diagram. Qianlu stared at the stone in a daze. He was just one step away. If Mr. Daheng finds out that this stone is with you, your fate won't be any better than his. Even if you have an extremely strong backer, no one can stop the Hall of Repose from getting what they want. Their actions are both righteous and evil, and they are not restrained. They will definitely get what they want. Qianlu tossed the stone to Luin. Luin laughed. Then don't let them know. They'll find out, Qianlu said. Just like how you found out that this stone was in the hands of the Bai family and then wiped them out? Luin asked. Qianlu was cold. The world of cultivation is cruel. Morals and bottom lines are just the wails of the weak. Now that you know all of this, I have no intention of living. As for the Bai family, do you think that their stone was passed down by their ancestors? They also stole it from someone else. The Bai family's disciple is from your red domain. I was the one who framed him and forced him into a corner, forcing him to go to the new inn. But if it was just a trap, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state? No one dares to say that they haven't done anything wrong at their level of cultivation. The Bai family is like that, and so is his disciple. That includes you, Xianqi. Luin smiled. What eloquence. You wiped out an entire family, but you're blaming the world of cultivation for everything. Qianlu closed his eyes and did not say anything else. There was no point in saying anything now. Do you want to die? Luin suddenly asked. Qianli's eyes were still closed and his tone was calm. What's the point of asking this? Don't you want to take revenge for the Bai family? Luin wanted to fulfill his promise to the crazy old man and do his best to take revenge for the Bai family. But at the moment, killing Qianlu and keeping him alive were two completely different things. Besides, he wanted to use 4 everlasting half-progenitors in exchange for the crazy old man's life, which was already enough. As for Qianli's life, that could be dealt with later. Is the door that Mr. Daheng left in your body really unsolvable? Luin was curious. Qianlu opened his eyes. He cared about breaking through to the extreme realm, and he had not hesitated to kill his way into the red domain. As for life and death, he had already accepted it the moment that emissary had died. Unsolvable. What if an extreme realm powerhouse intervenes? Luin asked. Qianlu looked at Luin. Who are you? I can confirm that you are not an extreme realm powerhouse, but you have the power of an extreme realm powerhouse. This is very unusual and you've been hiding it all this time. Now that you're saying this, it means that there is an extreme realm powerhouse behind you. Luin replied, Everyone knows that I invited Senior Su Wuwei to guide me in my cultivation of Void God's power. I also have a good relationship with the Void Yang and Void Yin tribes. Can it be them? Impossible. Qinlu was certain. The extreme realm powerhouse behind you is definitely not one of them. It might even be someone we don't know. He then stared at Lu Yin. An everlasting? What if it is? Lu Yin asked. Qinlu met Lu Yin's gaze. I don't want to be a spy. Lu Yin raised his brows. What you've done isn't much better than being a spy. If Lord Luo finds out that you've sided with Freedom Palace and have been working for Mr. Daheng, will he let you off? Qinlu was calm. Betraying Lord Luo and betraying humanity are two different things. Lu Yin did not know what Qinlu was thinking. Perhaps this person was telling the truth. Perhaps Qinlu was certain that Qinlu was not a spy and was just putting on an act for Lu Yin. Otherwise, most people would kill a spy even if they were willing to become one. Lu Yin did not need to know what Qinlu was thinking, as this person was very valuable. I hope that you're telling the truth. You have to take revenge for the 100 family. Back to that question. If you have an extreme realm powerhouse helping you, will you be able to open that door? Lu Yin asked. He was testing Mr. Daheng's strength, and through Qin Li's words he could determine Mr. Daheng's level within the Sixth Direction Association. Qinlu thought about it and then shook his head. Unless you have an extreme realm powerhouse behind you that is comparable to the Sixth Direction Association spacetime ruler, it's unlikely. Lu Yin's heart sank. Is Mr. Daheng that strong? Qinlu was helpless. If he's not strong, how can he be free and unfettered? Regardless, Lu Yin still wanted to try. He needed a progenitor to help him understand the three monarch spacetimes and Lord Luo. Elder Chan could not do it and no one around him could either. Chunlu was the most suitable candidate. Lu Yin put away Mount Supreme and tore through the void to return to the Eternal Kingdom. He then headed to the Fifth Mainland to find Muxia. When Qinlu saw Muxia, his expression changed. An extreme realm powerhouse. This was a pressure that only someone on the same level as the three monarchs could give him. Muxia also looked at Qinlu, his gaze penetrating Qin Li's body as if he had seen something. A moment later he sighed. Someone sealed a power in his body, causing his monarch's chi to be incomplete. Once he tries to break through to the progenitor realm, although there is no origin tribulation, he will not succeed. Outside of the primordial space, breaking through to the progenitor realm in other spacetimes did not require origin tribulation. Breaking through in the void god spacetime depended on one's innate talent, but breaking through in the three monarch spacetimes required both innate talent and a complete circulation of monarch's chi. Mr. Daheng knew this, which was why he had been able to prevent Qinlu from breaking through. Qinlu did not dare to tell Lord Luo, as that would be tantamount to admitting that he had dealings with the Repose Palace. Lord Luo might not be able to break through Mr. Daheng's door. In Qin Li's heart, Mr. Daheng was an existence that surpassed Lord Luo. He did not hold out much hope for Muxia either, even if this person was also an extreme realm powerhouse. The gap between them was huge. Senior, do you have any confidence in helping him break through that door? Muxia's eyes flickered. The person who left this seal in his body is extremely powerful, and it's not any weaker than 9 mountains and 8 seas. However, it's hard to tell exactly how strong they are. That door. He paused. Lu Yin's heart sank. Even Senior had no way? Qinlu was not surprised, as this had always been the case. This was why he had not sought out Lord Luo the first time Mr. Daheng had left a seal in his body. We can try, Muxia said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Senior, are you confident? Muxia laughed. I can't say I'm confident. Let's use the evil relic to clash with this door. Besides, I also want to see this person's strength. He then pointed at the location where the door had been planted in Qin Li's body. A shrunken evil relic appeared and entered Qin Li's body, viciously slamming into the door. The method was simple and crude, but Qinlu was shocked. No. Just as he finished speaking, his mind rumbled as two terrifying powers collided with each other, producing a tearing sensation. His face paled. This was not good. Fresh blood flowed from Qin Li's eyes, ears, mouth and nose. His entire body was covered in blood and he looked extremely miserable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2654. Lu Yin's expression changed. This guy couldn't have died, right? Qinlu thought so as well. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of forcefully breaking open that door, and he had even tried to use his sovereign's aura to smash it open. The result was that he had been heavily injured and had to go into seclusion for a year. This time, Musie's attack had caused him to think that he would be torn to pieces. Musie's expression turned serious. It's indeed powerful. With that, the evil Saraira in Qinli's body suddenly split into two into three, and 3 into 9. 9 identical evil Sarairas formed a circle, and the center of the evil energy emitted a mighty chime that sounded divine and unfathomable. Qinlu was the one who felt it the most, as the chime seemed to be right next to his ears. It was the chime of the evil energy colliding with the evil Saraira. When the 9 evil Saraira appeared, they formed a circle that resembled a bracelet of light. Qinlu spat out a mouthful of blood. This time he felt as if his body had been torn to pieces. Musie stared at the door within Qinli's body, which had shattered. The bracelet formed by the evil Saraira had also shattered. Just a strand of energy was left behind, but it was able to cancel out my evil Saraira. That energy should have been casually left behind by this person, but it was enough to kill a progenitor. Junior brother, this person cannot be provoked. Luin was even more shocked. Senior brother, your evil Saraira was cancelled out? Then what are you going to do? Musie replied, it's fine, I'll just form another one. Was that what he meant? The evil Saraira was Musie's ancestral world. How could it be reformed after it was destroyed? Then wouldn't the blood ancestors' injuries be child's play? Senior brother, the evil Saraira is your ancestral world. How can it be restored after it's destroyed? Luin was at a loss. Musie clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Qinlu, who was lying on the ground. Your senior brother's battle prowess is only on par with 9 mountains and 8 seas, but when it comes to energy consumption, even Senior Lu Tianyi can't compare to me. Everyone has their own advantages. Senior Lu Tianyi is invincible, and his divine seal catalog can command the heavens. Progenitor Qin Xiaoshang is a peerless killer, and the symbol ancestor is astonishingly talented. Each of them has a side that surpasses all living beings. As for me, he stared at Luin. As if afraid that Luin would not believe him, Musie raised a hand, and another evil Saraira appeared in his palm. It then enlarged and appeared beneath his feet, surrounded by runes. It was exactly the same as the first time he had used the ancestral world. Luin was dumbfounded. Does that mean that your ancestral world will never shatter? Musie nodded. You can say that. At least until now, no one has made me feel that they can truly destroy my ancestral world. So that's how it is. No wonder, no wonder. This was the disciple that Mr. Mu had acknowledged. Actually, as Mr. Mu's disciple, there was no need for Lu Yin to say anything. Qing Ping had been able to judge a progenitor as a half-progenitor and warlord, which was an incomparably monstrous talent. Although Senior Musie could also fight against 9 mountains and 8 seas, Lu Yin had always felt that something was missing. He did not have that invincible spirit that allowed him to surpass his peers. Although being able to fight against 9 mountains and 8 seas was already shocking enough, and it was enough to be recorded in history, Lu Yin had always felt that something was missing. Now he knew that Senior Musie was a bottomless pit. He did not have an invincible strength that could suppress everything, but he had a limitless strength that could grind out time with anyone. Given Senior Musie's character, if he had said it, then it had to be true. Musie could not defeat Bai Wangyuan in a short period of time, but someone like Madman Lu could. Over time, no one would be able to defeat Musie. Compared to Ancestor Ku had the confidence to charge into the Eternals and kill their only true god. From this, one could see how exaggerated Senior Musie's confidence in his own strength was. This was Senior Musie's unique characteristic. His strength was limitless. If the blood ancestor had Senior Musie's unique characteristic, then he would not have weakened from being a progenitor. To a certain extent, Senior Musie's strength would never weaken, and it would only steadily increase. Among all the people that Lu Yin had seen, Senior Musie's strength increase was the most stable. The increase was not exaggerated, but it was enough as long as it was stable. After eliminating any future troubles, there would be a day when Senior Musie would reach unimaginable heights. This was Lu Yin's senior, the disciple that Mr. Mu had acknowledged. Cough cough. Qin Le coughed up blood and opened his eyes, but everything was blurry. Lu Yin and Musie looked at him. Senior Mu, his injuries aren't serious, right? Musie replied, it's not a fundamental injury. He'll be fine after a few days of rest. It's just a flesh wound. When Qin Le heard this, he supported himself with his hands and struggled to get up. He left a bloody handprint on the ground and bowed deeply to Musie. Thank you for your help, Senior. Chen Lu was well aware of the terrifying strength of someone who could break through Mr. Daheng's power. This person did not seem to have suffered any injuries, which was what Chen Lu was most afraid of. Could this person be on par with Mr. Daheng? Lu Yin's lips curled up as Chen Lu had overestimated Mr. Daheng. Lu Yin did not understand Luo Jun's strength, nor did he understand Senior Musie's strength. However, Senior Musie had been able to break through that door, which meant that Senior Musie was not much weaker than Mr. Daheng. In any case, Senior Musie definitely surpassed Luo Jun. This was interesting. Chen Lu, I said that I would help you break through that door. How do you feel now? Are you confident that you can break through? Lu Yin asked. Chen Lu looked at Lu Yin with fear in his eyes. I should be able to. Lu Yin replied, I'm not helping you for free. He suddenly attacked and sent the Grim Reaper's imprint into Chen Li's body. Chen Lu subconsciously used his sovereign's aura to resist, but it was immediately disintegrated by the Grim Reaper's imprint. He was shocked. What kind of power was this? Don't think that you can act all high and mighty just because you've become an extreme realm powerhouse. You'll never be able to break free from my control, Lu Yin said. If I save you, you'll have to work for me. Otherwise you can choose to die. Chen Li's eyes flickered, but before he could reply, Musie also attacked and tapped Chen Li's body. The previous attack had broken through that door and given Chen Li hope of becoming an extreme realm powerhouse, but this attack had pushed him into the abyss. I've also left some evil energy in his body. Regardless of whether or not he's broken through to the progenitor realm, the evil energy will cause his body to explode and die unless his cultivation surpasses mine. Musie explained. Chen Li's face darkened. This feeling was even more unbearable than being controlled by Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng had only left a door in his body, but these two were directly controlling him. He did not want to be controlled. The extreme realm was right in front of him, and he could see the peak of humanity. He could reach it, but he could not break free from these two. He could either reach the peak and become a puppet, or he could decline and die without a corpse. Chen Lu only had these two choices at the moment. Musie left as Chen Lu had no interest in what Lu Yin was doing outside. This junior had many tricks up his sleeve, and Chen Lu was curious about what his master was thinking. Both Qing Ping and Chen Li's thoughts were pure. One judged criminals while the other killed spies. Only this junior had done everything, and he could be considered an anomaly in their sect. What do you want me to do? Chen Lu asked. Lu Yin replied, no matter what I want you to do, you have to do it. This is the price. Chen Li's tone was low. Once I break through to the sovereign realm, I'll be of great help to you. I need to be equal. No, Lu Yin said bluntly, I'm giving you one last chance. Either you accept your fate and be controlled by me or you die. There are no other options. Chen Lu was overjoyed unless this person wanted to die. Chen Lu knew that the Bai family would not let the old maniac off so easily, and he would try his best to escape Chen Li's control. They had a tacit understanding, so there was no need for so much nonsense. In the end, Chen Li chose to live as that was the only way to survive. He did not believe that he would not be able to escape from these two once he broke through to the extreme realm. He might even be able to borrow Sir Daheng's strength to break through. He knew that the stone was in Lu Yin's hands and that was its value. No one was stupid, there was always a chance for survival, and Chen Lu would do his best to grab hold of it. A month later, an overwhelming amount of Sovereign's aura appeared outside Mo Courtyard. Old Qing Pai and the rest looked up in shock. What's this? On the rainbow wall, Lord Luo turned around, his eyes gleaming. He broke through? Good, there's finally one more. Ah. Elder Chan looked into the three sovereign spacetime. Was this a breakthrough to the progenitor realm? How could one break through to the progenitor realm in this spacetime? He was very curious. Lord Luo could change the world, and although the three sovereign spacetime was small, the person breaking through would still cultivate Sovereign's aura. Would Lord Luo be able to interfere with this breakthrough? No one gave Elder Chan an answer, so he could only wait. Lu Yin walked out of the courtyard and looked into the distance. Senior Sangbai, what's going on? Sangbai was excited. The academy master is breaking through. Senior Chenlu? He's about to break through to the extreme realm? Lu Yin was shocked. Sangbai nodded. Our three sovereign spacetime will finally have another extreme powerhouse. Lu Yin looked into the distance. He had to succeed or all his efforts would have been in vain. Chen Li's breakthrough was expected, and everyone in the three sovereign spacetime knew that he was about to break through. Not just the three sovereign spacetime but also the entire six-direction society. An extreme powerhouse was the most important fighting force in any spacetime. Even if there were differences in power levels, an extreme powerhouse was still an extreme powerhouse, and they were enough to attract the attention of a Grand Empyrean. The sovereign's aura that had gathered caused everyone in Moh courtyard to be unable to breathe. Chen Lu took a step forward and let out a long howl as an arrow pierced through the clouds, revealing its sharpness. The arrow soared into the sky, carrying with it an endless amount of killing power that almost pierced through the heavens. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Chen Li's power level was extremely high, and Lu Yin had only been able to react to his sneak attack. It was only now that Lu Yin realized that Chen Li's aura was similar to the ancestral world's aura. It was no wonder that he had once killed a corpse king with a single arrow. The arrow was not only a manifestation of his strength, but also a battle technique. The arrow was an extremely powerful weapon, and once Chen Lu broke through, he would be able to play a huge role in the battle against the Eternals. Chen Lu was not the first person in the three sovereigns' spacetime to attempt to break through to the progenitor realm. Below the three sovereigns, there had been others who had attempted to break through but had failed. Chen Lu was the second. Even though the sovereign's aura came from Lord Luo could not control whether this person succeeded or not. This was because the purpose of breaking through was to change the world. Once Chen Lu broke through, he would still be using the sovereign's aura, but its nature would change. This was the true progenitor realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2655. This breakthrough took 10 days, and in the end, Chen Lu broke through to the Monarch realm, becoming the fourth person to break through to the progenitor realm in the three Monarch spacetime. Congratulations on breaking through to the Monarch realm, Songbai bowed deeply. He had finally broken through, so he had to do what needed to be done. Chen Lu breaking through to the Monarch realm was a big deal, and many powers from the Six Direction Society congratulated him. They treated Chen Lu with caution, as this person was very murderous and was rarely seen on the battlefield. The first thing Chen Lu did after breaking through was to meet with Luo Jun. Chen Lu was equivalent to a disciple of one of the three monarchs, and he had followed them for a period of time. They were familiar with each other, so there was no need for formalities. Luo Jun treated Chen Lu with more caution, as Chen Lu was qualified to be looked upon highly. Now that Mu Jun had disappeared, Luo Jun had to rely on Chen Lu to work with him in the three monarch spacetime. You want to be the Horizon Prefecture Lord? Luo Jun was shocked as he hadn't expected Chen Lu to make such a request. Chen Lu said, the spies are rampant, and Mu Jun's disappearance might be related to the spies. My lord, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I want to tell you now. He paused and stared at Luo Jun. Luo Ho might have been a spy for a long time. Luo Jun's gaze turned cold, and he silently looked outside the rainbow wall. Chen Lu continued, I know that you care about Luo Ho, or you wouldn't have sent him to the hyperspace as a hostage. But have you thought about the deep grudge between Luo Ho, Luo Zong, and the Mu family? Using him to lure out Mu Jun is completely possible. The Eternals have been developing spies for so many years, and they'll also think that the one behind Mu Jun's disappearance must be an extreme powerhouse. The Yu family's attack on Mu Jun is just a guess. There's something wrong with the person who sold the information to you. This could all be a trap set by the Eternals to sow discord between us. The only thing I can think of is a spy, and only a spy. Luo Jun remained silent and didn't say anything. Chen Lu said solemnly, I hope that you'll give me a chance to search for the spy and rescue Mu Jun. In my heart, you, Mu Jun, and Taishu are all masters, and I don't want anything to happen to Mu Jun. Even if she dies, her corpse. Luo Jun was silent for a long time, and he had a complicated look in his eyes. The prefecture master of the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture has always been Little Mu. Now that she has gone missing, the position of prefecture master cannot be left vacant. From today onwards, you are the prefecture master of the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture. Thank you, sir. Chen Lu bowed. Luo Jun looked at Chen Lu. I hope you'll keep your word. Search for the spies and find Xiao Mu's whereabouts. Even if it's a corpse, you have to bring it back for me. Chen Li's gaze was resolute. From today onwards, my greatest mission is to eliminate all spies in spacetime. I will definitely find Mu Jun. Luo Jun nodded. No one knows whether or not the person who sold the information set this up, but Luo Ho did indeed appear in the Zio realm. The Yu clan also has a reason to attack Xiao Mu, so this guess will not be dismissed. That's why I want to become the Manor Lord of the Heavenly Mirror Manor. That Xian Qi was sent by Yu Fang to my Three Monarchs universe. I have to keep an eye on what this person knows and how to investigate, Chen Lu said. Luo Jun had wanted to remind him of this point, but since Chunlu had mentioned it, he said, Xianqi is very good at finding spies and he's familiar with Luo Ho in the Six Paths Training Hall. After he came to our space-time, I sent Songbai to keep an eye on him. I'll leave him to you now. I know, Qinlu replied. After leaving the Rainbow Wall, Qinlu headed towards Lu Yin's courtyard. The Three Monarchs universe did not require him to act for the time being. Luo Jun, Xingjuan, Xia Xinji, and Elder Chan were working together to stabilize the boundary. Luo Jun would rather have another extreme powerhouse oversee the Three Monarchs universe. When he arrived outside Lu Yin's courtyard, Chen Lu walked out of the void, his monarch's aura suppressing everyone. Songbai was the first to sense it and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Lord Chen Lu. Both inside and outside the courtyard, all the cultivators from the Three Monarchs universe bowed. Inside the courtyard, Guan Laode, Yu Pai, and Su Ji all bowed in unison to show their respect for this extreme powerhouse. Lu Yin walked out and looked up at Chen Lu in the sky. His eyes flashed as he slowly bowed. Greetings, Senior Chen Lu. Chen Lu looked down at Lu Yin from above. If he could, he would have killed this person with a single palm strike. This person had planted a power control in his body, and that mysterious extreme powerhouse had also controlled him. Even though he had broken through to the monarch realm, he still could not break free. It seemed impressive, but he was actually this person's pawn, which made him feel stifled. If he could, he wanted to attack, but the power in his body made it difficult for him to do so. Even if he did attack, he might not be able to kill this person. Although this person was not an extreme powerhouse, he had the strength to fight against one. This person was terrifying. You're Xianqi? Qinlu asked. Yes, Lu Yin replied. I'm already the head of the Three Monarchs Universe Sky Mirror Hall, and I'd like to invite you to temporarily join the Three Monarchs Universe Sky Mirror Hall. You'll take on the role of acting hall master and help us search for spies. Are you willing? Qinlu asked. Songbai was shocked as she had not expected Qinlu to value Lu Yin so much. Lu Yin was placed in a difficult position. Senior, this junior is the acting hall master of the Void Gods Universe Sky Mirror Hall. Qinlu explained, the Sky Mirror Hall does not differentiate between the two. Since you are the acting hall master of the Void Gods Universe Sky Mirror Hall, you can also be the acting hall master of the Three Monarchs Universe Sky Mirror Hall. Lu Yin no longer hesitated and he bowed. This junior understands. Thank you for your kindness, senior. Qinlu continued, I know that you specialize in searching for spies, so I'll give you the authority to do so. From now on, you can go anywhere in the Three Monarchs universe without any reservations. This is the authority that I, Qinlu, am giving you. You only need to do one thing, and that is to find spies for me and not let a single one escape. Songbai was shocked. Lord Qinlu thought too highly of this Xianqi. Giving him such great authority was equivalent to giving Xianqi a transcendent status in the Three Monarchs universe. How could this be? How long had Xianqi been in this universe? He did not seem to have done anything, but he was still so transcendent. Could this be the result of his 2 visits to Lord Qinlu? Lu Yin lowered his head and his lips curled up. This junior understands. Thank you, senior. This was what Lu Yin wanted. The Three Monarchs universe was his first step, and Qinlu had built the bridge for this first step. From now on, Lu Yin was going to have some fun with the Six Direction gang. With Qin Li's support, Lu Yin could go wherever he wanted. The first place he wanted to go was the stone tower that recorded the true events of the Three Monarchs universes. No spacetime would ignore history. The fifth mainland had experienced a long period of time, and its history had been cut off several times. Even so, there were still people searching for it, wanting to connect it to the past. Lu Yin also wanted to know the history of the fifth mainland, as well as the history of the entire Genesis space. The Three Monarchs universe had a special place to record history, and it was the stone tower. This place recorded the true history of the Three Monarchs universes, and aside from a few people, no one else was allowed to enter. Contents up until now, there were only 7 names on the list. The 3 monarchs, Qinlu, Luo Zong, the person who recorded the history, and the person who guarded the stone tower. Aside from them, no one else could enter. Lu Yin had wanted to go before, but Songbai had stopped him and told him that it was impossible. Now he was going to enter the stone tower. The stone tower was not spectacular, and it was just an ordinary tower. However, the guard was a half-martial monarch from the Mohe courtyard. There were 15 half-martial monarchs in the Mohe courtyard, and these experts had more or less had other identities when they joined the Mohe courtyard. For example, the old woman in front of Luin was the person who was responsible for guarding the stone tower. Even though she was still a member of the Mohe courtyard, she did not need to live there. Of course, the stone tower was not far from the Mohe courtyard, and they could reach it in a single step. The Mohe courtyard was not far from the various important places in the imperial domain, and it could be protected there. Leave. The old woman didn't even look at him as she ordered him to leave. Luin stood in front of her and looked at the stone tower with his hands behind his back. You should leave. I'm the acting manor head of the Horizon Manor, and I naturally need to look for information when searching for a spy. This stone tower's information is extremely important, and it cannot be obstructed. The old woman ignored him. Leave. Luin looked at Songbai. Songbai was in a difficult position. If not for Qin Li's authority, he would not have allowed Luin to come here. Now, however, he did not know what to do. The stone tower's name list had been determined by the three sovereigns, and now, another person had been added. The previous Qin Li naturally did not have the qualifications, but now, Songbai did not know. Luin frowned and took out the Cloud Connect stone to contact Qin Lu. At the same time, he said indifferently, "You're a spy sent by Lord Luo to assist me in my investigation, so it's your responsibility to let me pass unimpeded. Senior Qin Lu also allowed me to pass through the three sovereign spacetimes in front of you. If you can't do anything in the first place that I've come to, then you won't be of much use from now on." Songbai's heart sank and he hurried forward to the old woman. This is the acting manor head of Shenqi. Manor head Qin Lu personally ordered him to pass through the three sovereign spacetimes unimpeded. Move aside so that he can enter the stone tower. The old woman glanced at Songbai. Guarding the stone tower is my responsibility, not yours. Aside from the people on the list, no one else is allowed to enter. Songbai gritted his teeth and looked back. Luin looked back at him with interest. Songbai's face paled. How could this be his turn? He did not want to offend Shenqi, but he did not have the ability to make this old woman let him pass. The Cloud Connect stone connected, and Qin Li's image appeared. When they saw Qin Lu, Songbai and the old woman bowed. "Greetings, Lord Qin Lu." "What is it?" Qin Lu looked at Luin calmly. Luin replied, "This junior wants to enter the stone tower to investigate some matters, but I can't." Qin Lu replied, "I already said that you can go anywhere in the three sovereign spacetimes. Songbai, this is your responsibility." Songbai panicked. "Yes, this subordinate understands. This will not happen again." Qin Lu grunted and looked at the old woman. "Add his name to the list. I'll talk to Lord Luo." The old woman quickly bowed. "Yes." Luin put away the Cloud Connect stone and entered the stone tower step by step. Songbai was also ordered to wait outside. There was no one else in the stone tower, and even the old woman herself had been ordered not to enter. At this moment, both Songbai and the old woman were extremely wary of Luin. This person could act unbridled in the three sovereign spacetimes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2656. Luin had naturally entered the stone tower to investigate Guyu. Outside, he couldn't ask anyone else about Guyu as that would expose him. He could only investigate on his own. Fortunately, the stone building is worthy of its reputation. It records a lot of history in the Three Monarchs universe, including Guyu's affairs. Half a day later, Luin stood at the top of the stone tower and looked outside, his eyes filled with a bone-chilling coldness. The situation was more or less as he had guessed. Lord Wu had also mentioned a few things. Guyu had entered the Three Monarchs spacetime continuum through the spatial link between Xinwu continent and the Three Monarchs spacetime continuum. After traveling for 100 years, he had made many good friends, and one of them was a friend who had gone through life and death situations with him. His name was Bo, and people called him Elder Bo. Guyu trusted this person the most, but there was also a problem with this person. This person had the intention of getting close to Guyu, because Guyu did not cultivate the sovereign King Qi. He did not dare to use his power, but his body was abnormally strong. There was clearly something wrong with having the physical strength of a peak emissary without cultivation. The old man found out that Guyu came from a parallel universe, and at the same time, Guyu also found out that the old man was actually a member of the Explorer team. The so-called exploration is a force specially used by the Three Monarchs universe to experiment and search for parallel universes. The people inside capture subhumans for fun. Once they find a suitable parallel universe to live in and report it to the Three Monarchs, they will get a lot of rewards, and the parallel universe that is discovered will end very miserably. Guyu had hurriedly returned to the fifth mainland because he had discovered that this elder was a realm explorer. However, he had still been pursued by Elder Guyu and a group of other realm explorers. Although he had managed to escape to the fifth mainland, he had been on the verge of death. In order to prevent the three sovereigns from entering the fifth mainland, Guyu had used up the last of his strength to lay down a sourcebox array that blocked the spacetime connection. He had left behind the Tower of Resonating Light before finally dying. The reason why this incident could be recorded was because it was related to a parallel universe. Any incident related to a parallel universe had to be recorded in the stone building. It would have been fine if that was all there was to it, as it was normal for different spacetime universes to have different ways of interacting with one another. What Lu Yin was concerned about was that the elder had actually enslaved a descendant of the Guyu clan. Guyu had roamed this spacetime for 100 years. Not only had he made friends, but he had also found a lover and descendants. When he had fled back to the fifth mainland, he had been in too much of a hurry, so he hadn't been able to take them with him. Furthermore, after returning to the fifth mainland to set up a sourcebox array, he had died. He was powerless to protect his descendants. Because of Guyu's escape, Elder Bo enslaved Guyu's descendants out of anger. He made them slaves for the rest of their lives in the exploration world. Generation after generation they continued to multiply, but they continued to be slaves to vent his anger. Lu Yin looked outside and soon walked out of the stone tower. Over the next few days, Songbai brought Lu Yin around the imperial domain, going to places that normal people could not enter. On the fifth day, Guan Lauda came looking for Lu Yin. Acting Prefecture Lord Qingfen has recruited a new name. Bo. Lu Yin was surprised. Uncle? What Bo? Is it a name? Behind him, Songbai found the name familiar. He seemed to have heard of it somewhere before. Guan Lao said, yes, and it's someone from the Three Monarchs universe. According to Qingfen, this person met him once at the cliff. He told Uncle the message he needed to deliver through singing. This person is the spy. I remember now, Uncle Explorer? Songbai was shocked. Lu Yin and Guan Lauda looked at him. You know him? Songbai nodded. He's a scout. I never thought that he would be a spy. How unexpected. Since you know each other, let's go together, Lu Yin said before stepping forward to explore the realm. The scout realm was located in the Upper King Starfield, and there were many members there. Most of them were experts, and this Bo could be considered a top-notch expert, second only to a half-monarch. After all, he was from the same generation as Guyu. He was even older than Guyu. Today was the decennial meeting of the Scout Realm, and everyone had to report their findings. I've taken the risk of tearing through the void and going to 7 parallel universes over the past 10 years. It was very unlucky and there were no humans in any of them. Most of them didn't even have any intelligent life forms. I did find a parallel universe with intelligent life forms, but I almost died. There was a monster there that ate the stars. It was terrifying. I went to 3 parallel universes. I went to 2. Everyone was discussing this. Why isn't Uncle Explorer here yet? Uncle Explorer has never been late for a meeting like this. I heard that there was some movement there, so he might have gone. Are you talking about the spatial tunnel that Guyu escaped through? Sure. Guyu's name is Taboo. At this moment, an old man appeared at the head of the table with a smile on his face. It was Uncle Explorer, and his seniority in the Scout Realm was second only to the Scout Realm Protector. The Scout Realm Protector was a half-monarch who was currently residing in Mohe Courtyard, so Uncle Explorer was actually in charge of the Scout Realm. Everyone hurriedly retracted their auras and sat down. Everyone, you've had a good chat. Have you gained anything over the past 10 years? Uncle Explorer asked. Everyone reported what they had gained. Uncle Explorer was in a good mood and slowly sipped his tea, occasionally giving a few comments. The atmosphere was harmonious. Everyone has worked hard over the past 10 years. Going to parallel universes is very dangerous, and we've lost 26 of our companions. However, everyone should know that searching for parallel universes is an important matter. If we find one that satisfies Lord Luo and the others, it'll be enough for us 3 monarchs to leap through time and space, and it'll also allow everyone to leap through time and space. I hope everyone will take care of themselves, Uncle Explorer said. Everyone hurriedly agreed. Apart from searching for parallel universes, you should also travel more. Perhaps you'll discover people from other parallel universes such as Guyu. Everyone was shocked. Guyu's name had always been taboo for Uncle Explorer, so why was he mentioning it now? And he seemed to be in a good mood. Similarly, one of the servants who was serving tea paused for a moment, but only for a moment. Then he continued to serve them. Uncle Explorer smiled faintly and looked at everyone. If I hadn't traveled, how would I have discovered Guyu? He then looked at the servant serving tea. Come here. The servant's heart trembled, and he carefully walked behind Uncle Explorer with his head lowered, not daring to raise it. Uncle Explorer said indifferently, everyone should know that he's a descendant of Guyu and he'll be a slave for life. This is an example. Anyone who dares to escape after discovering someone from a parallel universe will end up like him. He then looked at the servant. Let me ask you, do you hate Guyu? The servant hurriedly knelt. Yes, sir. How much do you hate him? I wish I could eat his flesh and crush his bones. Ha ha ha, how many generations of Guyu's descendants are you? 31st. Uncle Explorer sighed. It's already the 31st generation. Has so much time passed? Everyone quietly waited for Uncle Explorer to speak, not daring to interrupt. Do you really hate Guyu? Old Man Bo asked again. The servant's gaze was fierce. Yes, I hate him for abandoning us and running away alone. I hate him for offending you, sir. I hate him for only caring about his homeland. Not only me but my entire clan hates him. Uncle Explorer laughed again. 31st generation. 31st generation of Guyu's descendants. Of the 245 generations, you are the smartest. Only you have the ability to hide your own descendant. The servant's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Uncle Explorer in disbelief. The others also looked at the servant in shock. Hide him? This person was actually able to hide his own descendant? Uncle Explorer waved his hand, and a female servant entered with a baby in her arms. When the servant saw the baby, he was overwhelmed with shock. His entire body felt weak. He had actually been exposed. He had done everything he could to give birth to a son and then hide him, all so that his descendant would no longer be a servant. Of course, on the surface he definitely had a son who was a slave, but in secret he could hide this son. He had actually been exposed. The baby was carried to Uncle Explorer, who took it and looked at the sleeping baby. He's very cute, but it's a pity that he's Guyu's descendant. How do you think I should deal with him? The servant's eyes flickered, but he didn't dare to say a word. He didn't even dare to move. He just stared at the baby in Uncle Explorer's arms, his face deathly pale. The others weren't surprised. They had seen too many demi-humans and had long since lost their compassion. You hid him so that he could live like a normal person and no longer be a slave. Perhaps you also have the intention of taking revenge in the future, Uncle Explorer said slowly. The servant's fingers twitched and he looked at Uncle Explorer in horror. I wouldn't dare. I've never thought of taking revenge. Even if I wanted to, I would look for Guyu. I wouldn't dare to disturb you, sir. Uncle Explorer sneered. I've seen every generation of Guyu's descendants, including you. There are a total of 31 generations. I once said to Guyu that if he dared to escape, I would make his descendants slaves for the rest of their lives. Since I said it, I will do it. The servant's face was deathly pale as he knelt on the ground. There was no point in saying anything now, so he could only wait for his punishment. However, there was nothing worth doing. He had lived long enough and at worst he would just die. However, Uncle Explorer wouldn't let him die so easily. He wanted to torture Guyu's descendants and make them slaves. If they died, there would be nothing left. I'll give you a chance. You can make your son a slave again, Uncle Explorer suddenly said. The servant was shocked and looked at Uncle Explorer in confusion. The others were also shocked, but some of them didn't. They seemed to know something. Uncle Explorer said, You might be able to see Guyu soon as long as he doesn't die. The servant stared blankly at Uncle Explorer. Uncle Explorer sneered, If you see him, tell him all of your resentment over the years. I'd like to see his expression. With that, he casually tossed the infant away. The servant was shocked and tried to catch him, but he didn't have any cultivation and was just an ordinary person. The others didn't catch him either, allowing him to fall to the ground. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the void and caught the infant. Uncle Explorer raised his brows and looked over in displeasure. Someone shouted, Who is it? How dare you be so impudent in the Explorer realm? Everyone looked outside. You dare bully an infant? You really are a bunch of animals. Luin looked up at the crowd. He was the one who had caught the infant. How dare you? The Explorer shouted. Uncle Explorer narrowed his eyes and looked at Luin, but he didn't say anything. Behind Luin, Guanlauda, Yupai, Suji and Songbai walked out. When they saw Songbai, everyone was shocked and hurriedly bowed. Uncle Explorer stood up as well. Greetings, Lord Songbai. Lu Yin carried the infant and walked over to the servant. Under the servant's stunned gaze, Lu Yin handed the infant over. "This is your child, right?" The servant took the infant and gulped, his expression returning to normal. He looked as if he had just been fished out of water. "Just thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2657. Songbai did not say anything, so they did not dare to stand up. Lu Yin stood in front of the servant and was very close to the elder. He raised a hand and placed it on the elder's back. The elder instinctively retreated, but Lu Yin's palm pressed down on him. The elder felt a sharp pain in his back as if his bones had been shattered. He was furious and wanted to attack, but Lu Yin used his void god's power to suppress him and throw him outside. "Bring him back." The elder crashed to the ground and endured the pain as he looked at Lu Yin. "Who are you? What do you want?" Guan Lao grabbed him. "You're just a spy. Come with me." The elder was confused. "A spy?" He looked at Songbai. "Sir, what happened? There must be a misunderstanding." "I'm not a spy, sir." Songbai frowned. He had only followed along, but there was no room for him to interfere. Lu Yin stood where the elder had been and looked at the confused gazes of the explorers. He said coldly, "No one is allowed to leave. Once Uncle's crimes have been investigated, we'll screen you one by one. Guan Lao, stay here and keep an eye on them. There must be more spies among them." "Sir, we're all explorers. How could there be spies?" Someone grew uneasy. Guan Lao casually sent the person flying, causing him to crash to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. "This is the Horizon Manor's business. How dare you quibble?" Lu Yin's gaze landed on the servant. "This person can leave. He's just a normal person." He then took a step forward and left, looking for an opportunity to release Gu Yu's descendant. The elder's capture had been Lu Yin's own selfish motive, as it could be considered to be revenge for Gu Yu. However, he had not expected that many people would plead on his behalf, especially the guardian of the realm explorer, Red Half Moon, who lived in Moh Courtyard. Half Moon was the guardian of the realm explorer, and even though he lived in Moh Courtyard, he still cared about the explorer's affairs. When the elder had been captured, he had immediately found out and had come looking for Lu Yin, but he had been stopped by Songbai. No matter what he said, Songbai had refused to let him see Lu Yin. Lu Yin had no interest in meeting him either. He was just a half-martial lord. This person had a good relationship with Moh Courtyard, but since he couldn't meet Lu Yin on his own, he wanted to join forces with the other demigod monarchs to force an audience with Lu Yin. They wanted Lu Yin to hand over evidence that Elder Bo was a spy. However, he was suppressed by Old Greenskin. Old Greenskin's relationship with the others in the Moh Courtyard was average, but his cultivation level was high. Now that Qinlu had broken through to the extreme realm and reached the heavens in a single step, the Moh Courtyard's courtyard master was now known as Old Greenskin. No one dared to offend him. Half Moon Red was the same. Aside from Red Half Moon, Explorer had also contacted the Mu clan, hoping that they could help. Granny Mu had told Lu Yin about this, but he didn't pay it any mind. Until Qinlu came looking for him personally. "Don't tell me that you're going to ask about the elder's matters as well." Lu Yin was rather surprised. A mere elder who wasn't even a demigod, why would so many people care about him? Qinlu asked, "Is there any evidence to confirm that he's a spy?" "So what if I don't?" Qinlu replied, "No, he might be released soon. This is Lord Luo's intention." Lu Yin was shocked. Why would Lord Luo ask about this elder? Qinlu shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but I didn't ask too much. I was afraid that Lord Luo would be suspicious. After all, I've been taking care of you too well. You should ask the elder yourself." Not long after, Lu Yin met with the elder. The elder had been beaten up quite badly by Yu Pai, and Lu Yin had no intention of holding back. When the elder saw Lu Yin, his gaze turned fierce. "I'm not a spy, are you trying to frame me? That's impossible. Why are you targeting me?" Lu Yin walked up to the elder. "You're a spy." "I'm not," the elder retorted. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. "Then you'll have to ask Qingfen. He was the one who said that you were a spy." The elder's eyes went wide. "That Qingfen from the Void God Dimension? Don't tell me you've never seen him before," Lu Yin said coldly. The elder thought about it. "I've seen him once. When I went to the Void God Dimension, I specially went to the cliff to listen to the song that even the Star Lords were interested in." What a joke, it doesn't make sense for a ruthless person like you to listen to his song. Qingfen said that he passed the information to you through his song, and then you spread it out. Tell me, who did you pass it to? Lu Yin questioned. The elder was furious. I didn't, I'm not a spy. Where's Qingfen? I want to confront him. I'm not a spy. Qingfen himself is a spy, so he has no reason to frame you. Strictly speaking, if you're not a spy, then he's never even seen you. Why would he frame you? Lu Yin retorted. The elder was stunned. He didn't know why Qingfen had framed him. Had the two crossed paths before? They hadn't. He suddenly stared at Lu Yin. Someone told Qingfen to frame me. Oh. Lu Yin asked. The elder was at a loss. Who? He didn't know either. Lu Yin didn't say anything and just watched the elder think. No matter how hard the elder racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what had happened. The outside world is paying a lot of attention to you. Lu Yin changed the topic. The elder's eyes lit up. I'm definitely not a spy. You'd better let me go or Lord Luo won't let you off. Lu Yin laughed. The Heaven's Reflection Manor is under the orders of the entire Six Direction Society. Although Lord Luo is the master of the three sovereign spacetime, he wouldn't go against the will of the entire Six Direction Society. I even captured Qingfen. Didn't you hear? Even Lotus Reverend's disciple couldn't take him away. The elder stared blankly at Lu Yin. He finally remembered that Qingfen's capture had shaken the entire Six Direction Society because of this person. This person had even dared to provoke Lotus Reverend's disciple, let alone the elder. Shenqi, I'm really not a spy. I swear I'm definitely not one. The elder's attitude softened, as he couldn't go against someone who didn't even care about Lotus Reverend's disciple. Lu Yin nodded. That's the right attitude. Don't worry, if you're not a spy, I'll definitely investigate it for you. I'm here to capture a spy, not to offend anyone. The elder heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, that's right. I'm not a spy really. But the events outside make me suspect that the Eternals are involved. You were just captured, but a bunch of people came to save you. That doesn't make sense. After all, you're not even a demigod, so why? Lu Yin questioned. The elder was stunned. Someone had saved him, so he was connected to a spy. This has something to do with a spy? Lu Yin looked at Yu Pai. Yu Pai understood and explained, according to our experience, the more important a spy is, the more benefits they'll have in the Six Direction Society. Once something happens, they'll be able to save more people. For example, Qingfen was rescued by Lotus Reverend's disciple, and your situation is similar. Half Moon Red's appearance is normal, but the Mu clan and even Lord Luo's appearance is too abnormal. We're not suspecting the Mu clan and Lord Luo, but you alone shouldn't be implicated in such great benefits, and even Lord Luo's involvement. This is abnormal, and the more abnormal it is, the more likely it's a trap set up by the Eternals. The elder hurriedly explained, Lord Luo's appearance has something to do with Guyu and that primordial space. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? The elder hesitated. Lu Yin explained, if you don't tell us, then we'll suspect that this is a trap set up by the Eternals. Their goal is to have you implicate the interests of various parties so that even if something happens, there'll be someone to save you. This will make things difficult for our Heavens Examiner Manor, and it'll take us an indeterminate amount of time to investigate. Perhaps it'll take a long time, or perhaps it'll be too suspicious. Regardless of whether it was the Astral Tree Society or the Six Direction Society, the rule regarding spies was always suspicious. The elder had no choice but to grit his teeth. There's a passage in the three sovereign spacetime that connects to the primordial space. We didn't know about it back then until someone called Guyu arrived. The elder explained Guyu's situation, and it was the same as what Lu Yin had seen. What does this have to do with Lord Luo's appearance? Lu Yin did not understand. The elder looked up. That passage is about to open. This sentence shocked Lu Yin, and his first reaction was that something had happened on Shinwu continent. After the elder's explanation, Lu Yin realized that the opening of the passage had nothing to do with Shinwu continent. It had to be opened in this spacetime. Guyu has been on the run for so long. If he's going to that spacetime, why didn't he open it earlier? Why wait until now? Lu Yin asked. The elder replied, Lord Luo has tried before, especially 1,000 years ago when the god of Forgotten Ruins left. The three sovereigns went all out to try to open the passage, but they still failed. I don't know why they were able to open it this time. My orders were to investigate the situation in that spacetime based on what I knew about Guyu after the passage opened. Lu Yin finally understood. It was no wonder why Lord Luo had paid so much attention to this person. Lord Luo needed this person to investigate the fifth mainland, as he had more or less learned about the situation through Guyu. However, this information was definitely very limited, and Lord Luo did not need this person. It all depended on whether or not this person was a spy. In order to survive, the elder had begged Lu Yin to prove his innocence. He had answered all of Lu Yin's questions, including the location of the 2 spacetime passages in the 3 sovereign spacetime. This location was not even recorded in the Stone Tower's records. After knowing the location, Lu Yin immediately went to investigate. He wanted to see how the 3 sovereign spacetime had managed to open the passage. A few days later, Lu Yin returned. He had failed as he could not get close to that location. There was a dense sovereign aura there, and it was either Lord Luo or a Star Lord. Lu Yin was not confident that he would not be discovered if he went in. This was especially true for Lord Luo, who was unfathomable and had legendary experiences. He was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Qinlu did not know how powerful he was, but Lu Yin did. Lu Yin was rather fearful of this person. He could not go in, so the only way was Qinlu. Lu Yin contacted Qinlu and asked if he knew the location of the passage. That's the passage that connects to the primordial space. Xia Xinji came through that passage. We didn't know that it was connected to the primordial space until Xia Xinji came, Qinlu answered. Lu Yin said indifferently, "Go take a look at that passage. I want to know the details." Qinlu did not understand. "You want to know the situation there? That place?" Suddenly, he stopped talking and stared at Lu Yin on the screen. "You're from the primordial space?" Lu Yin knew that Qinlu would definitely be able to guess his identity if he did this, but it did not matter. So what if he did? As long as Qinlu did not want to die, he would not betray him. "Go take a look. I want to know the details. The more details, the better." "Thank you." Muzu AA. Book Friend 576511350 Brothers Tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.